in a dark, damp cave. Li Haowing ground herbs while saying to the woman beside him, "Could you stop bothering me?" She paid no attention and continued pointing at the mortar on the ground. With a vacant look and a soft voice, "Sugar, it's so sweet." Li Haowing couldn't bear it and shoved her heart away. "This is medicine, not sugar." Even if he explained, she wouldn't understand. Although the cave was wet and cold, the youth wore only a thin cloth, but he didn't care. He was not the only one there. The cave held many men and women of various ages. The difference between them and Li Haowing was that they all bore obvious deformities. The illnesses were too many to count. At that moment, Li Haowing suddenly heard a terrified scream from behind. A fat man wildly doing what everyone could guess. He sneered in a lecherous way, "I'll be quick, just don't scream." "No, someone help me." The cries were met only by the indifferent, dismissive glances of those present, and some even laughed with cruel pleasure. Li Haowing originally wanted to ignore it like the others, pretend nothing happened and be done with it, but her sobs grew more desperate. He couldn't stand it and grabbed the mortar and smashed it down on the fat man in front of him. The blow was so strong it sent the man flying off the girl. The guy held his head in pain and cursed. "Bastard, do you know what you just did? Do you know who my master is? If the old man finds out, he'll kill you." "Your old man, who is he? He's not worth a fart." As those words left his mouth, the cave suddenly fell into a stunned silence. Everyone there hadn't expected the man to speak like that. "You actually dared to say that." At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from afar. "Disciple Li, Disciple Wang, Master is calling you." Li Haowing and the girl from earlier showed no sign of worry when their names were called. The fat man laughed crazily and said, "Ha ha ha, you're done for today, you're finished." He ignored the fat man and glanced at the messenger ahead, when a hand gently gripped the hem of his garment. "So it's the white-haired girl from before," she said softly, "thank you." Before she finished, Li Haowing coldly shrugged her hand off. Not bothering to look back, he and young sister Wang walked to where the master stood. Bai Lingmia watched that cold back and felt a twinge of sadness. After a while, the three had exited the cave. Only then did Li Haowing have time to reflect on his earlier actions. "What's wrong with me today? Why did such an everyday incident make me so angry? This isn't my nature. No, I can't let them affect who I am." Lost in thought, Li Haowing was brought back to alertness by the girl beside him. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I wasn't myself just now. Calm down, calm down." Seeing Li Haowing not answering, the girl next to him dug her elbow harder into his side. Irritated, Li Haowing gripped her arm and demanded, "You, what on earth are you doing?" She showed no shame at all. Then she opened her palm, revealing a handful of pills. "Want some candy?" Li Haowing looked at what was in front of her, momentarily speechless. But he didn't refuse and gently took them. "Du master is so kind, he gives me sweets every day." After a while, the two of them reached the master's place. A massive black furnace rose up before Li Haowing, and even the master was holding a pestle far larger than normal. Wang spoke up, "Du master, we're here. Your obedient disciple has arrived. Sorry to have kept you waiting a bit." Having said that, he leapt down with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, was behind young sister Wang. Li Haowing beside them hadn't had time to react, when the man shoved young sister Wang into the mortar, then frenziedly recited some chant aloud. "Ding Shi guard my longevity, Ding Hai protect my soul, Jia Zai shield my body, Jia Yu preserve my form, Jia Shen secure my fate." The girl below still hadn't realized what was about to happen. She even smiled and said, "Is this sugar? Master is so kind." No sooner had she finished than the so-called master slammed the pestle down, crushing her skull. As he struck, he continued, "Jia Shen secure my fate, Jia Shu hold my soul, Jia Shen awaken the spirit to refine the pill." It turned out this man was truly cruel, using human flesh and blood to refine pills. Li Haowing stood to the side, horrified by the bloody scene, unable to speak. After a while, the two lackeys dumped the blood and flesh into the pill furnace. Li Haowing was now stunned, thinking, "It's fake. The fragrance is fake, that mushroom-headed guy is fake too." Having savored HIS Chinese letter, the master turned and asked Li Haowing, "I heard someone called me a fart. Is that true?" No matter what he said, Li Haowing remained trapped in his thought. The sound, "It's fake." The man lunged angrily at Haowing, shouting, "Speak up, you mute. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake." And suddenly the surroundings around Haowing shifted. When he opened his eyes, the scene had become another world, with the beeping of a heart rate monitor. He lay on a bed strapped with countless bright white tubes. Li Haowing let out a long breath. Thank goodness, it's all fake. After a while, the doctor came in and asked him, "Zio Li, how was this hallucination? Any changes?" Li Haowing pondered a bit and replied, "It's still the same scene, I still do the same things, only that." Seeing you hesitate, the doctor grew curious and pressed on, "Only that what?" "I've told you about Disciple Wang. This time that mushroom-headed master in front of me smashed her mercilessly. then used her to refine pills. Dr. Lee, can you tell me what this different hallucination represents? Does it imply anything about my inner self or psyche? At this, the doctor answered seriously, no, you don't need to worry about those things. You should focus on the duration of each hallucination and on keeping your mental state steady. If you can escape the emotional turmoil during a hallucination, then remember this well. What's over there is fake. Everything is fake. All of it is fake. Oh right, whenever you fall into a hallucination, remember to act according to the internal logic of that world. Only then can you get discharged quickly. Li Haowen really couldn't grasp the meaning of that sentence. And as he was about to ask more, a familiar sound rang out. Heh heh, you hear that? Looking up at that figure, Li felt noticeably brighter. The girl slowly walked in and told him to behave and listen to the doctor. This was Yang Na, his childhood playmate. She was about to sit down when she suddenly noticed something. It turned out to be Li Haowen's lecherous expression when he saw a girl. Yang Na blushed and said, "What is that? Your smile looks awful, you know." "Oh, look what I brought you. Ta-da, these are the review materials the teacher personally assigned." Seeing the exercise book, Li Haowen went blank and sighed. Nah, we've played together since childhood. Are you taking revenge on me? Hey, of course not. With that, she promptly bonked the booklet on his head. Just when he thought that was it, Yang Na added, "There's this too." She produced a brand new game console and held it up to Li Haowen. He happily lunged to grab it, but Yang Na teased him, "Call me sis once and I'll give it to you." No sooner had she said it than Haowen didn't hesitate and called out sis, making her blush shyly. Then he snatched the console. "Hey, you're my real sister now. You don't know how bored I am in here. Even if I wasn't actually going crazy, I'd be about to. Play less today and remember to do your homework. Don't you forget what you promised me." Haowen widened his eyes and set the console down. Leaning close to Yang Na, "I remember, we promised we'd take the same university together." With that, he hugged Yang Na tightly. "I'll definitely get better. No. Get well soon, I'll wait for you. It's getting late, I'll walk you to the hospital gate, okay?" As he stepped down from the bed, Haowen felt a sharp pain flare in his head. He instinctively raised his hand, looked toward the table, and saw a mortar and pestle. A mortar and pestle. "No, this can't be, this shouldn't happen." Yang Na beside him anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Haowen, are you okay?" She worried and thought, "We've been following the doctor's orders, so why is this happening?" Haowen forced a smile and told Yang Na, I just scared you, didn't I? Making a fuss like that and you still act like a child." Yang Na pouted in mock anger and turned to leave. Haowen silently looked back at the table, but the mortar was gone. Did he imagine it? "No, wait for me." Haowen ran after her, apologizing all the while. "Hey, don't be mad, I only want you to be happy." Haowen kept charging after Yang Na, not noticing the eerie scene behind them. The other patients watched the two and smiled oddly. No, don't be mad anymore. Are you seriously ghosting me?" While he was thinking, Yang Na turned back, touched Haowen's nose and said, "I'll come visit next week. Remember to take good care of yourself here." "Okay." The two waved goodbye in a cheerful atmosphere. Haowen returned to his room, thinking as he walked. Earlier in the ward, he really did see a mortar and pestle. Could my illness have worsened? If it gets worse and I can't be discharged before the college entrance exam, I won't be able to apply to the same school as Yang Na. Maybe Dr. Lee is fine. He's the best doctor my dad could find. What a bother. While thinking this, Haowen felt something in his pocket. Wait, there's something in my pocket. Horror flashed across his face. In his hand was something he never expected. No way, this is the sugar lozenge that silly senior sister gave me. What appeared in the hallucination had materialized in reality. No, I've got to tell Dr. Lee. As he dashed off, he suddenly stopped. Hold on, if this is real, then inside the hallucination there's not only the sugar but also an opportunity for me. As he said this, he brightened with excitement, and he slipped back into Li Haowen's hallucination world. "You lot, do any of you have money on you? Money, you hear me? Even jade pendants are fine, though they won't work here anyway. Lend it to me for now." After asking around for a bit and getting nowhere, he sighed. Forget it, how would these guys have any? Bored. Bai Ling Miao tugged Haowen's sleeve from behind and said, Lee senior brother, can you come over here for a moment?" On one side, Ling Miao sat down, took off a golden leg shackle, and handed it to Haowen. "Can this help you, Lee senior brother?" Haowen took the item, studied it, and considered it. Although a bit thin, it was fairly heavy. After all, it was gold. After thinking it over, he stood up and stuffed the gold into his clothes. "This will do. I'll borrow this for now and return it to you later." After speaking, he handed her something else, the thin candy which she could eat. Bai Ling Miao took it and thanked Li Haowen. Thanks, senior brother Lei. A group of disciples standing behind looked like they wanted to watch the fun. Thought there'd be something to see. What a snooze. Just as they were disappointed, an inner disciple from the back shouted, What are you all gathered here for? Get to work. No sooner had he finished than everyone hurriedly dispersed to do their tasks. The inner disciples didn't leave, though. They looked at Li Haowing with mocking eyes and said, "Too bad you couldn't become Master's pill guide last time." Li Haowing silently watched him, thinking this guy seemed to be Xuan Yang. Having said that, Xuan Yang turned and walked away. HMPH, get your work done properly. Master's medicine isn't finished yet, careful he doesn't skin you alive. As he walked off, Li Haowing noticed the jade pendant he was wearing. Could that jade pendant be an antique? The jade is fine, but it will be mine soon, Li Haowing thought with a sly smile. Scene cut to midnight. Outside Xuan Yang's cave residence, Li Haowing stepped out from inside, surprisingly smoothly. If he could take this out and sell it, it would at least cover his and Yang Na's tuition. As he walked, he was giddy. The jade pendant, my jade pendant, huh? While walking, he saw a light ahead. A light. Is there someone up ahead? From behind, Xuan Yang appeared and said, "Junior brother Li, why are you here at this hour?" Li Haowing turned and said, "You, Xuan Yang Sr., why are you wearing the pill guide's clothes?" Xuan Yang sighed and replied, "Consider yourself lucky, you brat. To be escaping this creepy place with us, I bribed the senior who guards the door." As he spoke, Xuan Yang pulled Li Haowing away. "So it turned out you wanted to run away." No sooner had Li Haowing finished speaking than Xuan Yang shoved him against the stone wall. "If you don't want to go, then die here. I absolutely won't let you go," warned that mushroom-headed guy. Li Haowing thought silently. This plot direction really annoyed him. After all, he could return to the hospital whenever he wanted. A bunch of NPCs in the hallucination were hardly a match for him. Having decided, Li Haowing closed his eyes. And when he opened them, he was back in the hospital. Back again, and sure enough, he was still tied up here. At this hour, the nurses were probably asleep. He couldn't confirm whether the jade pendant and the golden leg shackle had made it here. Oh well, he could only wait a bit and then go check things over there. Li Haowing returned to the hallucination world once more. This time when he came back, he was alone. Had everyone else really fled? How could my own hallucination have actually harmed me? At dawn the next day, Master Li Haowing's junior rushed in a panic. "Quick, wake up, don't sleep anymore." Master ordered everyone to gather at Huyan Hall. The disciples were bewildered and didn't know what had happened, whispering among themselves, "What's going on?" "I don't know, hurry up or there'll be trouble if you're late." At King Feng's office before Huyan Hall, a crowd of disciples stood waiting in front of the hall. The old master slowly emerged. "Is everyone here? What does this old man intend to do?" Someone escaped in the middle of the night. Among them were two of the Taoist sect's orthodox disciples. As he spoke, he dragged out the runaways one by one, wearing a vicious expression. The sect was truly pained. His words carried the weight of the rules. At East Mount Hua sect, merits are rewarded and mistakes are punished. Therefore, that Xuan Yang was dragged past Li Haowing's feet. He cast a pleading, despairing look at the protagonist. Li Haowing glared at him, caught her pathetic. The Taoist led the runaways to a pit, threw them into the mouth of the pit. For some reason, countless deathly auras flew out from the pit's mouth and spread around. The people thrown in fell down, and the onlookers could only stop and stare. Li Haowing told himself this was only a hallucination. A hallucination. These things are a hallucination. Li Haowing, everything here was created by you. Don't be afraid. As he tried to reassure himself, a tentacle reached out from the pit, whizzed past Li Haowing's head, and pierced through the neck of a disciple standing beside him. In panic and horror, he widened his eyes. What is this? Could it be something I created in my hallucination? No, the things in my hallucination never hurt me. This has never happened before. The Taoist stood before all the disciples and warned everyone not to harbor impure intentions in the future. Remember what you saw today, the Taoist told them. Helping others become immortals is great merit. If I become an immortal, I will not forget the kindness you do for me. Having said that, he turned to question Li Haowing. Last night those rebels asked you to leave. Why didn't you go with them? Li Haowing was still shaken by what had just happened. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to speak. As he stood, he thought, hallucination. You and these things are nothing but my hallucination. You are merely a thought in my head. Would I be afraid of you? The Taoist stepped closer and placed his hand on Li Haowing's head. Not bad, you're quite good. I see you have talent. From now on, become my registered disciple and manage the medicine room. What? My status as a registered disciple will rise. No wonder, so many have died, there's no one left to help him. And a Taoist name. Once you're my disciple, you must have a Taoist title. Xuan Yang, from now on your name will be Xuan Yang. Hearing this, Li Haowing smirked. Xuan Yang, the guy just died and now I'm the new Xuan Yang. The Taoist tossed a pouch to Li Haowing. These 5 pills are the elixirs I refined. Ingest them and they will increase your lifespan by M years, and temporarily grant you divine protection and miraculous powers. Is that understood? Opposing me is a path to death, but help me and you'll be rewarded. and handsomely. Li Haowing opened the pouch, looked at the pills, and pondered. These pills don't tell me they're made from human flesh and blood. Back at the hospital, Li Haowing laid out all the items he had received in front of him. And yet he managed to bring them all out. Next is just waiting to verify whether the jade pendant and the gold are real. If the gold and the pendant are genuine, then maybe these pills work too. Might as well try one. Suddenly the phone rang and Li Haowing answered. I have to keep hiding and sneaking out. If you have something important, you'd better go. If it's a prank, humph. Li Haowing got out of bed, pulled Yang Na in and looked around. He shut all the doors and drew the curtains. His action made Yang Na blush with embarrassment. Li Haowing, why are you closing the curtains? The ward monitor can hear you. A giggling voice sounded from the speaker in the corner of the room. He, it's okay, we didn't hear anything. Little brother Lei, keep it up. Li Haowing stepped closer and slipped something into Yang Na's hand. He suddenly looked at the speaker and said, ladies, could you stop eavesdropping? Focus on the serious wards, please. Yang Na looked up at Li Haowing. Don't say anything at all. Li Haowing whispered something into her ear. A few days later, Li Haowing sat on the bed thinking. No one outside, not even his parents, believed him. They all said he was crazy. The only one he trusted was Nana, the only one willing to listen. Nana, you must believe me. While he was brooding, the speaker next to him chimed. Little Li, your little girlfriend is visiting again. Li Haowing was delighted. Nana really did come. He opened the door and saw a squad of guards passing by. Master Zhao, what's going on? Master Zhao slowly turned his head. Little Li, close your door tight, don't just wander out. If you see old Xiao Li, report it immediately. He surely spat again and refused his medicine. Master Zhao left, leaving the protagonist standing alone. Oh good. Old Xiao Li has left the critical ward. How could his body have run out? Never mind, not my problem. I have to go see Nana. In a secluded corner of the hospital. Li Haowing, I did what you said. I had your pendant and the gold appraised for you. The pendant is real, and its value is at least 400,000. Hearing that, Li Haowing was joyful. I knew it. I'm really not sick, Li Haowing said with a smug look. Haha, I'm not sick. Saying that, he lifted Yang Na up. Hey, slow down. But then a creepy scene flashed. The image of Yang Na changed into Bailing Miao. After a moment, it seemed this ability of mine was the real deal, though it can't heal that fast. Nah, get ready to be a little rich lady. Little rich lady? What nonsense are you talking about, silly little brother? Yang Na sighed. Li Haowing, who cares about the money with an ability like this? Your health matters more. Agree with me, you mustn't stop treatment, and you mustn't stop taking your medicine. Otherwise, I won't help you anymore. All right, I agree to help you. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind them and grabbed Yang Na, pulling her to the ground. Before Li Haowing could react, Yang Na had already been pinned down by someone called Xiao Li. Li Haowing shouted, Xiao Li. He yelled and rushed forward. She's my girlfriend. Let her go at once. Suddenly, something was thrown at Li Haowing's head. Blood spurted out and he fell to the ground. With only a thread of consciousness left, Li Haowing still gasped, Stop. Suddenly, Li Haowing recalled the Taoist's words, that taking one of those pills might grant him power. On the floor, Yang Na, pinned under old Li, called his name. Li Haowing, are you okay? A look of surprise suddenly flashed across her face. Li Haowing. Li Haowing got to his feet and lunged at old Liu so fast the man had no time to react. He grabbed old Liu's head with his hands and slammed it down hard on the floor. I told you to stop, are you deaf? As he beat him, a terrifying expression crossing his face. After that incident, Li Haowing was taken to the high-risk patient ward, shackled to an iron bed. Let me go, I told you. I'm retaliating because I was protecting Yang Na. He attacked her first. Faced with Li Haowing's explanation, the doctor began to explain, what you did wasn't self-defense, it was attempted murder. Little Li, tell me honestly, how did you make him like that? That's not something a normal person can do. Now listen, think carefully before you answer. I hate patients who lie to me. What to do? I can't let him find out about the pills. Thinking that, Li Haowing closed his eyes. Little Li, are you listening? If that's the case, Li Haowing. In a blink, Li Haowing slipped back into his own illusory world. No matter what, this is still one way to solve it. Scene shifts to another place. Cultivate the three essences into one body, connect the small Tai Kai into one, serve the great cycle of fate, reach the peak of boundless merit, bring four blessings to dispel calamity, heal and preserve life and death, contemplate the heavens and tighten the bonds of the three realms. The elder cleared his throat. Xuan Yuan, Xuan Yang has just joined our King Feng office. He'll surely have many questions. As his senior brother, you must teach him. Yes, master. All right, after the hour of the rabbit, there's nothing left to do. Let's eat. As Li Haowing listened, he noticed someone staring at him. Who is he? Why is he staring at me like that? After a while, senior brother Xuan Yuan came out with Li Haowing. Beside Master was senior brother Zheng Kun. Since Zheng Can and Zheng Zhen betrayed and fled, he is currently Master's only closed-door disciple. Treat him with some respect if you meet him. Xuan Yuan even specially reminded, he is also the most petty person around. Senior brother Xuan Yuan, the junior, has just become the Master's disciple. What should I do next? Please dispel my doubts. Although Master personally accepted him as a disciple and put him in charge of the medicine room, he is far from capable of imparting the path to immortality. To achieve immortality, Li Haoweng asked in astonishment, Master can really become immortal? Xuan Yuan replied with a bored look, Master's divine powers are of course formidable, but the art of attaining immortality is probably something only interdisciplined disciples like senior brother Zheng Kun can learn. Li Haoweng walked and thought, become an immortal? This place really has treasures. I must fight for them. I can make even more money from here. In the King Feng office's pill workshop, a gigantic alchemical furnace appeared, flames roaring high. In front of the furnace stood Li Haoweng's master. He opened the furnace. The mouth of the furnace gaped open, and 5 pills flew out from within. Ha ha, not bad, the master said, looking pleased. As for Li Haoweng, after witnessing that scene, he felt his money-minded thinking was shallow. I only thought of making money. My vision is so narrow. If I could bring this power back to the real world then. Before he could ponder further, the master called him over. Xuan Yang, is there something urgent? Master, if you have instructions, tell me. Currently you're in charge of the medicine room. Bring the medicine guide Bai Ling Miao here. Hearing the name medicine guide made Li Haoweng even more stunned. Bai Ling Miao. Li Haoweng recalled the girl who had handed him the gold ring to help him. But before he could think, the master stepped up to him and questioned him closely. I'm speaking to that person, didn't you hear? Li Haoweng had no choice but to return to his real-world body. When he opened his eyes, Li Haoweng was back. In front of him were the attending doctor and his mother. Oh, why is Dr. Li here too? His mother looked at the bandage on his head and asked, why is your head bandaged like this? Does it hurt? Her face showed mixed pain and worry. He replied, it's okay, Mom, it doesn't hurt. His mother sighed, look at you, you've gotten so thin. Is the hospital food that bad? From above it looks like Li Haoweng's gone pale as a chicken. His mother carefully took out his favorite snack. Here are the milk grapes you like most. Let Mom feed you. As she spoke, she fed him grapes one by one. Mom, don't feed me so much. It's not easy for you to visit. Being with me is enough. All right. Luckily you reminded me. Otherwise, Dr. Li would have dragged me to meet the elderly patient's family about you, she said. While they talked, Dr. Li added from behind, Sister, the family of patient Liu has been away for a long time. I'm Dr. Li. I'll say one last thing to your son, ma'am. That was self-defense. The Liu family struck first. The doctor had already explained this to his mother. Son, don't worry, your mother is here. She raised her hand to encourage and comfort Li Haoweng. All right, mother will go on ahead. You must follow the doctor's orders and take your medicine on time. As she reached the doorway, her expression suddenly turned into something that made everyone uneasy. Li Haoweng cheerfully thought his mother would berate them later. The headache level. As he thought that, his consciousness began to drift back to the other world. Mom's sudden arrival made him forget how to trick that mushroom-headed guy. His consciousness dimmed before fully departing. Then Dr. Li wanted to talk again. All right, little Li, we can continue later. Wait until I return, then discuss when you go back to the illusory world. Oh, you're awake, he answered aloud. Awake, yes, I'm awake, master. As Li Haoweng stood up, he thought of Bai Ling Miao, wondering whether they had already used her as the medicine guide. Suddenly, master grabbed his jaw and barked, you're awake, open your mouth for this Taoist. As he shouted, he shoved something into his mouth. What on earth is this mushroom-headed guy stuffing into me? That's right, don't open your mouth wide. How else could you swallow the black tai sui? Seeing Li Haoweng's pained face, master sneered with excitement. This black tai sui is truly a treasure. Swallow it and it can suppress a person's psychosis. Seeing Haoweng's tortured expression, master couldn't hide his glee. This black tai sui is a fine thing, just swallow it and it can suppress a person's madness. But Haoweng refused to submit and stubbornly pulled it out. All the while he kept thinking fiercely to himself, I'm not eating. I'm not sick. In an instant the slimy creature was yanked out and lay neatly in his palm. Seeing that, master angrily called out, Changaming Changren. Without hesitation, the 2 servants promptly appeared behind Li Haoweng and replied respectfully, yes, master. 2 blades whistled out and flew. In a flash, Li Haoweng was restrained and pinned silently to the floor. Seeing this, master didn't hesitate and issued a blunt threat. If you don't swallow it, kid, this isn't your decision to make. At that, Li Haowing felt a surge of indignation and thought to himself, why isn't this my choice? Quickly, he squeezed his eyes shut and ordered Long to return to the real world immediately. In an instant, Li Haowing jolted awake at the barrage of urgent calls. Haowing, Li Haowing. Yang Na immediately appeared, worry written all over her face, anxiously asking, are you okay, Li Haowing? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Seeing her, he felt relieved and called out, nah. At the same time, Dr. Li from a distance couldn't hide his alarm and shouted, little Li. He kept asking, what did you see in the hallucination? Your emotions have been swinging quite a bit lately. Li Haowing suddenly felt uneasy, thinking, hallucination, right, I haven't fully left the illusion yet. Without hesitation, he blurted loudly, Dr. Li, do you have any medicine that can temporarily suppress hallucinations? I want to rest a bit. At these words, Dr. Li paused suspiciously, stood still for a moment, hesitated, and thought. After a while, he turned back and said hesitantly, there's a little of the previous medicine left. I'll prescribe more. I think I left some here. Little Li, the medicine only helps. To fully escape the hallucinations, you must follow my method, the doctor said sternly. Quickly, the medicine reached Yang Na. She calmly handed it to Li Haowing with a bright smile. Here's the medicine, Li Haowing, shall I give it to you? But the situation was too precarious. Li Haowing couldn't help but grimace and demand, no need for water, just give me the pill. Give it to me first. As soon as he said it, Li Haowing quickly swallowed, taking the pill that sat on the border between reality and illusion. In no time, he narrowly escaped death. Li Haowing exhaled in relief and said, phew, it's safe, just take the medicine and those hallucinations over there won't appear anymore. Hearing that, Yang Na, a bit uneasy, frowned and pressed, what do you mean safe? Li Haowing, were you frightened by something in the hallucination just now? To that, Li Haowing smiled without hesitation and replied, it's nothing, those people over there were speaking strangely, saying I'm psychotic and trying to feed me something weird as treatment. What a joke, could a modern guy like me be the hallucination of that medicine guide Li Haowing? He snorted with self-satisfied laughter as he spoke. Clearly they were the ones who were the illusion, but before Haowing could finish his sentence, a gigantic tentacle, no one knew when it had appeared, suddenly shot into his mouth, making him choke and give a hacking cough. Unable to hide his shock, Haowing was instantly in pain and panic, thinking desperately that hadn't he already taken the medicine. Why are hallucinations still appearing? In a flash, he squeezed his eyes shut and tried to calm himself. It's fine, just close my eyes and open them and all the hallucinations will be gone. Indeed, in an instant, Li Haowing's body became weightless and drifted through a void of nothingness. Overwhelmed, he opened his eyes, then once more stubbornly shut them, secretly hoping he could return to the real world. But luck did not favor him this time. A voice suddenly rang out and made Li Haowing startle. Ha, you said you wouldn't eat and nearly swallowed my whole hand. You're so delusional and still claim you're not psychotic. The master, pleased, turned and called back as a reminder. All right, the psychosis is gone. Now we can work seriously. Remember, in King Feng office we don't keep idlers. On the first of every month come to me to get your medicine. Faced with this maddening situation, Li Haowing couldn't help but feel furious and scold inwardly. How can this be? Could this place actually be the real world? And the so-called real world is the hallucination. At that thought, memories from the world he called real flashed through his mind in an instant. Li Haowing suddenly dropped to his knees on the ground, dejected and in agony. Li Haowing's face went blank, refusing to believe his eyes. He whispered, impossible. The disgusting tentacle slid out of his throat. He mumbled helplessly, nah is not an illusion. He collapsed face first to the ground, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Impossible. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared, smiling and calling him Li Haowing. He startled and froze. Teary-eyed, Li Haowing looked up at him. With a rare smile he said, nah, you haven't gone, you're still here. Before the words finished, his eyes widened as if seeing something truly horrific. Nana's body gradually dissolved, and he could only stand and watch helplessly. Li Haowing reached out and grabbed, but what he caught were only white, shapeless fragments. He cried out for nah. His hand clenched, holding on in vain. Li Haowing struggled to crawl up. His body was covered in wounds as he raised his hand high. He ground his teeth in anger and asked, why? He threw his head back and shouted to the sky, why have I come to this damn place? This illness won't let me go. In the cave, the atmosphere fell silent. Everyone was already seated at the table. Bai Ling Miao carried the tray of steamed buns over to where Li Haowing sat. He was sitting dazed, leaning against the rock wall. She sat down in front of him and gently said, Senior brother Lei, eat the steamed bun. You haven't eaten anything all day. Li Haowing coldly took out a green jade pendant and asked, You earlier said how did this pendant end up in your possession? Bai Ling Miao replied calmly, senior brother Li gave it to me. I said I didn't need it, but you insisted on shoving it into my hands. A memory surfaced. Haha, no, I'm not sick. Wait a moment. Bai Ling Miao continued slowly, laughing and shouting that she wasn't ill. Li Haoweng with a world-weary sneer asked, and then what happened? She recounted it as if it were real. Then Brother Wang took advantage of your episode and struck your head with a stone. Two vague memories blended together. His dazed eyes recalled the scene with his face covered in blood. Bai Ling Miao bowed her head, hands clenched, voice edged with anger. Brother Wang thought you were dead and wanted to finish you off. Hearing this, Li Haoweng cursed inwardly, Brother Wang, that fat, cleft-lipped fellow. Suddenly, he lunged forward, pressing his face close to hers, asking, where's this Wang fellow? Bai Ling Miao frowned, stunned, and replied, he was beaten to death by senior brother Li, don't you remember? But in his memory, the person he fought that day wasn't old Liu, was he? So there basically wasn't any old Liu at all. I'm truly out of my mind. Li Haoweng looked up at the high sky, the massive incense cup set in the center. Blood everywhere before him. He rose, dazed, reasoning that if this side is the real world, then Bai Ling Miao and those alchemists, it's not just them, everyone here will die. He walked forward slowly, thinking to himself that the ringleader of all this crime was that mushroom-headed fellow. While he was still lost in thought, his master in this space spoke up, Xuan Yang, you seem to have something to say. The words made him start and wonder, when did that mushroom-headed one arrive? Li Haoweng steadied himself, clasped his hands respectfully, and replied, Master, he kept urging me to answer his question. The master turned with a terrifying face and demanded, what are you thinking? Li Haoweng nervously answered, Disciple, my mind jumps too quickly. He stammered on, I admire your pill-refining Tao, master, and wonder when I might reach that level. Zheng Kun, listening beside him, sneered inwardly, what cheap flattery. Their master laughed heartily at that. Ha ha, ambition is a fine thing. Zheng Kun's face darkened with a twinge of envy, so master actually likes hearing such words. He stroked his beard and guilefully continued, but it's not that this Taoist doesn't teach you. The outer pill Tao isn't that simple. Ordinary elixirs are one thing, but if you want to cultivate both inner and outer pills and use pill Tao to become an immortal. Li Haoweng feigned adding a few words, Master is about to ascend, but secretly I'm overjoyed. What a relief to escape. He climbed a steep rock face and said smugly, becoming an immortal isn't that simple, but this Taoist will surely succeed. He slowly posed a question to him, do you know why? Li Haoweng slightly raised his head, sweating, and replied, Disciple does not know. The master's eyes narrowed, becoming deep and full of implication. Suddenly Zheng Kun bent forward to remind him, Master, the hour is nearly upon us. If we don't prepare for pill refinement, we may be delayed. He snorted coldly at that, then waved his hand and signaled, very well, then begin preparations. They bustled about preparing. Yes, master. Someone even reminded him of a chore. Xuan Yang, hurry to the materials room and fetch the guiding herb I told you to bring here yesterday. Li Haoweng listened in bewilderment. Guiding herb? Zheng Kun strode up angrily, poking his chest as he repeated, you were sleepwalking last time. Master told you to bring the white guiding herb, but you didn't. Your negligence caused Master to miss the pill refining hour. Have you forgotten? He lectured carefully. The herb's medicinal properties and the timing of the refinement both affect the pill's quality. Not a speck of deviation is allowed. He clicked his tongue and waved him off. Never mind, telling you is pointless. Get to work. Hearing this, Li Haoweng froze, his face briefly stunned. The white guiding herb, the pill refinement with Bai Ling Miao still wasn't finished. At that moment in King Feng's materials chamber, everyone had gathered together. Their faces were blank. Some peered inside and anxiously said, it's happening again. There's no escape. Everyone here will die. Li Haoweng coldly looked at Bai Ling Miao huddled on the ground and ordered, Bai Ling Miao, come with me. She still replied softly and ruefully, yes. Suddenly she called to him, Senior Brother Li, which made him start and turn to look. She pleaded earnestly with him, Senior Brother Li, if you survive and leave this place, could you deliver a message to my family? Bai Ling Miao bowed her head, moved, and continued, my parents live at the foot of Niexin Mountain in Liang Country. Please tell them that. Tears welled and streamed down her face as her voice broke and choked out each word. She said their unfilial daughter cannot not care for her parents in their old age. After saying this, she sobbed helplessly. Li Haoweng replied coldly, don't even look at her once, I can't help with that, your time is running out. Bai Ling Miao's eyes froze wide as she stared at him, a flicker of fear crossing her face. He rolled up his sleeves, gripped the small sword in his hand, then turned and said, now take off your pants. Bai Ling Miao, tears in her eyes, glared at him with a look of anguish and whispered, "Senior brother Li." At the same time, his master sat atop a towering pill furnace, surrounded by a dark membrane and splattered with fresh blood. Li Haoweng stepped forward with Bai Ling Miao and bluntly said, "Master, the guiding herb has been brought." He heard this and grinned wickedly, "Ha ha, Xuan Yang, well done." His face turned fiendish as he praised, "Good disciple, come here." Then he reached his hand forward. A white power arose, wrapping around Bai Ling Miao's neck and lifting her. She gaped in helplessness, and in an instant she lay cradled in the palm of the wicked master. He frowned, his face displeased as if he'd noticed something. Huh. At that moment, a trickle of red blood ran down her leg. The master muttered about bad luck. He mistook that blood for the girl's own. In an annoyed tone, he hoisted Bai Ling Miao up higher and said, "Why must it fall on this day? The herb's properties have been altered." He then unceremoniously threw her to the ground and coldly ordered, "Xuan Yang, take this guiding herb away." He obediently replied, "Yes, master." He curled his lips in a faint smile. "Success, now just take Bai Ling Miao out of here." But he changed his mind and added, "Wait, Xuan Yang, if this herb is no good, bring another one here." He coldly instructed, "I recall there's another guiding herb." Hearing this, his face went blank. He bit his lip to hold back his emotions. The master didn't forget to urge him, "Hurry back and forth, don't make this Taoist miss the pill refining hour. Return to the materials room, I'll fetch another white guiding herb to bring to the pill chamber." Someone else collapsed to the ground, begging nonstop, "Please, senior brother Li, I don't want to die." Seeing the tears of those innocent girls, only then did I realize I had been wrong. I couldn't save Bai Ling Miao. People were crushed in the pill furnace, blood staining an entire cavern. His master, splattered with blood across his face, glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you so eager for the pill refining path? Come, look closely." He thought to himself that as long as that old poke continued refining pills, I won't be able to save anyone. Tomorrow and the next day, guiding herbs will still die here. He shouted to open the furnace and a blinding light emitted. Li Haoweng told himself, I cannot be his accomplice. At that moment, a blood-red pill formed. The master was thoroughly pleased. "Not bad, not bad. None of the other disciples could learn like you." He generously presented it before him. "This pill is your reward." Without hesitation, he bowed and reached out to accept the pill, saying respectfully, "Thank you, master, for creating the pill." After finishing the refinement, the master lightly brushed past Li Haoweng. He muttered, "To save those who are used as guiding herbs, to save myself." The master didn't forget to remind him, "Good child, eat it while it's still warm." He bit his lip, eyes steeled with resolve. The only way is to kill him. Li Haoweng swallowed the pill without a second thought, then suddenly froze. No, something was wrong with this pill. He gaped, stuck out his tongue, tore at his clothes with shaking hands, crying out in pain, "Too hot, too hot." His body burned like flame, smoke billowing from his chest as in legends. Seeing him like that, the master only coldly advised, "Xuan Yang, go back and rest." He looked at him with a malicious eye and slowly explained, "This medicinal force is very strong. Full absorption will take some time." Li Haoweng endured the pain, bowed, and replied, "Yes, master." He walked away with difficulty, each step labored, white smoke still rising thickly. He dug his fingers into the bedrock, leaving deep grooves. Li Haoweng, furious, punched through a stone wall. His strength was so terrifying that the rock crumbled into sand. A painful memory surfaced, the pleas of the innocent before death. "Senior brother Li, I don't want to die," it echoed in his head. His body seemed to change violently, convulsing in pain. I had eaten a pill forged from humans. He could feel the overflowing power it granted, and from just one pill he gained this transformative strength. He bent over and vomited a brown liquid, thinking helplessly, how can I possibly kill that old poke who has swallowed countless pills? A pale arm reached out from behind. Bai Ling Miao supported him, her voice anxious as she asked, "Senior brother Li, are you all right?" He stammered, unable to form words. She understood his thoughts and gently comforted him. "Senior brother, you need not blame yourself. You were forced into it too." Both sank into silence for a long while. Bai Ling Miao fumbled, clutching at her hem, and whispered, "Senior brother Li, you." Her face began to change, no longer as weak as before. A flash of hatred lit her eyes as she asked, "Do you want to deal with master?" Caught off guard, Li Haoweng panicked, eyes wide as he stared at her. He couldn't tell if she was foe or friend. Li Haoweng hurriedly shoved Bai Ling Miao, banging her lightly against the wall. "Shh, do you not want to live? He might know what's happening here." Bai Ling Meo remained upbeat and replied, "It's okay, senior brother. Today is the day Xuan Lao, old man Xuan, goes to the market. Master can't hear us now." Li Haoing frowned and asked her, "Xuan Lao, who is that?" Around them, the others stood stunned and dazed. "Want to capture people as guiding herbs? We're certainly dead." Li Haoing looked at them and thought to himself that sure enough, everyone now regarded him as an accomplice of that mushroom-headed old man. He ignored them, grabbed Bai Ling Meo's hand and pulled her along. "This place isn't safe, let's change locations." A filthy farmer scratched his neck, his gaze still following Li Haoing. He led Ling Meo to a brighter spot. On the way he asked her, "Continue. Who did you mean by Xuan Lao just now?" Bai Ling Meo tilted her head and answered, "Xuan Lao is Xuan Lao, he can't be seen or touched." She began to tell him what she'd heard from her family. Only someone of high virtue can control them, but on the 1st and 15th of each month, Xuan Lao returns to go to the market. Hearing that, Li Haoing pondered, Xuan Lao goes to the market on the 1st and full moon. That means on those 2 days, the mushroom-headed old man can't oversee all of King Feng. This is crucial information. Bai Ling Meo suddenly looked serious and asked, "Senior brother Li, back to the main matter. Do you really want to go after Master?" Li Haoing bit his lower lip. Of course his hatred was plain to see. He wanted to eat the old man alive. Bai Ling Meo grew eager, squeezed his hand and offered, "Then I'll join in too. I want to help." Suddenly another voice rang out. The speaker held a strange object and said, "Count me in too." Both Li Haoing and Bai Ling Meo turned around in surprise. Gawa held 2 rock-like things in his hands, grinning as he said, "Senior brother Lei, you probably don't remember me. I was born unnamed, so just call me Gawa." Gawa stepped closer and handed them the 2 items he carried. "Hey, senior brother and sister-in-law, have a snack." Bai Ling Meo frowned in annoyance. "You eavesdropped on us." Gawa twirled his hand and replied like a street hustler, No, I wouldn't dare eavesdrop. I came to seek senior brother Li's protection and happened to hear the last line from Sister Bai, that's all." Bai Ling Meo cut him off warily before he finished. "You know nothing. Do we really trust you want to join?" Gawa put his hands on his hips and replied, "I admire senior brother Li, wouldn't I join for his sake?" As for Li Haoing, he glanced at them oddly and thought, "Xuan Yang, oh Xuan Yang, did you used to gather people like this too?" Then he spoke up to the fellow before him, "Gawa, aren't you afraid of me?" Gawa scratched his head and answered, completely carefree, "Why fear?" Senior brother Li had no choice either. Li Haoing snorted and declared, "Fine, you're in too, just don't regret it, Gawa." He thought, "I hope I don't end up like Xuan Yang." In the days that followed, I constantly sought ways to kill Dan Yangzi, but with only me and the 2 beside me, facing him was essentially impossible. During this time, the guiding herbs from the medicine room were one by one brought into the pill chamber by me. In his memory, their desperate, pleading faces flashed by. "The only thing I can do is remember their last pleas," he said as if making a declaration, "until the 8th guiding herb." At that moment, Li Haoing bowed his head to report, "Master, the guiding herb is ready." Dan Yangzi stood against the cliff and replied, "I know." Dan Yangzi suddenly praised him and made an offer. "Xuan Yang, you've done very well recently. I've said it before, in our T-Zishan Donghua sect, merits are rewarded and faults punished. If you wish to learn pill refinement, I'll teach you a formula for the moistening blood pill." Li Haoing's face stiffened in astonishment. The one beside his master looked the same. Dan Yangzi pointed upward as he instructed him, "Do not underestimate this formula. Though simple, it is an immortal technique in the celestial scriptures." A stern voice rose, "Remember 2 liang of Ren Dan, half a jin of Xiong Fuzai." The stern voice repeated, "Remember 2 liang of Ren Dan, half a jin of Xiong Fuzai." Haoing frantically scanned around, thinking he needed something to write with. Without waiting, the cadence continued. "Yang Qi Shi Tu Liang 4 Kaiyan." Haoing found a solution and quickly snatched up a stone from the ground. The master continued relaying, "At the hour use 3 Qi to start the furnace. At the right time bathe. By eyes observe the quiet light. By that maintain emptiness. By spirit cultivate vigor. Use literary flame to nurture it. At Mao hour 4 Qi open the furnace and success will occur immediately." As he heard it, Haoing quickly recorded everything onto his robe. Haoing wrote it all down carefully. After some diligent scratching, he was finally done. He exhaled, and his robe was covered in characters. Finished, Haoing looked up brightly and said, "Master, your disciple has written the prescription on his Dao robe." The master was silent. A moment later, he opened his eyes slightly and clicked his tongue. Haoing continued, "Master, see if I've missed anything." But no sooner had he finished than a foot came flying straight for his face. Unexpectedly, the master kicked him. The blow was so strong it sent his body flying several meters backward. Howang was in pain, blood flowing. He truly couldn't understand what was wrong with that mushroom-headed old man. Why flip his face like that so suddenly? Howang's heavy body thudded painfully to the ground. The master casually walked away. He thought to himself that although his handwriting wasn't pretty, it was legible. Yet that mushroom-headed fellow didn't even bother to look, as if he had some reaction to Howang writing down the formula. Then Howang suddenly realized, wait, back when we had morning self-study, we had no scriptures and I never saw any paintings displayed in King Feng Inn. All knowledge was passed down orally. From these facts, Howang began to suspect. Could that mushroom-headed fellow be illiterate? Is he a man who cannot read? He lay flat on the ground, not rushing to get up, full of questions. If the mushroom-headed man couldn't read, then who had interpreted the celestial scriptures he mentioned? Suddenly someone approached him and spoke first. Well, if it isn't Howang. The person who appeared was Zhang Kun. He bowed his head and said to him, even the formula from the celestial scriptures that master passed to you, it seems the old man was truly amused by your flattery. Howang struggled up and replied, senior brother Zhang Kun, master favoring me is his plan. Even if master told me all the immortal techniques in the celestial scriptures, I doubt you could handle it anyway. He stood and gestured toward the other. If there's nothing else, please step aside. I've got to help master arrange the pill materials. They exchanged only a few words, but the next moment Zhang Kun made a move on him. That single palm strike made Howang cough up blood, pain stealing his words as he cried inwardly, my ribs. Zhang Kun cruelly stomped him down and sneered, it's just about getting one formula. Who do you think you are? If master didn't teach me the immortal arts, do you really think he'd teach you? He spat the warning, and another thing, spare me using master to scare me. When master and I were being hunted, you weren't around to help. Howang painfully dragged himself up, hacking coughs. Even so, he wasn't afraid. He shot back bluntly, teasing that his senior brother's talent for cultivation was pretty pathetic. If not, after following master for so long, why hasn't he passed on immortal techniques to you? Sure enough, Zhang Kun was enraged by the jab and lunged at Howang, snarling, you little bastard. He struck, the force sending Howang crashing into the pile of earth and rocks behind him until it shattered. Zhang Kun bellowed, are you looking to die? After a while, the ground fell silent again. Xuan Yuan stepped over to Howang, who was writhing on the ground, sighed and said, junior brother Li Howang, why are you so stubborn? Lucky you took master's pills or you'd be dead already. He kindly hauled Howang up and reminded him, didn't I tell you to show Zhang Kun some respect? Why provoke him? Howang, barely alive from the beating, kept coughing. But even now he wasn't scared and retorted boldly, what then? Can he really kill me? If more disciples of the sect die, this place can't keep going. Howang glanced back and added, besides, Master's Yu Elder is watching nearby. At Howang's words, Xuan Yuan looked puzzled. Yu Elder, what's that? Now Howang realized something. His eyes widened as he thought, Xuan Yuan doesn't even know Yu Elder exists. Right, the day we escaped before wasn't the 1st or 15th, and inner disciples like Zhang Kun. That mushroom-headed old man doesn't teach immortal techniques either. It seems he trusts no one. What kind of disciple is taught by someone like that? After a few seconds of silence, Howang suddenly laughed. Xuan Yuan really worries over him, oh dear. He sighed and wondered, didn't master already give pills to junior brother Li Howang? Why would you say that? But Xuan Yuan had no idea how excited Howang was. Howang smiled inwardly, thinking, I found my angle. Li Howang had been bullied by Zhang Kun day after day. Now he had only one thought, kill him. Later, when another conflict with Zhang Kun arose, I revealed information about Yu Elder to him. Zhang Kun curled his lip in contempt. Seeing his expression, I was sure trouble would follow. Li Howang watched Zhang Kun constantly, always observing in secret, while Zhang Kun just went through the motions of cultivation. Just when I thought my judgment was wrong, that he wasn't as greedy as I'd imagined, about a month later on the 15th day of the 2nd month. Today, the mushroom-headed old man lit the furnace to refine pills, yet Zhang Kun didn't go to Zhenyi Hall to practice as usual. A gloomy atmosphere hung over King Feng Inn, Dan Yangzi's dwelling. Li Howang was carefully hiding behind a large rock, watching. The door to the mushroom-headed man's quarters opened. It seemed Zhang Kun had found someone to help sneak in and investigate. Paranoid as ever, he still chose to keep watch outside. Humph. He was surprised to see that the figure was none other than Xuan Yin. a cheerful Xuan Yin disciple stepped out. The two of them seemed to be exchanging something. After finishing, they tensed their arms and multiple streams of spiritual power poured out from them, and then finally vanished along with the colorful, misty smoke. Li Haowing exhaled in relief. At last they're gone. The ward in the room was probably broken by Zheng Kun. What was that charm just now? He brightened, waving his limbs as he hurried inside. Next up is my turn. The room was rotten pitch black and looked like it might collapse any second. It stinks like a dead rat. Li Haowing slipped quietly into the inner area, then suddenly stopped, staring ahead in surprise. Before him stood something like a stone stele, sealed with countless strips of red paper. Li Haowing stared at the stele dumbly. This must be the celestial scripture the mushroom-headed man mentioned, right? The characters are hard to read. He bupo em kan bai cam dak like yun guang bupo em dai sense si dai ao how body order must attain peace and liberation gate. He mulled it over. This celestial scripture clearly looked like a sutra, and there were no pill-refining methods on it. So why would the mushroom-headed man rely on it to refine pills, unless… Suddenly a shimmering purple space appeared behind him. A voice echoed in the gloomy air, "Are you of the same clan as your mother?" From somewhere a terrifying-faced ceramic jar appeared, grinning slyly. "Don't move. If I shake the bell, my father will come back right away." Li Haowing nervously glanced over his shoulder and eyed it warily. His body trembled. "So that's it. Fine, then shake it." Li Haowing's lips twitched with excitement. "Perfect. I'll let that old man know you don't actually understand this celestial scripture. You've been deceiving him all along." The jar was provoked until it ground its teeth and hissed angrily, "Lion, lion, how did you figure it out?" Li Haowing smiled inwardly. Right on target. The one helping the mushroom-headed man interpret the scripture really was her. The jar kept fidgeting nervously before Li Haowing. She tried to explain, stumbling, but you can't blame me. I couldn't make sense of that cursed scripture and father forced me to read it to him. After I read it, he just stood there solemnly. Aren't you afraid he'll find out? She clicked her tongue. Well, my father can't read anyway, so what I say is what it is. Li Haowing glanced at her accusingly. So you were the one who made the pill recipe that eats people and fed it to him? She nodded in agreement. Yes, I only remembered bits and treated them like things written in a book, then told father. Don't worry, eating it won't kill someone. I don't want anything bad to happen to my father either. I'm just afraid father will know I'm useless and toss me aside. Look at me, I have no hands or feet. Before she finished, Li Haowing grabbed her by the neck of the jar. Startled by his action, she let out an involuntary squeal. He put all his strength into his hands and slammed her onto the floor. Blood spilled out, looking disgusting. Her face twisted in agony as she screamed, it hurts so much." Li Haowing's expression went cold and his eyes widened. "This potion of yours really doesn't kill people when they eat it." He clenched his fists and stood tall amid the chaos on the floor. "But it's also because of this potion of yours that the mushroom-headed man keeps feeding on people." Tears streamed down her face as she moaned in excruciating pain. "Father, it hurts so much." At that moment, hundreds of people stood before the huge stone statue, white smoke rising in a magical haze. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Who? Just as Li Haowing had predicted, they arrived. In his hand, he held a grotesque, monstrous head. Who is it? Master radiated killing intent, his eyes bloodshot. Who sneaked into my room while I was refining pills? Li Haowing stood there calmly despite Master's questioning. No one will speak, right? Stepping past tens of thousands, he snarled, "Then our sect will question you one by one." Master immediately teleported to his two disciples. "Changming, Changren, what were you doing while I was refining pills?" They startled at his question. Master's pressure made it hard to breathe. Changming stammered, "Master, we were guarding the Qingfeng Gate as you ordered me and Changren." A red murderous aura fixed on Changming, choking him. Me and Changren didn't slack for even a moment. Seeing their honesty, Master did not press them further. He moved on to question the next person. "Xuan Yuan, what about you?" The chubby one stammered a few words. "Master, I…" He rambled a long explanation. Li Haowing, standing beside him, began to sweat. It looked like he was next. The space fell into a terrifying silence. Some people showed signs of fear, trembling continuously. A hand with blackened nails reached toward Li Haowing, Xuan Yang. He stuck out an ugly grimace, exhaling milky white smoke. "Your turn now. After you delivered the guiding herbs today, where did you go?" He struggled to answer. Master swallowed hard and said, "This disciple was in the medicine room preparing herbs for the next time Master needs them." He grimaced inwardly, thinking this pressuring feeling explains why Changming and Xuan Yuan were sweating so much. Master interrogated everyone behind him. "Did any of you actually see Xuan Yang in the medicine room?" At that moment, everyone stood as if awaiting death. Master sneered and pointed, thinking carefully before saying, "If anyone can find this person for me, our sect will not only see him home but also give him some travel money." A weak voice rose from within the crowd. "Master, Li's senior brother really was with everyone then." Bai Ling Miao declared clearly, "I can testify for senior brother Li." He narrowed his eyes. "You testify?" She wiped nervous sweat from her face. "What about the others?" Suddenly a loudmouth in the crowd spoke up. "This Xuan Yang fellow didn't go to the medicine room even once today." He smirked at his remark. At those words, the faces of Li Haoeng and Bai Ling Miao drained of blood. The two disciples who had earlier entered Master's house smiled inwardly. Master remained there, imposing and full of murderous intent. "That brazen fellow bargained. Alas, Master, I helped find the man for you. Can I be sent home now?" Blood rushed to his head. The old master crushed the head he had been holding, baring his yellowed teeth as he shouted, "Nonsense! The guiding herbs this morning were brought by Xuan Yang himself. He didn't go to the medicine room, so where did he get them? Do you want to die?" Those words left him helpless. His legs gave out and he fell to his knees in terror. In a pitiful display he knelt and begged, "Forgive me, venerable master, I was wrong, I was blinded by pork fat and lied." To the right of master stood Xuan Yin, wearing a faint smile. He glanced about with amused interest, taking in everything that unfolded. Suddenly a slab of squashed flesh flew from nowhere and splattered straight onto Xuan Yin's portrait. In his eyes now there was nothing but the figure of master. "Just now when Xuan Yang was falsely accused, were you laughing?" He transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, fangs bared, eyes ravenous as if about to swallow everything, fixed on Xuan Yin. The master howled and lunged beside him. "Are you amused that he was framed?" Startled, Xuan Yin staggered back. "Huh." The master gave an unbearably terrifying roar. Xuan Yin went pale with fear, trembling under master's soul-shaking pressure, and pitifully collapsed to the ground, losing his wits as he blurted, "Master, and no, it wasn't me." He screamed, pointing at the man in yellow. "It was Zheng Kun. Zheng Kun forced me to do it." Reflexively, he turned his head, but all Zheng Kun saw was master's cold, flaming red gaze. The instinct to flee death suddenly snapped awake in him. Zheng Kun spun around in terror to run. Master shot red eyes at Zheng Kun and said in disappointment, "So it's you I should have suspected sooner." Zheng Kun fled in haste, despite the many eyes watching him. Master calmly took something from his robe pocket and said, "Only you can undo the ward in my room, but did you really think?" Zheng Kun kept running. He looked utterly pathetic now. Master held up a tarnished gold coin and stared at it. "Should I feel safe letting you come and go in my room?" He flicked the coin into the air, then gathered all his strength in his foot as if to crush it. As if linked to Zheng Kun, a strange coin-shaped mark appeared on his head. Beneath Master's foot, that thing shattered into many pieces. Zheng Kun's body was instantly torn apart, his arms and legs ripped from him. Running too fast and suddenly losing contact with the ground, his body slammed forward, dragging a streak of blood across the floor. He moaned in remorse, "Ma." Bai Ling Miao observed his weak words. "Ah, I'm sorry." Li Haoeng still stood there, showing no expression in his eyes. Looking at the mess on the floor, Zheng Kun was no longer whole, his body mangled, muscles twitching in spasms. Pitiful begging, "I'm sorry, master." He tried to explain, "When senior master Zheng hunted us before, my two brothers gave their lives to save ours." Still, master showed no sign of relenting. He stood towering over Zheng Kun. "Good disciple, what are you thinking? I know it all." At the last moment he begged desperately, "Master, I'm a cripple now, please spare me this once." But his plea was met only by master's crushing stomp. He snorted in disdain, "You and your two brothers are nothing but wide-eyed wolves who never submit." With that, master stomped hard on his head. Zheng Kun's skull exploded, blood spraying everywhere. Each wisp of white smoke drifted slowly into the darkness, the scent before the great statue hinting at something mysterious. Li Haoeng knelt with a bundle of incense clasped in his hands. Beside him, master watched silently. 7, 8, 9 kowtows. Xiao Zui's face was hollow and gaunt. "Finished, master." Master replied calmly, having lit incense before the founding ancestor, "From now on you are an official disciple of our Tao." A warm cheer of welcome rolled out like a stream. Hundreds bowed in salute. "Congratulations, master, congratulations, senior brother." Still, the earlier accuser Vu Kong-an and Bai Ling Miao remained somewhat wary and fearful. He slowly departed. "Very well, Xuan Yang, come with me, everyone else disperse." Li Haoeng merely nodded absent-mindedly. "Yes, De Jingjin," he thought to himself with quiet joy. The moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. "Don't worry, you rotten fellow, I'll help you ascend to immortality, or at least give it a shot." The two of them stood before the sealed stone stele. The old master spoke first. "I recall you can read, right?" Xuan Yang heard the question but didn't rush to answer. After a moment he narrowed his eyes and admitted, "Yes, master." Hearing that, master immediately unleashed his spiritual power, a blue vortex wound around his hand. Good, being literate helps. He curled 3 fingers and the spiritual current shot outward, dispersing into the sealed steel like chains, the coins slowly being undone. "So go and examine the characters in the celestial tome, see if you understand them." He strolled up to the stele. "Yes, master." Tracing the red strokes on the celestial tome, he pondered for a long time. The immortal cultivation method had originally been haphazardly compiled by that Hua Ping fellow. If I can't continue it, I'll be exposed immediately. Rather than that, it's better to overturn the whole thing. Li Haowang pretended to be clever. This disciple understands. The old master scowled. "What are you dawdling about? If you see something, say it quickly." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Master, why doesn't the celestial tome include the prescription for the run-zu pill you taught me before?" He gave a puzzled sneer. Li Haowang rubbed his chin and wondered. The celestial tome contains an internal cultivation method. It says you must cultivate it before the old year ends and the new year begins, combined with several types of external pills used simultaneously. Only then can one absorb the spiritual qi that the heavenly Tao pours into the mortal world and thus attain immortality. Hearing this, master hurriedly shoved him aside. "A cultivation method, and it must be combined with external alchemical pills," Li Haowang confirmed. "External pills come in types. I saw one here, 2 taels and 4 coins of cinnabar, 1 coin of Bai Xianzi, 1 tael and 2 coins of stone Xin." At the mention, the old master's face twitched repeatedly. Li Haowang spread both hands in puzzlement. "And what is this old ingredient for soul refinement? Master, what herb is that?" The flame inside him reached a boiling point. No wonder. The old master tensed his arms and clenched his rear, letting out a mad howl. No wonder that wench said this celestial tome would change and couldn't simply be memorized. No wonder our generation has failed to become immortals for so long. The old master unleashed his wrath, daring to deceive our Tao, deservedly dead. He turned to threaten him. "That brat and that wench could fool me. You're not going to try the same trick, are you?" Li Haowang replied foolishly, "Master, this is the way to become an immortal. Why would I deceive you? I want to become immortal too." Master pressed close to his face, staring. He no longer looked to the right, then looked to the left. The old master burst into delighted laughter. "Good, you tell me this cultivation method first. Brush your hands and bid me farewell for now. Once the two of us master it thoroughly, we'll refine the external pills. This time the two disciple and master will ascend together." Despite the master's crafty smile, Li Haowang was brimming with murderous intent. "Yes, master." The darkness inside the cave was thick enough to swallow every weak speck of light, making one feel as if stepping into a forgotten world. Li Haowang was holding a torch, looking exhausted. "Luckily, I'd read quite a few novels. Otherwise, the martial technique I made up today would surely have been spotted by that mushroom-headed fellow." Welcoming them at the cave mouth were many people standing there with flames in their hands. "Senior brother Li, watch yourselves, you lot." He let out a long, reassuring breath. "Don't worry, once I return safely, my promise to help you escape still stands. You'll be heading home before long." Hearing that, everyone cheered with relief. They knelt down and thanked him sincerely. "Senior brother Li, you are our reincarnated benefactor." Li Haowang was embarrassed. "What are you doing? If it weren't for you all helping me at the Zheng Kun Hall today, I would have been done for. Do you expect me to bow and kowtow to thank you?" He thought vaguely to himself, who would have guessed that in this strange world I'd end up teaming up with such oddly looking folks. Li Haowang cheerfully waved his hand. "Everyone, I need to ask a favor. It concerns whether we can successfully escape from King Feng Inn." Bai Ling Mao blinked in surprise. "Why, senior brother Li?" He replied seriously, "Do you know any legends or stories, like that legend about Old Master Yu?" "Besides Old Master Yu, I heard the family mention another sinister sect thing called the Great Elder Elder." Li Haowang swallowed hard. This so-called Great Elder doesn't seem to be anything special. Ling Miao nervously put a forefinger to her lips as a sign and whispered, "Be careful, don't say Great Elder too loud, that's really a dark thing. First, its appearance differs in everyone's eyes. Some say it looks like a long-eared spirit beast, others insist it appears exactly like a deceased old man. And if you keep talking about the Great Elder, Li Haowang said quietly, "So," Ling Miao scowled, "then the Great Elder will come looking for you." As she finished, a large black hand suddenly thrust out from the gate. its nails sharp as if warning them. And if it spots you, you'll become a great elder yourself. The monster like Ling Miao appeared before him, making him jump in surprise. Ling Miao beamed and bowed slightly toward Li Haowang. So, senior brother Li, what do you know about the great elder? Is it useful to us? He pouted in mock offense, which made Ling Miao look puzzled and tilt her head. Just being near the great elder turns you into it. This world is weird, full of oddities. Li Haowang rubbed his temple in judgment. All right, information on the great elder, it's valuable. What else? The group immediately burst into chatter. Senior brother, I know something too. One man in the crowd scratched his head as he told a story. Senior brother, I heard about someone who skinned a child, dressed it up as a dog, trained it like a pet, and then used that obedient dog to perform tricks on the street. Li Haowang was a bit disappointed. I don't need those gruesome tales. I'm after things like the bizarre old Master Yu. Then Zhao Wu took the floor to tell a strange tale. His body was almost as odd as old Master Yu's. Senior brother, I know of a fish called Gong Ba Yu. My elders used to tell of it. Gong Ba Yu not only looks strange, but only appears during big floods. Li Haowang inwardly agreed that indeed sounded like a kind of oddity. He nodded. Gong Ba Yu counts as one. The burly man suddenly raised his hand. Senior brother, I know a thing. Seeing him stumble over his words, Li Haowang stepped forward to stop him. All right, that's enough for now. I'm leaving. Wait quietly for my news. The burly fellow wondered to himself what kind of intelligence report that was. Take the two hearts of the great elder to refine its essence. What the great elder's master is, don't worry about that and keep reading. Li Haowang stared thoughtfully at the stone stele. Next was a Gong Ba Yu, its gills soaked with 2 taels of arsenic. Old Master cheered, arsenic is extremely cold. It must be balanced with a hot, dry creature like the Gong Ba Yu to neutralize it properly. Also, the heavenly book uses the great elder for pill refinement. Of course, if humans can refine pills, why couldn't these yindemonic things? How did I not think of that before? After he finished speaking, the master produced a magical implement in the palm of his hand. And that golden implement manifested as a small, dazzling metallic bell. Li Haowang turned around in surprise. This was. The bell's sound rang out, pressing on the space with heavy force. The old master shook it so the chime echoed. Li Haowang doubled over, covering his ears with both hands. Ah, my head, what's happening? Could my plan have been discovered by Dan Yangzi? Where exactly did I slip up? A chill of yin energy poured from the ancient heavenly book stele, making Li Haowang's perception grow hazy. What on earth is this? A vague shape coalesced beside the master. The spirit with that grotesque head was old Master Yu. Li Haowang's pupils dilated. He felt a twinge of worry. Were these two called by the old man's bell? Wait, is the master holding a big fist of earth in his hand, eating it off the ground? He was chewing the clump of earth between his teeth with a crunch. The master stood with his arms folded behind his back, speaking some strange, hard-to-understand language to the 2 old Master Yu spirits. Old Master Yu answered briefly. And after the task was done, his spirit dissipated into the gloomy air, leaving only the master babbling there. Although the things in the heavenly book are hard to find, that doesn't trouble your master. If he knows where something is, he can snatch it all. Li Haowang asked blankly, snatch? But he couldn't help mulling over the 2 spirits from earlier. Could those things really help locate pill ingredients? Old Master grumbled irritably. Of course you snatch. If you don't snatch, do you expect people to give it to you for free? Pointing to the sky, he explained, what I summoned with the bell just now was old Master Yu. Old Master Yu is incredibly useful at finding things. That's just one use. At first, taking this bell cost me no small effort. When I was 5, a bigger beggar snatched the stale bow I had. That's when I learned a truth. If you don't have what others do, what then? One word, snatch. When I was young, I stole wives, stole horses, stole silver. Later, I stole cultivation techniques, stole magical implements, stole disciples. Even King Feng and I took by snatching it. Look, did that clay founder say anything? So, child, when grown-ups speak, you must listen. I, your Taoist master, count you as family and so tell you this, to teach you to be clever, that's all. Li Haowang asked naively, but master, what if you can't snatch it? The old master heard this and his face darkened. He muttered, hopeless, truly hopeless. He slapped Haowang on the head with his palm and shouted angrily, is that literate head of yours really so stiff? If you can't snatch it, don't you know to find other ways to snatch? The master counseled carefully. If one person can't snatch it, two join forces. If together you still can't snatch it, use drugs. If drugs fail, resort to shady tricks. Li Haowing twitched his jaw and clicked in approval. Still my master, he sees right through the world. Calling me illiterate, saying I lack insight, accusing me of heretical ways, saying I have no merciful heart. The mushroom-headed master leaned close to the heavenly book steel, grinding his teeth. Wait until I become an immortal. I'll peel back their eyelids and show them clearly who truly lacks insight and who truly lacks compassion. Heaven reduces surplus to fill deficiency, and mankind's path reduces lack to raise surplus. Ancient sages transcended birth to become spirits through utter stillness and void, attaining selflessness. From the heavenly white jade scriptures, 12 towers and 5 sectors, immortal practitioners gathered atop my peak to achieve longevity. Afterwards I lived with the mushroom head, writing worldly pleasures, straying from the path entangled affections. 96 saint kings of fame drifting like clouds. During that time, I kept refining the heavenly book, making the path to immortality ever more reliable. The 9 heavens' profound slaughter turned into a divine thunderbolt, splendidly descending along the sword. The mysterious sect of heaven and earth and myriad devices are the root of great overhaul across eons to attain divine powers. The mushroom head did not idle, and soon after he discovered everything I mentioned. Li Haowing sank to the ground, staring at the pile of ingredients laid out before him. Master. He snorted and looked at Dan Yongzi with amusement. So shall we start the batch now? Just as Li Haowing thought the mushroom head couldn't wait and would immediately begin refining pills, Dan Yongzi said something completely unexpected. Dan Yongzi was nonchalant, not in a hurry. There's still some time before New Year. First, let's go eat the year-end meal. Li Haowing grumbled, glancing down at the plate of food and thought, a New Year's feast in a place like this. Staring at the plate of dumplings, he sat restless and silent. Why not set out bowls and chopsticks for the departed disciples? Lay them all out to welcome them home for New Year. Li Haowing judged inwardly, celebrate New Year with the mushroom head in this uncanny place. Dan Yongzi nodded with satisfaction. Ha ha, that's right. Everyone eating together is what counts as celebrating New Year. Dan Yongzi lost control and ravenously chewed the food on his plate. These dumplings with pork crackling and chives smell divine. He wagged the chopsticks in his hand at the disciples. Eat up, don't just stare like simpletons. The disciples all looked sullen as they gazed at the plates of food. Dan Yongzi slowly picked up a dumpling. You're lucky, he said. When I was your age, you wouldn't even have known what a dumpling looked like. He recalled one year when hunger drove him. He smelled other people's home-cooked food. The daughter of that household saw him begging and pleaded with her father to let him in to eat. He went in and discovered what dumplings were. He remembered how that family wrapped the filling with pork crackling and chives just like this. The old master bit into a dumpling and praised its filling aloud. So fragrant. Li Haowing chewed and thought, indeed, it is fragrant. He gobbled the dumpling down. This is New Year. And New Year is not just about dumplings, it's about gathering together. How could these memories be fake? Dan Yongzi's long blackened nails pointed toward him. Child. He brushed past Li Haowing and laid a hand on his shoulder, weeping as he ate more slowly so he wouldn't choke. His face was callous now, his eyes vacant and brimming with tears. Oh, are you crying? Dan Yongzi pulled out many red envelopes from his robe. Now hold on, if you can't finish eating, don't copy Xuan Yang's eating style. These envelopes are for you. He handed Changming and Changren each a red envelope, reminding them to put it under their pillow. Both of them beamed and bowed, shouting in unison, Thank you, master. Dan Yongzi glanced at the two and sneered inwardly. Thank what? No need for New Year greetings. The other disciples bowed their heads to accept the offerings. Happy New Year, master. Dan Yongzi laughed with delight. Good, everyone, Happy New Year. He went around stuffing red envelopes onto the plates. For my departed disciples, you all get some too. Dan Yongzi stopped where Li Haowing sat and murmured softly, Child, you don't need a red envelope, do you? He stuck out his tongue excitedly and eyed him slyly. Teach me to become an immortal too, so from now on we'll share heaven and earth together. Li Haowing agreed and smiled. All right, master. Watching Dan Yongzi refining pills, Li Haowing felt secretly pleased. This batch is going smoothly as always, but the mushroom head is so suspicious. Didn't he want me to ascend with him because he feared my medicine was fake? His eyes grew more determined, but I'm not afraid. The master and disciple sat together before the burning incense. Good child, you eat first, your master will guard you. Li Haowing nodded. Thank you, master. He put the golden pill in his mouth, thinking inwardly, mushroom head, oh mushroom head, you can take your dreamy, immortal aspirations and go die with me. With that, Li Haoying swallowed the pill with a gulp. Dan Yangzi sat silently, watching him carefully. The incense opposite them had nearly burned out. Li Haoying's body became wrapped in thick gray vapors. Dan Yangzi was surprised, so much innate spiritual qi. This is. Li Haoying crazily threw both arms to the sky and shouted with joy. So that's it, I've realized it, I'm about to become an immortal. The master muttered to himself at the sight, become an immortal. The master muttered again, become an immortal. Your Taoist master wants to become an immortal too. Two streams of spiritual qi swirled and coiled through the surrounding space. Li Haoying clutched his bleeding belly, blood spitting from his mouth. His stomach hurt terribly. He collapsed to the floor, looking at Dan Yangzi with grim satisfaction. Cough ha. Li Haoying taunted, still refining mushroom head. Dan Yangzi's body writhed at Li Haoying's words. That cultivation method you copied from a Xiangxia novel won't make you an immortal. He fumbled and struggled to take the immortal pill from his robe pocket. Ah. Li Haoying forced himself to bite the pill. You'll only become a ghost. He sent a murderous glare at Dan Yangzi. Hey, are you deaf? Li Haoying decisively shoved the old master down roughly. Big shot, I'm talking to you. Dan Yangzi's eyes were crammed with multiple golden irises. You people are corrupt at heart. He crazily sat up and unleashed spiritual qi that flung Li Haoying away. Don't you dare stop your master from becoming an immortal. Get out, I'm about to ascend. Li Haoying bit his teeth in pain and fell to the ground. Dan Yangzi spat blood uncontrollably. Ancestor is coming to fetch me soon. Li Haoying sneered at the scene. He's gone mad, driven insane by his own obsession with becoming an immortal. He clenched his eyes shut in agony. Cough, the stomach really hurts. Wish I'd brought a knife to cut my throat instead of regretting this early. Li Haoying reached out as the image before him began to warp strangely, and Yang Nu's gentle voice rose. Wang, Li Haoying. He happily looked into the air before him. Nah, are you here to take me away? Even if it's just a hallucination, it's not bad. Dr. Li's urgent voice rang out. Patient Yang No 14's consciousness is hazy. Preliminary diagnosis, food poisoning. Quickly bring the suction device and prepare to lavage the stomach. Li Haoying stared dumbly as the gastric suction tube slid down his jaw. Stomach pumping my ass, this is a psychiatric ward. Where are they getting a stomach pump? Can you hallucinations be at least a bit logical? Li Haoying's body sank into a bloodless patch inside his head where Yang Nu's voice kept calling. Haoying, Li Haoying. He lay lifeless, hearing Yang Nu's pleas, come on. A fly suddenly buzzed in his eye. You promised me, it seemed to whisper. Li Haoying immediately vomited a lot of dark red mucus. He lost control and kept vomiting uncontrollably. Li Haoying spat the last drop of blood from his mouth. I'm still alive, how can this be? Wait. He slowly cast a hateful glance at Dan Yangzi. If I'm still alive, then wouldn't Dan Yangzi also be? The membranes around his eyes bulged with veins as he cursed silently. Damn it. Haoying turned and saw Dan Yangzi transformed into something grotesque and swore. God damn, what did he turn into? He saw three heads with a huge mouth and Napoleon-era teeth sprouting from Dan Yangzi's head. He guessed it was some triple crown ascension, a martial transformation to immortal. Dan Yangzi emitted a haunting sound, repeating over and over, I've realized it, I've realized it, I've realized it, I've realized it. He went mad as he spoke. His body began to self-destruct. I've realized the Tao. Before Haoying's eyes, he blew himself apart. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, staining Haoying. With that image, he would never be able to forget the gruesome sight. He looked down and saw a piece of skin, the scabby scalp of Dan Yangzi. Haoying laughed out loud, collapsed face first to the ground, staring at his hands stained red with blood, and laughed boisterously. Pretty sure the mushroom head is dead for real this time. He still wondered at the scrap of skin in his hand. So why am I not dead? His eyes had no light left. He vaguely didn't know what to do. What's next? Two people ran up from afar, ready to act. Hey, which demon is this? Tell us where our master is. He pointed to the ground and said, Master, it's the thing at your feet. Two senior brothers, I'm Xu and Yang. Changming and Changren looked down at what was between them. Changming didn't believe it and shouted, You're talking nonsense, master is. He strode over to them and produced the scabby piece of skin to prove it. Look, he's really dead. Haoying explained to the two, the mushroom head spent his life killing like crazy. He deserved to die, but I didn't kill him for that. I did it for personal grudges. Seeing both of them turn and run off without listening, he called after them, Hey, hear me out before you go. Unable to further explain to them, he shook the small bell, ringing it while holding up Dan Yangzi's scalp skin and announcing, everyone look, Mushroom Head is dead, you can go home now. Seeing that scabby piece of skin, people guessed it really belonged to the Mushroom Head. No mistake, it's him. Everyone cheered with joy and scattered, shouting, quick, chase him, finally we can go home. Li Haowing walked toward the exit while announcing to the others, everyone get out, Dan Yangzi is dead, you can go home to celebrate the new year. The man being carried on someone's shoulder, though exhausted, cheered, the Mushroom Head is dead, dead. Another man joked lecherously, which of you senior brothers is nearby? Wait up and we'll go together later. Bai Ling Miao also said, finally we can go home. Let's go home, senior brother Li. Everyone followed Li Haowing's steps, more spirited than ever. Suddenly he stopped, there was a strange sound outside and he wondered, what was that noise? He and the others hid behind the door and saw Xuan Yang, Changming and Changren fighting. Xuan Yang, eyes bloodshot, said, junior brother Xuan Yang, come over, let's kill Dan Yangzi's 2 lackeys and split the heavenly book. Changming shouted at him to get lost. Xuan Yang, if you don't want to die, stay away. Our master taught you pill refining, so do you really think you can handle 2 sword cultivators like us? Seeing them fight over something that wasn't even here, he breathed a sigh of relief, so it was the heavenly book, and tried to persuade the 3, that isn't a godly heavenly book, just ancient scripture. Senior brothers, why not come with us, that's safer. Changming and Changren's eyes had lost their humanity, they shoved Li Haowing aside. Junior brother Xuan Yang, if you aren't interested in the heavenly book, then get lost. At that, Li Haowing's senior brothers took the chance to run for their lives. All right, we'll go first. He pointed ahead and said, you 3 senior brothers keep at it, if fate wills, we'll meet again later. Those who want to go home, follow me closely, don't poke your noses inside, your blades have no eyes. The whole crowd streamed out of the cave, cheering, we're out, we're going home, I want to go home. Li Haowing was a bit pensive. Dawn already? Have I and that mushroom head been in the alchemy room all night? Bai Ling Miao stepped forward, grabbed his sleeve and whispered, senior brother Li, let's go too. Li Haowing took her milky white hand and placed it onto something. Wait, these are the dying words and addresses the apothecaries left behind when they died. When you go out, find a courier and bring them home for their families. She, surprised and worried, asked back, senior brother Li, you aren't going home. Hearing her, he mocked himself inwardly. Home? I don't have a home anymore, where could I possibly go back to? She could only watch his lone figure walk back toward the cave. People kept streaming out, they were eager to get home. He lay on the dry grass, idly recalling certain things. Oh right, it's the first day of the month and I haven't taken that disgusting black spoon year pill yet. The hallucination-suppressing effect must be wearing off soon, huh? Even if it's fake, fine, let me see Nana one more time. His consciousness gradually sank into the void, and in the endless darkness, it seemed 2 people were calling him. Senior brother Li, let's go together. The voice calling him was Bai Ling Miao. He replied coldly, no need, this place is fine, I'm used to it here. In fact, Bai Ling Miao really was beside him. One cautious person in the group spoke up, if senior brother Li wants to stay, maybe we should go. Bai Ling Miao snapped angrily, shut up. Silence fell over the place. She lowered her head and murmured, senior brother, if you can't return home, you can come to my house. My place is very big and there's even an empty room. Senior brother, you haven't lost everything. Haowing, you still have a sister. In the modern world, Li Haowing's body was being tended in a hospital, surrounded by doctors, his mother and Yang Na. Yang Na was calling out to Li Haowing, telling him he couldn't give up on himself. Do you hear me? His mother wailed in agony, you can't die. If you die, how will your mother and father go on? The calls of his name rang on and on as if trying to wake him. His consciousness slowly began to respond. He raised his hand, trying to grasp that figure. Nana, a sister, both of them were calling each other's names. He felt himself holding Yang Na and heard her voice urging him. Haowing, promise me, no matter what, never give up, you must try to live, okay? He replied happily, all right, I promise you. Bai Ling Miao's voice sounded. Senior brother Li, let's go, I'm uncomfortable staying here. He startled as Yang Na's image was suddenly replaced by Bai Ling Miao. Bai Ling Miao handed back the crumpled piece of paper he had given her before. Right, give this back to senior brother Li, we can't read, the handing over of these dying words has to be done by you. A burly fellow tried to claim he could read but was gagged by a skinny man behind him, who whispered, even if you can read, pretend you can't for now. On this side, Ling Miao went on to say to him, senior brother Li, you yourself promised them, a real man must keep his word. She couldn't know his mood, he forced himself calm, his hand unconsciously gripping the paper tighter. All right, let's go. Haowing stepped forward, moving past the crowd without looking back and said, you lot first scavenge the provisions here, avoid going hungry on the road. I have one more thing to take care of. Everyone answered in unison, Senior Brother Li. Li Haowen wandered through the cave with a strange unease. Why couldn't he find that H letter 1EAFC Tai TU letter 1EBF anywhere in Qingfeng Inn? Could it have sprouted legs and run off? Without the H letter 1EAFC Tai TU letter 1EBF, he couldn't suppress his mania. All that remained was the alchemy room, where that mushroom-headed Dan had become an immortal in name only. Lost in thought, he suddenly saw the H letter 1EAFC Tai TU letter 1EBF lying where it shouldn't be. How did it crawl out of the cave to here? Could it have appeared because of Dan Yangzi's leftover bones? Wait, why is this H letter 1EAFC Tai TU letter 1EBF so dehydrated? Is this thing linked to Dan Yangzi's corpse network? He hurried over. Hey, cheer up a bit. If you dehydrate and die, what will happen to my mania? Didn't you want a fragment of Dan Yangzi? I'll feed it to you. He quickly picked up a piece of bone and shoved it into the H letter 1EAFC Tai TU letter 1EBF's mouth. Unexpectedly, the grotesque H letter 1EAFC Tai TU letter 1EBF chewing that bone caused a problem that left Haowen despondent and collapsing to his knees. Why like this? Eating Dan Yangzi's leftover bones only made the H letter 1EAFC Tai TU letter 1EBF more dehydrated. No, this H letter 1EAFC Tai TU letter 1EBF can't be wasted even if it dies. He thought hard about what to do. Meanwhile, Bai Lingmiao busied herself gathering supplies, muttering about dried rations and a few spare clothes. She wouldn't leave anything usable in Qingfeng Inn behind, enough to last on the road for a while. Occasionally she thought of Haowen, wondering how Senior Brother Li was doing. Suddenly she heard the group whispering, "Is this the ghostly task the Senior Brother mentioned? If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have followed along. Heaven knows whether he'll eat us on the way." Their words drew Bai Lingmiao over. She saw Li Haowen devouring the HA7C, the 1I2BF whole, his mouth smeared with gore making everyone queasy. She, unafraid, ran up and called, "Senior Brother Li, are you here?" Seeing her, he calmly replied, "This HA7C, the 1I2BF can suppress my mania, but for some reason it keeps dehydrating like it's about to dissolve. I really have no other way, so I'm doing this." She looked at him in pain. "Your clothes are dirty, Senior Brother. I'll bring you clean clothes. Is there anything else you need to take?" As she spoke, she handed him the clothes, not forgetting to smile with a pure snow-like charm. He took the clothes as if nothing was amiss and said, "Come on, there's one more place to check." The whole group moved into an inner hall. Li Haowen looked around and said, "It's so quiet here. Looks like the three senior brothers have already settled the score." Then he called inward, "Senior brothers, are you done fighting?" He stepped in, the metallic stench of fresh blood lingered, the corpses shredded beyond recognition. Li Haowen's face was calm, though he feigned surprise. "Oh, they're all dead, how tragic." He walked to a spot, picked up a sword and said, "With all these corpses, Senior Brother probably can't use this sword anymore, so Junior Brother will take it." Li Haowen eyed the so-called heavenly book before him and thought, if this heavenly book is left here and someone else finds it, how many more will it harm? Li Haowen sighed, stepped back, reached behind his back and slowly drew his sword. With a clang, the heavy sword that cut iron like mud struck the stone slab covered in scripture. Sword and heavenly book met, scraping with a jarring screech. Li Haowen watched the long sword shatter into pieces and thought in surprise, "Ah, my sword's broken. Is the heavenly book that hard?" Staring at the broken sword in his hand, Li Haowen was slightly dazed and muttered, "Judging by this, the heavenly book is basically a treasure. Better to take it. If it doesn't work out, pawn it for some cash." The weapon in hand was useless. Li Haowen scanned around, then hurried to take the sword from the dead Zheng Kun. Fortunately, a spare remained. Sheathing the long sword, Li Haowen stood solemnly and bowed his head to the fallen leader, whispering, "Senior Brother Zheng Kun, you still had a sword, I'll take it too. Rest easy on your journey." Outside the door, a group waited for Li Haowen. One of them called, "Senior Brother Li, can we set off now?" Li Haowen let out a sigh and told those waiting at the entrance to depart and leave this haunted place. One by one, the people left. Before leaving, Li Haowen ordered everything in the foul cave burned. The blaze flared crimson and spread across the mountain. Stepping outside the cave entrance, Li Haowen thought to himself, "Burn it all up, what people and events will we run into next? I can't help feeling a little excited." Li Haowen now seemed to lead them. A voice called from behind, "Senior Brother Li, wait, my eyes hurt." Li Haowen turned and finally noticed Bai Lingmiao shading her eyes. In the sunlight, Bai Lingmiao's skin was deathly pale. Deep in her eyes you could even see the dark red veins. Li Haowing studied her closely and wondered to himself, is she suffering from albinism? Li Haowing tore a scrap of cloth from his green Taoist robe, then stepped up behind Bai Ling Miao. He gently raised the cloth and covered her eyes, tying it firmly. From behind her he murmured, from now on, use this scarf to cover your eyes outside. Bai Ling Miao replied, but then I won't be able to see anything at all. Li Haowing lightly took Bai Ling Miao's soft right hand and said, it's okay, I'll lead you. The group quickly entered the forest. Inside the woods, a voice rang out, hey kid, finish your business and hurry up. It was the voice of the youngest son of the Lu troop, Lu Ziukai, calling from afar that he was nearly done. In truth, he was savoring one of life's small pleasures, relieving himself just in time. Hearing his father's urging made him a bit annoyed. Father was really rushing him even to go relieve himself. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind him. He looked up toward the treetop and shouted, who's there? But the air remained oddly silent and no one was in sight. He glanced around in a panic and muttered, drat, I haven't even done a single poop yet. Out of nowhere, a figure in a red floral robe appeared behind him, not quite human-seeming, and a tinkling giggle echoed. Ghost! Lu Ziukai's panic scream rang out. Before he could pull his trousers up, Lu Ziukai bolted back to the group in terror, and dove into Lu Jiren's arms, sobbing softly. The Lu troop's eldest son and the face of Lu Jiren showed some fear as he asked, Father, what should we do? Sitting nearby, Luo Huanhua, the troop's eldest daughter-in-law, urged, Father, think of something. An ancient old man with hair tied up, white beard and brows, this was the head of the Lu troop, Lu Zhuangyuan. He was no less frightened and stammered. How should I know what to do? The situation now is. Overcome with fear, Lu Zhuangyuan lost his composure and prostrated himself, repeatedly kowtowing toward the forest. With a trembling voice, he begged the spirit beast, please spare our family, we are wretched folk just trying to earn a living. A shrill laugh suddenly rang out. You tell me, what is this thing like? Lu Zhuangyuan saw in a shadowed corner a pair of tiny feet wearing exquisitely embroidered red shoes, in the darkness like a ghost hovering in midair. Though widely learned, Lu Zhuangyuan couldn't help but panic, thinking to himself that he mustn't answer recklessly. A wrong reply could mean the ruin of his household. Lu Zhuangyuan knelt with hands clasped and answered, Are you some kind of deity? Sensing he might be wrong, he hurried to correct himself. No, not human. Of course I'm like a human, came the reply. Seeing silence from the other side, Lu Zhuangyuan trembled on his knees, thinking, so that's not right either. The giggling voice answered his thought, not of this house. Nearby, Li Haowing's group was approaching. Gawa pinched his nose with one hand and leaned on a tree with the other, saying, Senior brother, I told you, follow that turd and we'll find someone. After all, it's still warm. The big fellow in the troop sneered at this, disgusted, and taunted Gawa. What an idiot, you said it's disgusting and yet you leaned down close to it. You planning to eat it? Noticing something odd ahead, Li Haowing spoke up. Hold on, his eyes cold and alert as he looked forward, then he reached back to draw his long sword. Those following behind Li Haowing also saw Gawa and exclaimed in surprise, Senior brother Li, look, what is that thing? Faces all around, front and back, without necks. Before them now stood an enormous figure, heads front and back, faces covered by red cloths, draped in a blazing red cloak embroidered with intricate patterns. Lu Ziukai was still terrified, sobbing in fear. Father, look behind, there's another demon. Lu Ziukai's whole body trembled as he stared at the approaching group. Gawa, outraged at being called a demon, clenched his fists and snapped, Who called that pale but a demon? You want a beating or what? Li Haowing stood before the crowd, raised a hand to restrain Gao's bluster and said, You all wait here. The giant silhouette giggled merrily, delighted that more people had arrived. Li Haowing looked at the massive red-cloaked figure and asked, What are you? The same tinkling giggle answered, but its expression shifted. It opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. Perhaps annoyed from being ignored so often, it pouted, I'm human, so how could I not look like one? Li Haowing couldn't stomach that voice. He roared, Human my foot. He thought to himself that whatever it was better to strike first. Immediately he drew his long sword from his back and spun, leaping into the air, and slashed straight at the red-cloaked fiend. The red-cloaked demon nimbly dodged Li Haowing's long sword. Li Haowing snorted, thinking, physical attacks have no effect, let's try something else. Of course he wouldn't sit and wait to die. He quickly felt at his left hip, and a moment later a small golden bell appeared in his hand. Li Haowing shook the bell, the sharp ding-ding rang out, ear-splitting. The demon's face showed some change. Li Haowing stared at it, thinking the bronze bell affected it. Realizing this, he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he shook the bell harder, for everything before his eyes was warping and swinging violently. the demon began to unravel. Its embroidered red cloak began to tear in places, and black smoke billowed out from within. The bell worked on the demon. It suddenly let out a piercing scream, and that collapsing body convulsed wildly as it staggered back into the forest, soon vanishing entirely from Li Haoweng's sight. Lu Yuanyuan, moved to tears, hurried forward, clasped his hands, and thanked him profusely. Great sir, thank you for your help. Our family has nothing of value. Yes, we really want to thank you. Lu Yuanyuan produced a treasured tobacco pipe from his side and presented it to Li Haoweng. This pipe lifts the spirit. I offer it in respect. Li Haoweng raised a hand to decline. Thanks, old man, I don't smoke. He asked, do you know what that thing we just encountered was? Lu Yuanyuan looked at Li Haoweng in puzzlement. Young Taoist, you don't know, didn't you just drive it off? Li Haoweng stood with arms folded, nodded, then asked further. May I ask, old sir, do you have a map of this area? He sighed, closed his eyes, and continued, we're not locals, we might get lost in this forest. Lu Yuanyuan replied, we don't have a map, but my family travels these parts often. I know these paths well. Young Taoist, where are you headed? If it's on the way, we can join your group. Lu Yuanyuan thought that this Taoist seemed capable. Since that thing had targeted his family, joining up might let the Taoist protect them. The sky around was pitch black, the only light small campfires. Li Haoweng carried a basket and various gear on his shoulder, his hair loose and striking against his face. He glanced at Bai Lingmiao's group and said, I have many places I'd like to go, but these junior brothers and sisters are under my guidance. I must escort them home. And there are so many people who can't get back. I have to deliver letters to their families. The old man with silver hair pondered for a moment and murmured, is that so? After a while of sketching and scribbling, he spoke up, young Taoist, take a look. I've drawn it roughly. Li Haoweng glanced and nodded, then asked, so where are we? At the question, the old man answered, this is Siki. Below Haoshu is Haoshu's left, which is our state of Namping. Right now we're on the road to Wuligang. Go straight from Wuligang and you'll reach the town of Jianai. From Jianai continuing on is Zhaijing. Listening for a moment, he unconsciously thought this world was a bit like the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms of old. No unified nation or central government. After thinking a while, he asked again, may I ask, old sir, how should one go to the state of Liang? The old man puffed on his pipe, was silent for a moment, exhaled a white cloud, and asked Li Haoweng, young Taoist, you want to go to Liang? That place is distant, and 2 years ago it fought a war with our Namping. At that, everyone fell silent. Bai Lingmiao grew even more anxious. Her expression showed she was frightened. Suddenly, a skewer of roasted meat was put before her with the words, don't panic. Turning, she realized it had been offered by Li Haoweng. Seeing her look, he added, I'll take you all home. Then the old man continued, young Taoist, if you want to go to Liang you have to pass through Jianai, so we could travel this stretch together. Why not join forces? At this, a nearby girl cried out, Senior Brother Li, my home is in Jianai. Jianai has a courier office. Senior Brother Li, just give them silver and they can deliver letters for us. Li Haoweng mulled the name Jianai inwardly. Jianai's right. Then he slapped his thigh and said, certainly. All right then, old sir, let's form a group to Jianai. And along this stretch we'll rely on you to show the way. The old man beamed, you flatter me, young Taoist, it's simple. While they chatted merrily, deep in the forest someone seemed to be watching them and let out a chilling grin. Ha ha. Time passed. Before they knew it, dawn had broken and the creaking cart was on the road. Li Haoweng asked Vu Vo, old sir's troop, how's business around here? The old man sighed, business is tough these days. Namping suffered droughts followed by floods. For the common folk, having enough to eat has become a problem. The people have no money and you expect them to pay even less to watch plays. Hearing this, Li Haoweng asked with some doubt, so are there no rich people like that county official? The old man puffed his pipe and sighed, rich people. The rich hold memorial rights and might even hire a troupe, but one meal and it's done, they're truly heartless. At that moment they passed a vast field where many people were working, young and old, men and women alike. A big fellow carried a frail little girl on his shoulder as he passed the children. He grinned, his face fierce. The kids burst into tears, some screamed ghost, some just wailed, Mama, then fled together. The young man watched in puzzlement. The old man sighed, troops like ours don't have the prowess of a young Taoist like you. You're so formidable at such a young age, King Feng's future is surely beyond measure. Li Haoweng only smiled and stroked his head. Oh, come on, come on. He was silent for a moment, then continued, may I ask, old sir, does Namping have any famous sects, like ones with special skills? Then after a pause he added, for example, something like me. The old man was quiet, his gaze drifting into the distance. Special skills, huh? In the city of Zijing, there's a sect whose child-seeking rituals are very effective. What's its name again? If the young Taoist goes out to Zijing, ask along the way and you'll find out. At that moment, a young lad cried out excitedly, "Father, father, look ahead. We've arrived at Wuligang." The old man and Li Haoing both looked that way. Some walked, some rode, and they moved on. Suddenly, the old man spoke up, "Young Taoist, let's find an open spot at the village gate and perform our act to sell our trade." "All right, we'll stop where it's suitable." The old man beamed. Lu Troop opened the chest and set up the stage. After a while, Li Haoing lay atop a stack of hay, staring at the sky and thinking. Zijing, who knows what sects are like there? A child-seeking ritual isn't too far-fetched, but if it's placed in a major town's garrison, it probably isn't some petty sect. While he was idly musing, a stalk of rice swatted across Li Haoing's face from somewhere. He sprang up and saw Bai Ling Miao. Startled, he asked, "Bai junior sister, why did you take off your blindfold? It's not dark yet." Ling Miao snorted and giggled. She didn't answer Li Haoing's question. Playing with the stalk, she said, "Li senior brother, look at this brass mirror. The troop uses it to make up. It shows one clearly." As she spoke, she held the mirror before Li Haoing, who glanced and said, "Oh, it does seem pretty clear." Suddenly he shouted, "Wait a moment," which made Ling Miao jump in fright. He touched his face and asked, "Bai junior sister, did I look like this when I was at King Feng Inn?" Though still startled, she calmly replied, "Yes, yes, senior brother, you've always looked like this." "What's the matter? Is something off with you in the mirror?" He hurriedly answered, "No, nothing." But inwardly, a flood of thoughts poured out. Do I really look like this in this world? Back at the hospital, I was a high school student. How come I appear so much older here? No, my head's in knots, feelings choked off. My life feels like a joke. After a long while, no one knew exactly when. The stage was ready and the villagers had gathered. The play began. A man in a hat, brandishing a blade and stroking his long beard, shouted. Beside him knelt a girl with twin-tied hair, clutching a newborn and wailing pathetically. "Wah wah, the wicked magistrate drives me away. Like a lone bird flying lost, like roadside grass trampled underfoot." She pinched the baby lightly and said, "My child and I rely on each other. Life is truly hard, we can only beg on the road." At that, the baby burst into a loud cry. Wah wah. The audience in the stands applauded and praised in unison. Bravo. Li Haoing watched from afar, thinking that Lu Troop's performances were like this. Making a living is truly hard. Suddenly, the old man, still in his makeup on stage, peered down and coughed. "Ahem, young Taoist." Then hurried down to where Li Haoing stood, excitedly saying, "Ah, young Taoist, you came at the perfect time." Li Haoing asked, "What's the matter?" The old man clasped his hands and replied cautiously, "My troop's business has hit a snag. Might I trouble you to help with something?" Li Haoing, puzzled, said, "Master Lu, I don't know how to act. I'm afraid I won't be of help." The old man waved his hand and continued, No, we don't need you to perform. This is something you can help with. In Wuligang, there's a wealthy family. Old Hu of the Hu family asked me in the wings to come to his house and perform a ghost play." Hearing ghost play, Li Haoing shouted, "A ghost play? He wants you to summon ghosts?" His outburst was so loud it made the old man jump. "Who said anything about summoning ghosts?" The old man replied, "It's really just performing in front of ancestral tablets, nothing supernatural." Puzzled, Li Haoing asked back, "If that's all, what's the problem with the gig? Why can't Master Lu just do it himself?" Seeing Li Haoing hesitate, the old man hurried on, "I'm afraid this is my first time doing a ghost play and I'm a bit nervous. That's why I want a skilled person like you to sit nearby for reassurance." Hearing that, he immediately turned away. "Master Lu, sorry, I can't help with this." He thought to himself, these things are best avoided, why join in for fun? In a small corner of the town, a childish voice rang out, "It's Bai Ling Miao. Brother Li, we don't have much rations left, even saving it'll only last 3 days." Li Haoing replied thoughtfully, "Not enough money. I still have a jade pendant that can be exchanged for cash." Hesitant, Bai Ling Miao said, "Brother Li, this village has no pawn shop. Even if we wanted to sell it, there's no one here to buy." Li Haoing grew concerned. "Is that so?" Just then the old man came running over. Young Taoist," he said as Li Haoing turned to him. Master Lu bowed, panting, but still managed. "Think it over, the old Hu is very generous." At mention of pay, Li Haoing asked how much the other party would offer for the job. The old man cheerfully held up his fingers. 10 taels of silver. Master Hu will pay 10 taels. If you accept, we'll split 50-50. In coins, that's about 5,000 cash, my young Taoist. At this, Bai Lingmiao started as if the sum were huge. She pictured 5,000 cash and wondered how much grain that could buy. Seeing Li Haowang silent, the old man pressed on. 60-40, you 60 and I 40, how about that? Young Taoist, I beg you, earning such money early in the year isn't easy. Li Haowang was silent for a moment. He touched the item at his waist and asked, Master Lu, is there a blacksmith in this village? What a forge. Li Haowang took the bell hanging at his waist and held it out. I'll take the job, but I need to find a blacksmith to fix this bell first. Outside, the sky was clear and white clouds drifted lazily. But inside the forge, it was all soot and gloom. Sweat soaked the burly smith's dust-streaked face as his rippling muscles kept hammering by the furnace. Each hammer blow made a familiar ring. He struck, sparks flew, then, puzzled, asked, What, you can't beat it or melt it and you expect me to repair this bell? Are you mad? Li Haowang shook the half-warped bell, his face indifferent, emotionless. So, is there a way or not? The smith scratched his head, hesitated, then, closing his eyes, grudgingly agreed, give me a day to answer. He waved Li Haowang closer and told him to hold it. With that, they set to work. Li Haowang held the bell tight while the smith busied himself, using pliers to try to stretch it back. Despite both their efforts, the bell remained misshapen. The smith gripped the pliers, teeth clenched, and asked, Kid, are you using all your strength? I'm no better. Li Haowang replied, I've used everything I have. After a while, with no change, they gave up, panting and exhausted, and sat down. An elderly man with silvery beard, the troop leader from a nearby company, came over and lifted a hand as if to pat Li Haowang's shoulder, but for some reason hesitated midair and asked, Young Taoist, this. He glanced at him and asked, puzzled, Damn, this is strange. What kind of copper is this made of? Why is it so hard? He stroked his beard and said, Young Taoist, I remember last time when you took out this treasure. It was crushed and it didn't affect your use of it at all. Maybe we should head to the ancestral hall first. Old Hu over there must be waiting impatiently. He refused to give up, stood up holding a pretty red jade in his hand and said firmly, I'll try it myself. Hearing that, his voice dripped with contempt. Kid, we couldn't even reshape it together. Now you want to do it alone. Mid-sentence, he turned to him with eyes wide in astonishment. Oh my, this is impressive. He hovered in midair, a red power emanating from him, even his irises shifting color. And with a gentle touch, he restored the bell to its original shape so flawlessly that to the naked eye, there was no hint of denting. The man put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I told you, young Taoist, your strength runs deep. See, he, still stunned, murmured in acknowledgement. This time Old Hu really invited a master. He stood on a rock at the foot of the mountain, beside a clear blue lake. A winding stone stairway climbed up the mountain, surrounded by thick trees. Holding the repaired bell before him, he thought to himself he should test it before going to the ancestral hall. It looked fixed, so he followed that thug's method and shook the bell once. At the lightest shake, it seemed to respond and became clear and pure. Radiating brilliant light, the water by the lake surged and rose into the air, accompanied by a yew elder shaped like a giant, rather ugly fish. Its teeth were evenly white and it had only 2 eye sockets. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel delighted. It worked success, although it only summoned a single yew elder. Next, it was like his master grabbed a handful of dirt and shoved it into its mouth, chewing noisily. He looked up at the yew elder and asked, Can you understand what I say? It answered back, I can understand. He continued, Can you let me control you? With dirt still in its mouth making its cheeks puff, its face swollen as if someone had hit it, he wondered, Why is your voice so distorted like that? It replied at once, 3 months of yangshu for one change. His face showed displeasure as he retorted, A bit much, too expensive. It repeated its line again, 3 months of yangshu for one change. Failing to reach an agreement, he spat the dirt from his mouth and the yew elder's image immediately dissolved into nothing. He coughed and sighed, thinking using a yew elder costs 3 months of yangshu and there's no discount. Looks like he'll have to use them sparingly. The crescent moon rose high, and the surroundings were cloaked in darkness. At Old Hu's ancestral hall, guests gathered chatting boisterously while servants bustled about hurrying their tasks. Master Lu stood waiting for him at the door for some time, gesturing him in and greeting, young Taoist, you're finally here. Come on this way. He stepped to the entrance, the bell hung at his waist, and asked calmly, How far along are your preparations? He answered respectfully, Old Hu just said, last year he also invited another troop and nothing happened, young Taoist, you need not worry. He walked while observing the surroundings and nodded, Oh, all right. Let's go a bit further. Suddenly he excitedly announced, Young Taoist, look, it's him. Then he laughed. I'll introduce you to Old Hu. This is the young Taoist I told him about. Having him here guarantees no mistakes. Old Hu was the local boss of Wuligang Hu King Ha. His face was full of wrinkles, body plump, dressed in fine clothes, clearly a rich man. He looked at the two and chuckled. Oh, thank you both for your trouble tonight. Old Hu, acting as host, stood at the doorway with his hands behind his back and asked, but Lu Gong Tr letter 1B0 letter 1EDFNG, I recall your troupe has female performers. He stroked his beard and replied respectfully, rest assured, Old Hu, the female performers are waiting outside and will not break the rules in your hall. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes and gave the merchant a sly smile, continuing, if that's the case, Master Lu, once the ancestors finish watching, those of us who invited the troupe must leave. The ancestral hall will still be in your care. As for the play, just pick something a bit amusing. The ancestors had complained in dreams that the underworld was too lonely and quiet and wanted some entertainment. He spread his arms to accept the order and said, yes, Old Hu. Pleased, Old Hu added, also once the performance starts, the living must not speak to the performers. Don't disturb the ancestors' comfort. He promised, rest easy, Old Hu, we absolutely won't break the rule. He stood beside Lu Gong Tr letter 1B0 letter 1EDFNG silently, saying nothing. He glanced around to assess. Nothing looked like trouble waiting to happen. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Inside the ancestral hall, the play was beginning. Lu Gong Tr letter 1B0 letter 1EDFNG sat behind a folding screen controlling the instruments. On stage, a middle-aged man wielded a long saber. A long veil covered half his face and heavy makeup hid his identity. Alongside him, a young apprentice held a long sword, his youthful face with twin topknots performing. The melody rose, urging the ruler to drink and listen to the song to ease his sorrow. The lawless Duke Luong made life hard for the people. Heroes like Nan Bing, who saved the world, left only suffering and countless bones in their wake. He stood guard outside the door. Peering inside, in the center stood the Hu family tablets. The two performers continued their acts to the song, deep in thought. The stage was lively while the hall below was eerily silent, spine-tingling to say the least. The tune was oddly engaging after a while, but even the best song can put you to sleep if you stay up listening. He scratched his head, let out a short, long yawn, his eyelids drooped. He tried hard to fight the drowsiness, feeling that since arriving here, he'd developed a real fondness for napping. No way, there's money to be made, can't fall asleep on the job. Suddenly he snapped awake, eyes bright as if he'd noticed something off. This isn't right. Why did the performance suddenly stop? He turned and shouted toward the interior. Lu Gong Tr letter 1B0 letter 1EDFNG. Why did you stop performing all of a sudden? Getting no response from inside, he pushed the door open and stepped in, only to see a terrifying scene. The ancestral hall was drenched in a red, blood-like hue. A white cat 10 times the size of a normal one, with red eyes and a grinning, fangy smile, prowled about. Quite the reward if you like monstrous pets. He couldn't even tell what it was, just another weird demon, apparently. Lu Gong Tr letter 1B0 letter 1EDFNG and two others cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Coins and gold fluttered through the air. A child wailed in terror. Father and son were frightened. But he feared being noticed, so he forced down his fear and clamped a hand over his and the child's mouths. The creature had a cat-like face yet no fixed body, surrounded by a red aura. It approached the three hiding people with a delighted chuckle, its voice booming, "Good rewards are due." It ordered the three to continue singing. He still couldn't see the three inside, so from outside he called loudly, Lu Gong Tr letter 1B0 letter 1EDFNG, isn't this performance supposed to be continuous tonight? Hearing his voice, one stammered back, young Taoist this. He added, what are you dazed for standing there like that? Don't stop, keep singing, the patron has rewarded you. Hearing that, he hurried inside. A gloomy atmosphere wrapped the place. The whole room was bathed in a bright red, and the patron looked displeased as he stared at the people. Li Haowen leaned on his sword with a stern face and ordered Lu Ziukai, don't stop, continue singing, the patron has rewarded you. Lu Ziukai, his face aged, looked up at him, then nodded to signal the other two, replying, yes, young Taoist, will sing right away. The singing resumed. A pale moon rose, remembering an old mother on the high road, tang tang tang, the tune went on. While they performed, he quietly sat down on a nearby chair, crossed his legs, and watched intently. This thing hasn't attacked yet, what on earth does it want? It even clapped along to the rhythm. This thing probably didn't come to the ancestral hall just to enjoy the opera, did it? The song kept echoing tang zin tang, the melody repeating like a refrain. Just then he noticed something strange. A mist began to spread. It terrified the child who was singing. He trembled, tears welling up, but forced himself to keep singing, bleeding like a goat by the lake. Seeing how frightening it looked, the child could no longer hold back. Snot and tears ran down his face. The other two couldn't continue either. It moved up to the boy, pulled a blazing red candle out from the boy's person, slowly shoved it into its mouth, and chewed it noisily. At that moment, its mouth seemed full of hundreds, even thousands, of ravenous eyes that it devoured with relish. The boy, seeing this, stopped crying and stood frozen in place. Seeing his chance, he couldn't just sit and watch. He drew his sword and snatched the half-eaten candle from its hand. Li Haowen watched the candle on his sword begin to melt and said coldly, "If you don't have the sick tastes of humans, then I guess what you eat isn't wax at all, but the fear that grows in people's hearts." He hovered in the air as sparks like electric bolts crackled around him. Talismans rose and circled the room. He looked at its furious face, still pointing his sword at it, and continued, "You're angry? Then that proves my guess right." Then he ordered, "Lu troop leader, don't stop. If you feel the wind blows dust into your eyes, just close them and sing." Though still terrified inside, the three said nothing, gritted their teeth, and sang on. The moon and stars shifted, and it passed the second watch. He couldn't sit still. Couldn't lie still. What has Giant Eye ever done to betray us of the golden tablet, I wonder? It was enjoying the song and smiled, asking playfully, he, tell me, do I look more like a human or more like a god? Then it grinned ear to ear, eyes glowing red like a demon's, raised its huge hand with long sharp claws and tried to grab him. Li Haowen was quicker and dodged, swinging his sword at it as he answered, "I think you're more like a monster." The sword cut through it, but the wound slowly healed, and it returned to its original form. It bared its teeth and looked at him challengingly. "What can you do to me?" The singing still hadn't stopped. The sound echoed from the watchtower. Down on Lu's stage, they had been performing for a long time. By now it was the third watch of the night. Lu Ziukai, mid-performance, suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise as a bright moonlight flooded the great hall. Li Haowen was fighting passionately when the sword in his hand slipped free and fell. The sword fell right toward Lu Jungyuan, causing him to jolt in alarm. On the other side, Li Haowen struggled after being knocked back, and suddenly he saw the heavenly scroll, which had been carefully wrapped in cloth for hours, burst open. As if guided by the gods to a lucky sign, he quickly snapped the cloth taut. Li Haowen hurriedly thrust the heavenly scroll toward the charging demon. Magic from the scroll flared in and out, making the demon flinch and recoil a bit. Li Haowen stared at the heavenly scroll in his hand, surprised to find that. The demon's face twisted in shock. It actually seemed wary of the scroll. Seizing the moment, Li Haowen leapt onto the roof, then looked down at it from above with a cold smile. "My turn now." The demon quickly backed off as the purple aura drew nearer. It retreated swiftly to avoid contact with that energy. Li Haowen vaulted high, holding the heavenly scroll aloft and aiming it at the demon. The demon leaped down to dodge his strike. It hurriedly fled from the aura emanating from the heavenly scroll. Li Haowen calmly called out, "Go sell salt." He tossed the heavenly scroll toward the fleeing demon. Both the demon and the scroll slammed into a wall. He looked at the wall and clicked his tongue in displeasure. Seeing a large crack in the wall but no demon body, he muttered, "This fiend can phase through walls and cloak itself. Guess it got away fast." At that moment, Lu Jungyuan rose from behind, sword in hand, and said respectfully, "Young Taoist, you reached out and caught the sword, asking, 'Did my sword fall over to your side?' Thank you, Master Lu Ban." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Jungyuan's face shifted into a grotesque grin. "Tell me, do I look more like a human or more like a god?" The question made Li Haowen instinctively step back. Not right, this Master Lu Ban was an imposter. He transformed into the exact form of the demon Li Haowen had been chasing. He shouldn't have taken the sword. Both his hands had been severed. The demon passed through him as if searching for something. Li Haowen cried out in pain. Lu Jungyuan had now become that demon. It wore the face of the old Lu Jungyuan and sneered contemptuously. Realizing it was trapped, Li Haowen grinned triumphantly. "You." He pulled out the spirit bell and shook it repeatedly. The demon froze at the sound. The face of Old Yu appeared, smiling as he looked toward the demon. Old Yu immediately consumed the demon's lower half. The demon gaped in horror. It let out a painful scream. Its face twisted into something truly terrifying. It gradually dissolved until only a thin facial layer sloughed off. Li Haowen descended slowly. The threat was finally dealt with, so its true form was a shadow on the ground. No wonder hacking its body in half did nothing. He watched the scraps of cloth from its body flutter away, checking the time. It was nearly the 5th watch. At last, it was over. Just when everything seemed finished, the monster's singing returned. Joyful God, neatly dressed and friendly as ever, creepily sociable, like a horror host with perfect manners. He pulled the bell out again. Hasn't it gone to sell salt yet? The bell rang as Old Yu appeared and swallowed the demon whole. The demon not only escaped but split its form. The joyous spirit hopped, the joyous spirit made mischief, pasted red papers on the doors, make sure the ink's still fresh. One joyous spirit was angry, another was sorrowful. Scented candles lit the lamps until they shone like a sea. Li Haowing watched this with growing bewilderment. What on earth is this freakish thing? The next split made 9 of them, testing his patience. The hungry joyous spirit, the thirsty joyous spirit, one held a liver in its left hand, the other clutched intestines in its right. Will this ever end? The song finally reached its end, and they went to the village entrance to welcome the joyous spirits. But the ending only opened the door to disaster. Streams of scarlet chi shot out of the shrine and rose into the sky. Countless red auras wrapped around the heavens. At that moment, white cords latched onto Li Haowing. He'd fallen for the trick. A voice echoed in his mind, "Welcome the joyous spirits," and part of his face began to warp. Those cords were draining his life force. He struggled to breathe. No, can't think that name. The moon turned crimson, the deep red life chi pouring from the shrine swelled like an orchestra. It instantly coalesced into a massive block, oozing strange fluids that left him puzzled about what they even were. He was sharp-eyed enough to see the block sculpt a face, the demon's face. It tried to crawl out from the sky. His body trembling, eyes streaked with painful red light. He couldn't bear to look. Quick, close your eyes against the evil. Just when he thought he'd die there, a hand reached out from behind him, slipping through his hair and startling him. He stared at the strange object before him in suspicion. Where did that hand come from? The mysterious hand quickly gripped the demon's face until it warped. A cracking sound rang out and the dark veil was shattered. Before him were the tiny rays of dawn. He couldn't take his eyes off that beautiful light. Quickly, he broke free of the illusion the demon had woven. Covered in sweat, he was saved. Thankfully, that hand had held him up until sunrise. He immediately stood up to ponder, whose hand was that? He looked over to see the Lu troop sitting on the ground, exhaling heavily. Definitely not from Lu family's troop. Their singing never stopped afterward. Suddenly, the talismans behind him began to shake violently. He turned and asked, "Was that you who helped me just now?" But immediately the talismans fell one by one. He watched helplessly. Even if it wasn't you, there was no need to react so theatrically. As he grumbled, that familiar hand appeared once more. A voice issued from that hand, "Kid, the sunrise shows that a long, tiring night has finally ended." A praising voice echoed in the shrine, "Not bad, not bad. The performance last night pleased the ancestors." The speaker was Hu Huang, son of Hu Qinghe. He couldn't hide his satisfaction. The incense and candles on the table had all been used up, a good omen. He raised his cup to Lu Zhuangyuan. "Troop leader Lu, you've worked hard. I offer you a cup out of duty. This is all part of my responsibility." A gold-ringed hand gently tugged Lu Zhuangyuan's sleeve. "Were you the one performing at the ancestral hall last night? I heard it all from outside. Really excellent acting." "This man is the scion of Hu King, named Hu Shai." Lu Zhuangyuan smiled and bowed in return. Glad to hear Hu Shai liked it. Suddenly Hu Wang slammed his teacup down hard. His face darkened. "Where are the servants? Take the young master back to study." The boy screamed and struggled. "I don't want to study, put me down." Lu Zhuangyuan watched silently, a trace of thought flickering in his eyes. Hu Huang cleared his throat to change the subject. "Lamb, the play was amusing. Here are the 10 taels of silver I promised." Lu Zhuangyuan accepted it with a respectful bow, thanking old Hu for the reward. "I have other matters and can't stay long." As Hu Huang departed, Lu Jiren and Luo Huanhua returned. She rushed in excitedly, finally finished. "I want braised pork and roast chicken." She reached for the food, but Lu Zhuangyuan picked up the plate, freezing her in place. He offered the plate to Li Haowing. "Come now, little Taoist, you eat first. What, you shy? Everyone go ahead, don't worry about me." He continued to urge them. The Hu family's spread is all rich, decadent dishes. It'd be a shame if the little Taoist didn't taste them. Li Haowing steered the talk elsewhere. "Not hungry right now, Lu troop leader. Last night you saw those talismans fall at the same time, right?" He stammered a bit in reply. "How would I know? I had my eyes closed singing on stage at the time." Li Haowing thought of the hand that rested on his shoulder last night. The voice was faint but unmistakable. It was Dan Yangzi's. "In any world, he's the only one who calls me kid." But the talismans falling together and the joyous spirits vanishing still made no sense. An unsettling thought crept into his mind. Could it be that he really has become an immortal? He shook his head to dismiss the crazy idea. Impossible, the cultivation methods and inner core were my inventions. How could he become an immortal, then what on earth is he now? Lu Yuanyuan looked a little worried. Little Taoist, what's on your mind? We're family now, if there's any trouble, just say so. He didn't answer, still lost in thought, whether real or fake. The only thing he could do was go to Zijing to seek the Zhanged Gate Lu Yuanyuan mentioned. If Dan Yangzi truly became an immortal, they might know something there. When the thought finished, he turned to leave. I'm fine, just lost my appetite, you all eat first. Lu Yuanyuan called after him loudly, Little Taoist, wait, take some of these dishes home too. I haven't given you the 6 taels of silver I promised yet, wait for me and the little Taoist. Before long night fell, and a convoy of carriages arrived in the midnight woods. It was Li Haoing's cozy gathering spot. Bai Ling Miao happily savored the food. Senior brother Li, where did all these delicious dishes come from? What happened last night? Li Haoing pondered for a moment, then spoke. Last night, he told her everything. They sat by the crackling campfire. When the tale ended, he summarized, so that's basically how it went. She listened with some sorrow. Senior brother Li, I'm sorry we dragged you into this. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have had to risk yourself like that. He denied it. It's nothing to do with you. Whatever came from the Hu Ancestral Hall has surely had its eye on us for a long time. With or without last night, we'd have met sooner or later. Saying that, he felt a bit awkward. Besides, he remembered when she reached out to take him in that syrupred water. Senior brother Li, let's go together. Li Haoing squeezed her small hand. Who would become a burden later is anyone's guess. Bai Ling Miao shyly pulled her hand back. Since when were her cheeks this pink? Bai Ling Miao pressed her lips together in bashful silence. She took the initiative and interlaced her fingers with his. Bai Ling Miao leaned on Li Haoing and hummed softly. The romantic mood warmed the chill of the late-night bed. The next morning, he headed for the rolling, rocky terrain. Lu Yuanyuan turned to inform him, Little Taoist, Wuligang isn't far from the Jian'ai garrison. At our pace, it should take about 4 to 5 days. Li Haoing pondered, the city of Jian'ai. I recall Zhao Wu's home is in Jian'ai. He asked him, how are you, Zhao Wu? Almost home, are you happy? A shadow of sorrow crossed his face. What use is going home when I'm like a cripple, can't lift my hands, can't carry a load, I'd only be useless at home. When he said that, the whole group fell silent, a gloom settling over the conversation. Li Haoing loudly broke the mood, who said you're useless? Zhao Wu, while we're traveling I'll teach you pill making. He patted his shoulder encouragingly, no heavy labor needed for now, you can calmly learn something else. Remember what you can, coming home as a barefoot apothecary won't starve you. But how could I possibly have the conditions to teach alchemy? He seemed to have a different plan. Ah, right, senior brother Li, I don't want to learn pill making. Could you teach me to recognize characters? I want to learn reading. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all turned at once, as if they'd thought the same thing. He looked at them eager and felt a little helpless. You all want to learn. Why does mentioning literacy make everyone so excited? Even Lu Yuanyuan watched him with interest. Little Taoist, you know, right? Know a bit, do you? You want to learn too. His eyes brightened. I could learn too. He began the lesson. Why not? Anyone who wants to learn may. Then I'll start teaching you to recognize characters now. Across the wide hills the wind rustled inside. Lu Yuanyuan was running at full stretch. The Ziyukai looked at him in puzzlement. Father, why are you here? Weren't you walking up front with Master Li? He kept running and scolded him. Shut up. He came to the luggage cart and called out. Luo Huanhua brought all her home-cured meat out here. She turned and nodded. All right, I'll go look. She unfolded the cloth and frowned a little. There's only this much cured meat left. Father, why so little? Hearing her father's words, she pouted. I wanted to save more too, but father has to give extra money for that. This trip to perform did make a profit, but most of it went to that Taoist fellow. Her next remark startled everyone. Clearly those performances were sung by our Lu family troupe. The Jiren rushed out to stop her. Stop talking so much, you know better. Father doesn't like his decisions questioned. He turned to ask quietly, well then, father, are we eating cured meat tonight? He held the heavy bag in his hand. What do you mean eats? These are the offerings I prepared. Everyone listened and raised their eyebrows. What offerings exactly were these? He sighed in frustration. Look at you lot, explaining it won't help, you'll only misunderstand. Lu Yuanyuan waved to Lu Ziyukai. Kid, come with me. When you meet the little Taoist later, do exactly as I say. Father, what are we going to do? Lu Yuanyuan gently pressed his head. Don't ask questions. The little Taoist is a high man. I do this for your own good. Follow him and you won't have to perform anymore. He looked a bit puzzled. Father, you don't want me to keep performing anymore. Cut to Li Haoing teaching everyone how to write basic characters like 1, 2, 3, 4. Lu Yuanyuan came over and said, the little Taoist is teaching, nod solemnly. Lu troop leader, do you have business? He laid a hand on Lu Ziyukai's shoulder and smiled. There is something, little Taoist, look I. Suddenly a familiar sound rang out. Troop leader, wait for me. It was Hu Shai racing over. I'm here to sing with everyone. Lu Jungyuan watched him panting and worried. Young master Hu, why are you here? Stop joking, go back, don't make old Hu worry. He wiped sweat but insisted, no, I'm not leaving. I want to sing with everyone. I love singing. Lu Ziyukai looked at Lu Jungyuan's expression and thought to himself he couldn't forget his father's awkward face when young master Hu begged to join the troop. At the time, I never truly understood what performing meant, but I learned quickly. No sooner had young master Hu finished than Hu Huang strode up and shouted, how dare you? I've spent so much on your education. If you won't study, fine, but now you want to be a performer. The boy looked flustered. Father, He scowled and raised his hand high. Performing is the lowest of the low. You who are of high birth shouldn't stoop so low. At that, the boy could only tremble. Father. He slapped the boy across the face without hesitation. Shameful. The boy pleaded in pain, Father, I'm sorry, I'll stop really. Lu Ziyukai fell silent after hearing the whole story. No wonder, after performances, father wouldn't let us near the troop leader, so that's why. Do people really look at us like that now? Elsewhere in the woods, Li Haowen was sprinting frantically through the black night. He ran while scanning his surroundings. Where is this? Where did Bai Ling Miao and the others go? He froze when he saw what was in front of him. 3 figures radiating a strange red aura that shimmered with light. What on earth was going on? He stepped forward to ask without thinking. Excuse me, can anyone see? Before he could finish, his mother Yang Na and Bai Ling Miao answered in unison, Li Haowen's son, senior brother Li. He exhaled in relief, oh thank goodness it's you all. Suddenly he noticed something strange. Wait, that's not right. His vision began to blur. Why were Yang Na and his mother standing with Bai Ling Miao? He found himself moving forward uncontrollably. No, don't go forward. He struggled desperately but couldn't stop. His limbs wouldn't obey. At that moment, Dan Yangzi's hand grasped him. He startled at the sound. Good, very well done. A gigantic eye looked down at him. The guide had arrived. Oh, the familiar exclamation rang out. Let's become immortals together. He jolted awake, soaked in sweat from head to toe. Bai Ling Miao saw him panting and grew very worried. Senior brother Li. She came over to check on him. Senior brother Li, did you have a nightmare? His mind was still fuzzy. Was it just a dream? Bai Ling Miao hurriedly took out some food. Hey, senior brother Li, you're hungry, right? I have steamed buns. Do you want one? Li Haowen was silent for a moment, then asked her, we're out of money, aren't we? Where did you get the money to buy buns? She awkwardly scratched her head. Well, I sold the gold bracelet you gave me. Li Haowen frowned in puzzlement. Didn't he give the gold bracelet to Yang Na? A flash of memory surfaced. Could it help you? That jade pendant of yours is a real antique. He dropped his gaze and frowned. No, there's no Yang Na here, so I returned it to Bai Ling Miao. Bai Ling Miao looked a little downcast. Senior brother Li, you've worked so hard alone. I can't do much, so this is the best I can do to help. Li Haowen picked up a bun to comfort her. You've helped a lot already. He chewed contentedly and looked at her. Once things settle down, I'll buy you an even bigger gold bracelet. Her face flushed again. She hummed softly. The scene outside dazzling like painted promise and dreamy oath. I'll wait for you. At the Jian'ai town, the Donglei Inn was bustling with people coming and going. Li Haowen sat inside and asked Master Lu of the troop about the Zijing sect you mentioned earlier. Aside from praying for spirit child efficacy, what else do you know about them? The man sighed at this. I've never been inside either, but I guess it's the old master leading a bunch of junior disciples in sutra chanting. Bai Ling Miao sounded a bit regretful. Senior brother Li, won't we stay in Jian'ai for a few days? If not, hand the Nanping government's testament note to Zhao Wu on his way home. He can look for Zio Ju and carry the note everywhere. We're not doing much here anyway. Zhao Wu sat farther off and raised his hand, scratching his head with a smile. Senior brother Li, I haven't gone home yet. Li Haowen couldn't hide his shock. Zhao Wu, why did you come back? The girl sitting next to him spoke up. What else could explain why his father called him crippled? This person is the medicine guide of the Qingfeng Bureau named Chun Xiaoman. She continued to explain. I've told Zhao Wu for a long time. Back then it's possible he wasn't kidnapped but sold by his own father. Li Haowen was a bit skeptical. Even fierce tigers don't eat their cubs. You think his father is that vicious? She slammed the table angrily. I was sold by my parents. Her lips clenched with anguish. 2 taels of silver for a child. They sold me like livestock, never even glancing back once. So don't think others are too good, she said. He heard this and didn't know how to respond, so he fell silent. Chun Xiaoman's face brimmed with bitter hatred. Senior brother Li, you know, Hutong didn't eat his child, but some people are crueler than tigers. Bai Ling Miao and Zhao Wu tried to comfort her. Xiaoman, don't get worked up, Xiaoman. Li Haowing put his hands on his head and sighed. Chun Xiaoman, do you still want to go home? She answered decisively without a hint of hesitation. Of course I must return, I want them to pay. He turned and asked Zhao Wu, what about you? What are your plans? He stammered and scratched his face. I want to keep traveling with everyone. He sighed in resignation. All right then, everyone eat first. He called out to the innkeeper, hey, I'm ordering, I'm starving, come over here, customer. While waiting for the food, Li Haowing instructed, everyone tidy up a bit. After we eat, we'll buy supplies for the road. Everyone answered in unison, okay. After the meal, they resumed their journey. They went to a large tree to rest. Li Haowing sat leisurely on a high branch when Lu Xiongyuan called up from below, little Taoist, come down and rest a bit. There are steamed buns here, come eat some. I'll stand guard for you. He leapt down and asked, anything happened in the tent area? Nothing special. The man scratched his head and continued, except for that tall fellow, he went into the village a while ago and hasn't come back yet. Should I send someone with Lu Ziyukai to look for him? He thought for a moment, then replied, have the troop master stand guard for me. My people will search on their own, no need to trouble you. Lu Xiongyuan nodded. All right, then little Taoist, be careful. Li Haowing ran off like the wind, shouting loudly, you idiot, you big oaf. He ran while scanning around. Are you over here? He felt puzzled and amused. What on earth was this fool doing here? Could he really run that far? He failed to notice a large grave with a shadowy figure standing by it on the other side. Li Haowing suddenly remembered and ran back to the spot he had just passed. Who's over there? Is that you, you fool? You've got rice stuck all around your mouth, mumbling Adi. He paused for a moment and continued, Amitabha, did you come to me for something? Li Haowing looked puzzled. Amitabha, are you a disciple of the Buddhists? He stood up and brushed some dust off his clothes. Yes, I am indeed a Buddhist disciple. Li Haowing reached back as if to grab his sword, but something about him was odd. He probed with a question. Which master do you cultivate under, and what position does your revered sect hold? The old beggar wobbled his neck. I have nowhere to cultivate. I heard there's a Buddhist place up north that gives out food, so I'm heading there. As for that revered rank you mentioned. Then he showed a toothy, gold-toothed grin. Do you even split revered ranks into different levels? Li Haowing lowered his hand. In this day and age there are Buddhist disciples as clueless as you. That's rare indeed. Then he turned his back and left. All right then, whether you were fooling me or not, I still advise you not to eat those offerings meant for the dead anymore. But the beggar wouldn't accept being sent away. Why would I be tricking you? I'm already a Buddhist. How could a disciple without a sect deceive others? Li Haowing's face reddened. You don't even know whom you revere. You still call yourself a Buddhist disciple. When chanting sutras you only know how to say a dai toch fuck. Those words rendered him silent, and moments later the beggar clamored around him again. Then tell me, what should a Buddhist disciple be like? The tailor Wang said, if disciples of the no sect can't marry, then I won't marry. The shopkeeper Liu said disciples can't eat meat, so he won't eat meat. I saw other disciples shout a dai toch fuck, so I copied them too. Suddenly some fool appeared from nowhere. Li, elder brother, there's rice in the woods, wild rice. Li Haowing angrily delivered a blow to his stomach. Wild rice, that's offering food from graves. You dare eat that, are you craving death? Then he reached out his hand. Come on, follow me back. But no one noticed how panicked the beggar was. I've already done everything they said, why wouldn't I count as a Buddhist disciple? He gasped. They stepped out of the forest, a procession of people walking in single file. Li Haowing was among them. The road grew more crowded. Looks like we're nearing Zijing. Lu Xiongyuan puffed his pipe. Not far now. Little Taoist, about 10 more days' travel and we'll arrive. His eyes flicked around, but the increasing crowds made him uneasy. Hearing that, Li Haowing was curious. Why would large crowds be bad? Lu Xiongyuan perched on his horse and offered his view. When the road is crowded, it's like a herd of fat goats gathered together, and where goats gather it will lead to. Before he finished, people began shouting in alarm. Bandits are coming, run. A raiding thug rode up with a smug grin. This time the goats are truly fat. Li Haowing immediately drew his sword. Leader Lu was right, they're here, you all go ahead. Luo Huanhua sitting on the carriage called back, little Taoist, we'll wait for you and take a step into the nearby woods first. Seeing this, the thug spurred his horse in pursuit. Damn it, don't let those fat goats hide in the forest, our horses won't do much in there. Wherever he went he proclaimed total slaughter, kill them all right here on the road. The old madam ran over, gasping each breath like broken songs. Because she was weak, she fell behind. Then the thug appeared behind them with savage eyes, running that slowly you want to die. Unexpectedly, the old beggar leapt out and took a blow meant for the old woman. He glared irritably, still got the time and heart to save people. Old monk, you really aren't afraid of dying. Though gravely wounded, the beggar continued to shield the old woman. He struggled to mutter each syllable of a Dai T1 Chph fac. The old Tang-era painter once said, "A Buddhist disciple who saves one person is more useful than building a pagoda." Hearing that, the thug dismounted and stepped down. Well then, if the old monk claims such enlightenment. He broke into a savage grin. "I'll kill you first, then kill the woman you saved, and stack your heads into a grim little tower." Suddenly someone behind the thug shouted in a piercing voice, "Wait, that Taoist is strange, don't go over there." The thug turned, eyes wide in surprise. He was so taken aback by the sudden attack that he swore like a sailor. The power of that Taoist felt oddly unnatural. The warlord's thought ended the moment. Li Haowang's sword slid into his eye. Then he finished with a clean stroke, leaving the body split in two. The thug collapsed on the spot, gore sprayed from him like rain. His henchmen panicked utterly. Boss is dead, it's stabbing him." They saw Li Haowang motionless and scrambled. "Brothers, retreat. That Taoist might be from Supervisionen." He stood in silence, eyes filled with sorrow. This world. Luo Huanhua knelt before her parents' bodies, sobbing and calling out to them. The beggar, though injured, forced himself up to chant sutras and deliver the unfortunate spirits. At his feet soaked in gore, the Dai beggar stood beside Luo Huanhua, the only survivor Amitabha. Perhaps those who escaped spread the word outwards, and Li Haowang's convoy to Zijing encountered no further incidents. Except for the beggar claiming to be a disciple of the Buddha living on wild greens and the occasional bough that Li Haowang tossed him, he trailed behind the group. Thus more than 10 days passed since they set out. One of them put hands on his hips and looked up. "At last, we're here." They finally arrived at Zijing. He trudged along complaining, "That was a tiring journey." Lu Zhongyuan urged, "Little Taoist, let's enter the city early. If we're late, that cheap inn will surely be full." Li Haowang waved a hand and suggested, "You take them in first." Seeing that, Lu Zhongyuan looked a little worried. "Little Taoist, this is." Li Haowang waved and left. "I'll go look for the sect you mentioned and meet you all later." And so Li Haowang sought out the highest tower in the capital, where people came and went in a bustle. He looked up for a while. Most Buddhist temples are built on mountains. Surprisingly, this one sat inside the city and its incense was quite strong. Li Haowang's gaze landed on the sign above, Zhengde Gate. I recall Xuan Yin mentioning this before she died, right? Could this place really have something to do with Dan Yangzi? He folded his arms and pondered, location found, but what now? Should I just blurt out that I'm a disciple of Dan Yangzi? Li Haowang imagined himself bowing before Valus Heavenly Lord and announcing, "I am a disciple of Dan Yangzi." At that, the masters might all band together to deal with Li Haowang, talk about courting a fatal misunderstanding. So he immediately dismissed the thought. No way, he'd surely get beaten to death. Suddenly someone appeared in front of Li Haowang, this patron. Jian Dun clasped his hands and introduced himself. "Amitabha, the monastery's Jian Dun pays respects." Li Haowang respectfully bowed, honored to meet the abbot. "This one is Li Xuanyang." He gave an appraising glance. "You are a disciple of Xuhen Men. I suspect you did not come to my temple merely to burn incense and kowtow to the world-honored one." Then Jian Dun pointed toward the doorway. "Please, this way." He sat at the table and brewed a simple cup of tea. "Please, patron." Li Haowang took it quietly, true to form for a disciple of the Buddha. He kept studying every movement. Seemed like a serene, low-desire sort of person. Li Haowang blew the steam off his tea. How should I put this? The tea leaves lifted and drifted in the air. Suddenly he decided to speak up. Dan Yangzi is dead. From Jian Dun's expression, Li Haowang had his answer. Zhengde indeed had dealings with Dan Yangzi. He lost his composure. That bull-nosed Taoist is really dead. This is critical. Please tell me every detail, patron. Jian Dun's mood contrasted with the leaves in the courtyard. Li Haowang began to recount the tale, roughly like this. After some telling, he raised a question. "Master, in that case, could Dan Yangzi truly have ascended, or become something else?" I heard some doubts in his words. "Did you really hear Dan Yangzi speak in your ear?" Li Haowang declared loudly, 1,000 times yes, definitely not a hallucination, and there was that oddness with the joy spirit as well. Now Jian Dun's face was sweaty. "Disciple Xuanyang, I dare not decide this alone. Please allow me to report to the abbot. Kindly wait a moment." With that he left quietly, leaving Li Haowang sitting there in a daze. Li Haowang watched Jian Dun's retreating back. Though Jian Dun said nothing, his demeanor had conveyed some information. The Dan Yangzi matter was far from over. Then the two arrived at a very quiet, secluded place. Jian Dun pointed ahead. The abbot wishes to meet disciple Xuanyang and Shang Shao in person to discuss this. This is Zheng's rear hall. The abbot is ahead. Li Haoing looked up to observe. This was. Then a voice began introducing each statue. Cudgel Vajra World, Tathagata World Honored 1, Eastern Fragrant Traces World, Akala World Honored 1, Southern Joy World, Basajiaguru World Honored 1, Western Ultimate Bliss World, Adai World Honored 1, Northern Lotus World. Together they are called the 5 Wisdom Tathagatas. Then Zheng's abbot stepped forward to introduce himself. Amitabha, the monastery's Xinhui salutes you. Li Haoing clasped his hands respectfully. This one Xuanyang greets the abbot. May I ask, do you know what Dan Yangzi has become now? The old man's face grew stern. Disciple, the important thing is not what he is, but what you think he is. Doubt ran through his mind. Is the abbot playing word games with me? Li Haoing shot back. So has Dan Yangzi really become an immortal? Xinhui's face darkened. Amitabha, if you think he became an immortal, then he becomes one. Dan Yangzi's karma was sown into you from that moment. Hearing that made him envision Dan Yangzi's terrifying face. But a second later, Li Haoing steadied himself. Wait, don't scare yourself. It might not be what I imagine. He got straight to the point. Master Zheng and Dan Yangzi must be connected somehow, right? Tell us about that time. Yes, he used to roam around capturing people and killing them, causing so much chaos. I once sent disciples to catch him, but each time he slipped away. Li Haoing then proposed, whatever Dan Yangzi has become now, he's our enemy. Leaving him hanging around isn't right. Does the abbot have a way to deal with Dan Yangzi at the root? Xinhui was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Come here, I need to examine this further. His pupils glowed red. Disciple Xuanyang, if you still suspect I mean to harm you, you shouldn't have entered this hall just now. Li Haoing exhaled. All right, I'll agree to try. No sooner had he spoken than the old man pressed his hand firmly against his forehead. For a moment, Dan Yangzi's image was pushed out of his body. Li Haoing suddenly froze. Then a flash of light sparked in his eyes, bringing him back to himself. He stood dazed. Is it over? Xinhui frowned. A cold glance passed. Indeed, the abbot possessed some spatial-type supernatural power. Then the old man gently instructed, Disciple Xuanyang, I now know the situation. This concerns a grave matter. I must discuss countermeasures with the other elders. You may stay inside for now. Wait for me tomorrow and I'll give you a convincing answer. Li Haoing also voiced a personal concern. I still have companions outside. If I don't return, they'll be worried. Xinhui didn't force him. He simply turned his back. Go or stay as you wish. Zhengde will open its gates at the hour of the dragon tomorrow. He carefully warned a few important points. Disciple Xuanyang, you know this trouble is not yet eradicated. Whether for you or for the masses, it remains a great, unpredictable calamity. Li Haoing turned and left. His voice sounded a bit melancholy. It's not me. If it were me, then the void shouldn't become the cause of body and mind sickness and suffering. Jian Dun opened the door outside and politely called, Disciple Xuanyang, please. At that moment, something stirred behind Xinhui's head. He murmured an enigmatic phrase, I desire as that form, I do not desire as that form. The back of his head parted and a blood-red eye peered out. Yet Xinhui calmly continued, I do not desire as that form. Depending on circumstances, desires arise and thus must be born. Suddenly, Li Haoing sensed something odd and decisively turned his head to look. But nothing was there. He walked on puzzled. Did I just imagine that? Back at the inn, he had everyone dispersed to ask locals about Zhengde. This matter involved Dan Yangzi, so he had to be careful. Outside the capital, the streets bustled and the space buzzed with activity, bringing a bit of daily liveliness. When Gaowa saw Li Haoing arrive, he practically squealed with joy. Senior brother Li, I heard Zhengde is the largest monastery in all of Zhejiang. Its incense offerings are the most prosperous. When Li Haoing's figure appeared, Zhao Wu immediately stepped out to speak. Word has it people from the palace will also come to Zhengde to pay respects to the world-honored one. If luck is on our side, we might even see that idiot carrying Zhao Wu on his back step out slowly, softly greeting, Your Majesty the Emperor. Chun Xiaoman also came forward looking tired, her voice drained. We hear the disciples of Zhengde are very reverent and strictly observe monastic rules. Bai Lingmiao frowned and interjected, I heard last time a disciple secretly ate meat and was immediately expelled from the sect. Her face paled with a flicker of worry and fear. Senior brother, do you want us to ask around Zhengde to find out what's going on? Li Haoing bowed his head to think. He couldn't tell them that Dan Yangzi might not be dead yet to avoid causing alarm. He shook his head and gave a cursory reply, "No, nothing's wrong, thank you all for your trouble." Turning his back to leave, Li Haoing didn't forget to give a few instructions. "Everyone rest and recover for a few days, I'll visit Zhangde again." As he spoke, a deeper thought rose in him. Zhangde seems ordinary now, I have no reason to refuse the abbot. Bai Ling Miao sadly kept her eyes on Li Haoing's retreating back. Before long he reached his destination. At the tallest tower in the temple, Li Haoing couldn't contain his curiosity and called out, "What do you mean by calming the mind?" Xinhui, standing before the Buddha statue, quietly explained, "We must hold a great repentance ritual to help Dan Yangzi's soul, but before that we need to resolve disciple Xuan Yang's unsettled mind." Li Haoing beside him looked puzzled, mind disorder. He then raised his voice and snapped, "No, I'm not ill." Seeing Li Haoing lose his temper and get a bit rude, Xinhui and Jian Dun both glared at him as if to silently admonish him. Seeing that, Li Haoing's heart suddenly softened and his tone grew calmer. He hung his head and after a moment, asked the abbot, "How can I calm my mind?" Xinhui didn't say much. He handed Li Haoing a copy of the book, The Five Aggregates Are Emptiness, and said, "You may take it and recite it 3 times daily, morning, noon, and night." He took the book in bewilderment. "Just read it, no special cultivation method, nothing else required." The old man nodded and replied tersely, "Just read." Xinhui especially emphasized, "Disciple Xuan Yang, during this period stay at the temple. Running about will bother you and it will bother us too." Hearing this, Li Haoing lifted the book and stared at it with satisfied eyes. Fine. Time passed, and over the next few days Li Haoing remained in the room, wearily reading page after page. "Thus has arisen," he read the passages on practice, establishing right conduct, explaining methods, the 5 mental factors and entanglements, achieving liberation of mind, accept, uphold, and practice. Reaching that point, he couldn't bear it any longer. He slammed the book over his face and lamented. Li Haoing tossed and turned on the bed, thoughts churning. Surprisingly, the sutra recitation actually worked. Over the next days, my sleep quality steadily improved. After tossing around for a while, Li Haoing sat dazed, thinking once Dan Yangzi is dealt with, he'll go find Hai Tai Sui. If he can stabilize his condition, he might live peacefully in this world. Just then he noticed someone outside gliding by lightly. Li Haoing reflexively widened his eyes and heightened his alertness. Curiosity getting the better of him, he quietly slipped out to spy. Seeing the familiar figure, he hesitated and wondered, "A disciple of Zhangde, he's watching me." Without further hesitation, Li Haoing silently tailed him to see what mischief Zhangde was up to. That night the sky was oddly tranquil. When he saw the figure enter a nearby room, Li Haoing hid just behind and hesitated for a few seconds. No, he couldn't simply follow in. After waiting for the right moment, he stepped out of hiding and quietly, step by step, approached the door. Li Haoing slowly reached out and poked a tiny hole in the door, then carefully peered inside to see what might be hidden. Seeing a woman kneeling and praying inside, Li Haoing felt a flicker of doubt. This place looked like a small shrine. The woman clasped her hands and begged earnestly, "World-honored one, great compassion, please grant me a child. If I still cannot bear a son, my husband will sell me away." Watching from the doorway, his curiosity spiked. A woman praying to the world-honored one this late. Just then he saw a figure approaching the woman, and in no time someone clapped a cloth over her eyes. A horrifying scene unfolded as many shadowy figures surrounded the woman. Then the lights in the room suddenly went out. Li Haoing stood frozen outside for 5 seconds, thinking, so this is why those prayers seemed so effective. Lost in thought, his sixth sense prickled, wait a moment. When he turned his head, Li Haoing saw that Jian Dun had already noticed him standing there. The man said nothing, merely looked at him silently and waved. Thus the quiet night flowed on, each second slipping by gently. Jian Dun led him to a secluded spot and softly said, "I know what you're thinking. You must suspect Zhangde disciple Lu Zhen isn't clean, right?" He smiled slightly and spoke in a lofty tone, "But have you ever asked why these worshippers come to pay respects to the world-honored one so late? They pray for sons, we provide sons. The Zhangde sect is doing good work." Li Haoing glanced and quipped sarcastically, "Oh, how magnanimous you are." Then he turned and decisively returned to his room. "Master, you don't need to explain to me. I can't control you all. I only hope no mistakes happen during the great repentance ritual." Jian Dun smiled softly, his eyes carrying a worldly reminder. "Before I joined the Buddhist order, I was a Taoist, Xuan sect or Buddhist sect. They're similar." He warned in a stern tone, "So don't underestimate the Buddhist order." Li Haoing sighed and remarked, "This place is really dirty." He looked up at the sky and sighed, "Isn't there anywhere a bit cleaner?" Things continued like that until the next day. A monk came to his door and gently announced, "Disciple Xuan Yang, the great repentance and universal salvation ceremony will begin in a few days. Preparing the assembly is costly, so please don't go out in the coming days." Hearing this, Li Haowen nodded at once. Understood, I'll tell the old abbot. The monk put his hands together and murmured, Amitabha. After the monk left, Li Haowen watched him go, full of speculation. Did the abbot forbid him from going out to keep him from discovering the sect's dirty deeds, or was there another reason? Just then the old beggar outside kept waving his hand, calling, Hey Taoist, young Taoist. Li Haowen frowned in puzzlement. Why is the old beggar here? Li Haowen stared in surprise, curiosity written all over his face. How did you get in here? The old beggar awkwardly looked up. You know what? Zhang really is full of good people. They saw me pitiful and let me stay and work inside the sect. Li Haowen heard this and felt suspicious. This beggar seems clueless. Why would Zhang take him in? Could they actually be that kind? He stammered, So, how have you been lately? The old beggar praised himself, patting his belly continuously. Very good, every day I have food and clothes. It's just that I can't do any more good deeds, which feels a bit uncomfortable. Li Haowen closed his eyes and scratched his head awkwardly. Don't overthink it. If you can avoid hunger, just live like that. Maybe I'm worrying too much. Then the old beggar dragged him away in astonishment. Come on, little Taoist, I'll take you to the workplace. It's pretty big, you'll see. Li Haowen tried to refuse with excuses. Hey, wait, it's so sunny, can we go another day? He looked at the beggar's arm, pulling him with a puzzled expression. Why so strong? In an instant, a surge of force gathered around Li Haowen. The beggar nonchalantly hauled him along and reminded him, You won't regret seeing it, lots of interesting stuff. He quickly came to his senses and looked around. Strange, what just happened to me? The old beggar released his grip and turned to announce, Little Taoist, we're here, it's right here. Li Haowen looked at the statues and asked, You work here, it doesn't look like much. The beggar proudly pointed up and explained, I carved the stone, these pieces are all my work. Hearing that, Li Haowen mused, so many stone statues, Zhang surely doesn't need this many, maybe they sell them to pilgrims. The beggar continued to lead him to a door, not just outside, there's stuff inside too. Taoist, take a look in here. ZZ. Li Haowen began sweating profusely and looked up nervously, as a demonic sound from within seemed to lure him. Before Li Haowen stood a towering demon of Zhang with fangs glazed red as syrup. Human-like forms began to rise around its body. The number of them kept growing. They crawled up the pillars throughout the hall. Li Haowen's face drained as he froze in place. What on earth is this? The old beggar quickly reached a hand from behind. He lifted Li Haowen's face and hypnotized him. Quick, look, Taoist, lift your head, so many statues of the world honored one. Li Haowen quickly shook the beggar's hand off and ran away. The beggar turned, pleading, Hey Taoist, don't go, finally made it here, why are you leaving so soon? Li Haowen left silently but made sure to reassure the scoundrel, It's nothing, I'm heading back first. He fled in panic and confusion. What a mind-tricking crook. What's this nonsense about not being allowed to go out during the Great Repentance ritual? Obviously they were afraid he'd uncover their trick. That Zhang was actually a nest of demons. The beautiful images of the statues blurred, then revealed themselves as demons with syrup red skin. The demon from Zhang stepped out and chased after Li Haowen. He turned to look back and observed, this thing is still alive. Li Haowen flung the door open and bolted. Not good. Must quickly get out of this hellish place. Jian Wei gently stepped forward. Amitabha. As Li Haowen was sprinting, he suddenly realized his path ahead was blocked. Jian Wei still had his hands clasped in front, chanting Buddha's name. Disciple, your mind is not at peace. Li Haowen reached back, drew his weapon to prepare. With enemies front and back and nowhere to run, he had no choice but to gamble. No sooner said than done. The blade shot out swift and clean. Li Haowen spun a few times and sliced off Jian Wei's head, then leapt into the air. The demon of the Zhang sect promptly stopped chasing as well. Li Haowen landed on a rooftop and turned, full of suspicion. Oh no, was it really that easy? Why did these monsters suddenly stop? But then the heavens and earth began to tremble violently, and the wind howled like crazy. Li Haowen silently watched this strange phenomenon. Buildings began to fade and collapse into nothingness. Veins of red rose in Li Haowen's eyes. The monster of Zhang had grown enormous now, and was rampaging across the land. He looked up, pondering. This was not something he could handle alone. He had to get out of Zhang immediately. They couldn't let the entire populace of Zhejiang suffer, seeing the world honored one's true face. Li Haowen kicked off the flying rocks and successfully escaped. He used them to slow his descent toward the ground. Li Haowen suddenly noticed a strange figure waiting below. It was Sect Master Xinhui, whose hands were clasped in prayer but whose face looked utterly displeasing. Li Haowen quickly swung his sword and shouted, Don't even think of stopping me. He unleashed a flurry of formless, colorless, scentless, tactile attacks mind over matter toward Xinhui. Yet no scuffle occurred. Afterwards, Li Haowen looked at his hands in bewilderment. Where was his sword? How had that happened? Xinhui had the upper hand all along and raised the sword. Amitabha, disciple Xuan Yang, Li Lujin, spare the weapons, calm the 5 aggregates. Then the Zhang disciples rushed out, surrounding Li Haowen from all sides. Found him, here he is, that damned Taoist, don't let him escape. Xinhui quickly shouted to restore order, you are inner disciples, stop panicking and look respectable. A Zhang disciple spoke up to explain, Master, it's not that we panicked. This Xuan sect disciple suddenly attacked senior brother Jian Wei, we only want him to explain. Xinhui was silent for a long moment, then spoke in interrogation. Disciple Xuan Yang, why did you attack my disciple? Was it because he failed to take proper care of you? Disciple Xuan Yang, why did you attack my disciple? Was it because he failed to take proper care of you? Hearing this, the old man gaped in surprise and his face darkened. Then tell me, disciple Xuan Yang, what did you just see? Li Haowen turned his head, oddly his eyes were back to normal. Hey, wait, when did that giant flesh mountain monster disappear? What on earth is going on? After that, Li Haowen and the disciples returned to Zhang. In front of him was the Buddha statue that had just been hacked to pieces. Xinhui stood behind him, staring at the sword as he questioned, Disciple Xuan Yang, you say the stone statues and disciples turned into black mud monsters chasing you, and you personally chopped at this statue. Perhaps you should inspect it yourself. Li Haowen stepped closer, laid his hand on the statue, and it felt like an ordinary stone. Xinhui then raised his hand to his mouth and requested, Disciple Xuan Yang, let's continue. Everyone quickly moved further into Zhang. He and Li Haowen looked up high. Disciple Xuan Yang, you have seen the filth here. He was stunned, frozen, unable to believe his own eyes. Impossible, earlier it wasn't like this. Before Li Haowen stood a massive, majestic Buddha statue. He was so furious he shouted in protest, I clearly saw it, how can it be fake? Xinhui casually turned and chided in a teasing tone, Disciple, what illness has struck you? You ought to know better than we outsiders. Li Haowen involuntarily glanced at his palm. Could eating so much dark Kai really have left him standing till now? The disciples peered from the doorway, whispering and gossiping. So he's the madman, escort him out quickly, hopefully he doesn't go crazy again and croak like last time. Xinhui nodded to let it pass. It's fine if the disciple disturbs inner disciples, but affecting the world-honored one is another matter. Disciple, light some incense for the world-honored one. Li Haowen stood dazed and silent. Xinhui held the incense and pressed, Disciple, what are you hesitating about? Li Haowen quickly took the incense without hesitation, and respectfully raised it to his brow to test if it was fake. The image of the statue suddenly brimmed with murderous intent. Li Haowen turned and left quickly. That should do it, right? Xinhui slowly bid farewell. Amitabha. Please feel free, disciple. The stone statues and inner disciples are fake too. Everything now is fake. Xinhui thought he could charm them. How funny. After years of wrestling between reality and illusion, if I can't tell right from wrong, I can't stay at Zhangde anymore. No, nor can I remain in Zijing. Li Haowen quickly ran home, leaving Bai Lingmiao surprised. Senior brother Li, why are you back? Is everything at Zhangde settled? He frantically packed things and shouted orders. No time to explain, pack your bags quickly, we're leaving now. Bai Lingmiao stood up, stammering, okay, but leader Lu Ziyukai isn't here. Li Haowen hastily grabbed her hand and hurried off. Don't wait around, we're going right now. He told the Gawa to move, quick, quick. She naive asked curiously, Senior brother, where are we going? He answered coldly and briefly, we're leaving the official life. At that moment Jian Dun entered Zhang, and even with him at their heels, Xinhui still played it cool. Oh, poor child, if we hadn't discovered this early, your father would have killed you. Jian Dun, sweating with fear, blurted it out. Sect Master Xuan Yang has fled. Xinhui pondered for a long moment. Fled, unexpectedly, the 5 aggregates ritual couldn't cloud his 6 senses. He then ordered him to return. The man could only nod obediently. Understood. Sect Master Xinhui mused on arrangements, as if arranging a life and death knot. The little girl kept changing more and more, crying violently. Rejecting harm and logic, struck by a golden lotus robe of wronged fate, the 5 elements twisted madly. Works obey the Buddha, flowers obey the Immortal. A bizarre chant that made no sense, as if a spellbook sneezed. Amid a blood-red veil, a pitch-black figure screamed, its body wrapped in blazing golden halos like demon eyes, as if a soul were being torn apart in a fiery hell. Jian Dun stood at a distance, watching Xinhui with a solemn look. He bowed slightly and issued an order. If you won't accept it, then go fetch Xuan Yang back, but be warned, he can see through my methods. Xinhui gripped the jar holding the girl the Zhangde sect had twisted into a demon. She whimpered, be careful with it. The man grinned evilly and obediently replied, yes, sir. Then he strode into the room and hauled something out with a shout. Xinhui gently but coldly placed the jar with the girl on a shelf, Poor Dan Yangzi seems to have some decent luck. The trapped live sobs inside the jar sounded like mournful low notes. Who knows where he found a rare heart like Xuan Yang's. In another scene, a meal was gathered around a campfire. Gawa urged Bai Ling Miao to eat and recover. Sister, have a few more bites, the noodles are good, but she stubbornly refused. I'm not hungry. His mouth messy with rice, he asked with concern, Sister, are you worried about senior brother Li? Bai Ling Miao's face showed exhaustion and sorrow. Yes, he let us out of the city, but now he's left us here. Gawa hurriedly shoved noodles into his mouth, still fumbling to say, I bet there's danger. Senior brother Li thought we were a burden, told everyone to hide here first, we'll just wait here for him. We can't do anything but pray for the best, I know. He kept talking while sneaking glances, thinking that although Min's words were harsh, if they could stop Bai Ling Miao from going after senior brother Li, it was fine. Suddenly a pillar of crimson light flared up, tearing the night sky. Black smoke and evil energy churned and dyed the air a gruesome blood red. Gawa stared up in shock, this commotion is senior brother Li fighting. Suddenly Bai Ling Miao panicked and ran off. Senior brother Li is in danger, come on, let's go help him. He shouted to stop her, we're too weak, we can't help. Her voice trembled, each word filled with despair and deep affection. I know, along the way if not for senior brother Li, we'd have died many times, our lives are his gift. Bai Ling Miao's eyes shone with a wave of suppressed emotion. So I must see him. If anything happens unexpectedly to senior brother Li, I won't live alone. 10 minutes earlier, Li Haowang stood alone in the forest, wrestling with worries. His strength was still lacking. If he wanted to stand firm in this bizarre, chaotic world, he had to grow stronger. Li Haowang's eyes were helpless. Even someone like Dan Yangzi could become that strong, why couldn't he? But strength comes from the start. Suddenly, a green finger lunged straight at him. If you can't beg, steal. If you can't steal, rob. If you can't rob, play dirty. Li Haowang had been poisoned. He forced himself to resist it. Wait, But there was nothing left to salvage. Li Haowang's face twisted in disgust. Steal, rob, play dirty. His whole body convulsed. No, this isn't right. A rusty chanting voice rang out, making Li Haowang's eyes go wide. Namo het la dina de la jia jia. He sprang up immediately. They were people from Zhangde. They really have arrived. Where are they? Low, muffled groans continued to echo from the darkness, long and trembling as if emerging from some deep hell. Namo la lai jia ba lo jai de sheng, ba la jia po de di, an eerie litany. Zhangde appeared amid a veil of bone smoke and faint human silhouettes. Amitabha. He stood like a mountain, but pityingly the man was covered in Xuan Yang's corpse-like traces. His mind was not at peace. Li Haowang cursed them to their faces without mercy. You rotten, monster-time creatures. The moment he summoned the giant monster spirit, the whole world seemed to align with Li Haowang. With a voice carrying utter exhaustion and supreme contempt, are you finally done performing? He barked a firm command. Zhangde snatched that spirit in seconds. Disciple Xuan Yang, I don't know what you're talking about. He thought he'd blocked that power, until he saw that white spirit sliding along his arm. It moved and boom, the hand exploded in a stunned confusion. Li Haowang chewed with delight as his power partially paralyzed Zhangde's effect. He excitedly summoned several spirits at once. Kai surged, the root test rose high and proud, granting an extra year of Yang longevity. His mouth gaping like a tray as he said, Disciple, the karma of Dan Yangzi is on you. If you remove it, beings may face great trouble. You should follow me back to Zhangde. Why would Li Haowang go with you? Lei sword ready to fight. If you want to return, go by yourself. Sorry, you can't come along. The groans of Zhangde echoed those tiresome phrases. Tatagata Ada Lamai Chan Bodhai. Suddenly, the King Feng's sword turned into an arm teeming with bloody plasma growth. He looked up at his sword in horror. What kind of power was this? Li Haowang threw the sword away without hesitation. Sweat poured down his face. Not good, old Master Du was affected too. The monster spirits he summoned had also been stained with the red syrup of bloody flesh growth. He let out a resounding roar that seemed to tear the space and make the ground tremble. The next instant, Zhangde lunged forward, its demonic power concentrating, causing a sickly crack as black energy pierced the air. Li Haowang began to feel intensely uncomfortable with this power, the ability to grant bloody flesh. This is trouble. His breathing grew rapid. Both his armor and sword became unusable. He raised his hand again, Amitabha. Zhangde's whole body exuded a revolting blood aura. Don't be stubborn, disciple, follow me back. No matter how much he tried to coax him, Li Haowang still stood frozen right there. He declared firmly, I'm not going. If your Buddhist sect truly cares for me, then let me leave. Aren't you Buddhists always preaching compassion? Before the blast of scorching air, Li Haowang's small figure still stood upright. Though frightened, he held onto a final shred of defiance before deciding to flee. If this continues, I can't beat him. I can only run. I wonder how fast this monster is. Blood veins of compassion appeared across Zhengde, sparks spraying everywhere like rain. He bellowed, and the swords on his back stretched out in bristling arrays, radiating a brutal, ferocious aura, like the embodiment of wrath from a compassionate hell. Even he hadn't expected this to happen. The razor-sharp swords hungrily closed in to surround Li Haowang. They erected a gigantic prison that loomed between earth and sky. Zhengde sneered. Disciple Xuan Yang says, "Yes, it is out of compassion, which is why I cannot let the disciple go." Caught in the vortex of blood plasma, he was trapped by enormous, bristling blades. Though his body was torn, Li Haowang still lifted his head and did everything he could to break free. All around him low, sonorous sounds echoed. Blood flesh grow. Surrounded by that thing, Li Haowang grit his teeth and cried, "Wait, stop." Zhengde, face cold, confirmed in a grave tone, "If the disciple doesn't want to go, that's fine, I can take him myself." Hearing that, he shouted angrily, "You stop right now." Suddenly a colossal blue power flashed, leaving the man astonished. Then Zhengde put his hand forward and stammered to reassure, wait, disciple Xuan Yang, I mean you no harm, please calm down." Next he raised his hand and shouted loudly, releasing. The giant blood-filled maw slowly opened, and Li Haowang, panting, wondered to himself, what is happening? His eyes shone with curiosity as he silently speculated. Could the monster be nervous? At the same time, Zhengde clasped his hands and bowed, "Disciple, would you like to speak with me? I believe I can persuade you to return to Zhengde." Hearing this, Li Haowang questioned in confusion, "Are you joking?" He also wondered inwardly what the monster intended. Obviously, it had overwhelming power, so why bother with this fuss? The man, sweating profusely, forced a grin and said, "Not a joke, disciple Xuan Yang is principled. I believe I can convince him." He brushed dust from his clothes, thinking that Zhengde's sect leader was clearly much stronger than him, yet he still chose such tricks to deceive him. A sly smirk tugged at Li Haowang's lips. Then he narrowed his eyes and smiled smugly. "No, you wouldn't dare kill me. You wouldn't even risk my life, would you?" Zhengde, sweating and puzzled, asked, "Disciple, what are you saying?" Li Haowang didn't mince words and went straight to the point. "Because you know, as long as I'm in danger, Dan Yangzi you call the revered one will appear, right? You're afraid of Dan Yangzi." The man immediately denied it. Absurd. Then Zhengde angrily bellowed, "Zhengde, how could we be afraid of Dan Yangzi? Disciple Xuan Yang, please do not think such things." At the same time, he glanced at the sword stuck in the ground and smiled faintly. "Suddenly I realize bringing Dan Yangzi along might be good. After all, he's my master, just dealing with him outright wouldn't be very nice." Then Li Haowang stepped forward and put his hand on the hilt of the King Feng. Next he lifted it while Zhengde looked at him hesitantly. "Disciple Xuan Yin, Dan Yangzi isn't only connected to you, he affects everyone." At that moment, Li Haowang raised the sword and grinned challengingly. "Or maybe you should go tell my master yourself." Hearing this, the man broke into a sweat and asked in panic, "Tell him in person?" Disciple Xuan Yin, "Wait, what are you planning?" All Li Haowang did was repeat with bloodshot, excited eyes, "I said go tell Dan Yangzi whatever it is." After Li Haowang spoke, a spray of blood burst forth, and his whole body began to tip backward, making the sword in his hand slip and fall. Then there was a loud sound, and Li Haowang collapsed onto the ground, his eyes in front of him slowly closing. In the sky above, a gigantic face appeared, the wide-open, laughing face of Yang Na. Seeing that, Li Haowang weakly said, "So you really came." After that, there was a pocket of silence. At the same time, Bai Ling Miao stepped forward and called out, "Senior brother Li." Suddenly, a deep voice rose and then stopped. Before her was the scene of Li Haowang rising with a terrifying visage. A minute earlier, Bai Ling Miao had been running and wondering, "Gaowa, are you sure he's nearby?" Gaowa, running behind, snorted in assurance, "Sister, no doubt about it." Then he glanced over and said, "I saw it too a moment ago. Smoke and light appeared this way." She raised an eyebrow at that. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Bai Ling Miao startled and exclaimed, "What's that sound?" Gaowa beside her waved his paw to signal and said, "Sister, over here." She and the others hurriedly turned to look, only to see Bai Ling Miao's small foot stepping on grass drenched in red blood. She then approached the figure before her and cautiously called, "Senior brother Li." At that moment, Li Haowang's voice rang out and then stopped. Before Bai Ling Miao was the sight of him wearing a horrifying expression and spreading a pleased smile. She immediately brought her hand to her face, eyes misting as she faltered, "Senior brother Li." Cut to Namping State, where a long line of people was forming and entering inside. A soldier looked at something in his palm and raised his brow. Gaowa, eager and cheerful, offered, "Commander, take a look." The man casually waved them off. Go, hurry along." He scratched his head and replied, yes, thank you, old soldier. Then Gawa ran over to Bai Ling Miao with a nearly empty pouch and bragged, sister, see, there's nothing money can't solve. But the official said since there are many of us, we should collect quickly for the hill. Hearing that, she gasped, 2 taels of silver. Then Bai Ling Miao's eyes darkened as she hesitated. That means our money will only last a month. At the same time, Li Haoweng in the wooden cart raised his hand to urge, hurry up and go on official business. He trembled and raised a hand in reply. All right, senior brother Li. Then Bai Ling Miao ran to the side of the cart, anxiously asking, senior brother Li, are you all right? Gawa, meanwhile, hurriedly ran away, retching nonstop. Li Haoweng lay there, looked up and said, I'm fine, leave me be, sister, continue what you were saying earlier. Then curious, he asked, you said that night when you came, you only saw me there. Bai Ling Miao looked at him and confirmed in a choked voice, yes, senior brother Li, we only saw you there, no one else. A thought flashed through Li Haoweng's mind, impossible, didn't they see it? He then asked, did you hear thunder? She brought a hand to her cheek and slightly raised an eyebrow, as if she couldn't quite remember. Suddenly he sat up and told himself seriously, no, something's wrong. Even if I fell ill, I couldn't have dealt with those giant Buddha things so easily. Li Haoweng, still looking weak, continued his train of thought. After all, it's Dan Yangzi. He immediately pressed, tell me, has my temper gotten worse since we left Qingfeng Inn? Bai Ling Miao hurriedly asked, no, senior brother Li, why would you ask that? In a low, hesitant tone, Li Haoweng said, no, it's nothing. Internally he thought, why am I even asking that? Of course it's because I suspect that old Dan Yangzi intends to use my body to resurrect. He lay back down and continued thinking. Zheng won't be able to return, so to deal with Dan Yangzi they'll have to find another sect. Seeing him like that, she fell into a pensive silence. Suddenly Li Haoweng reached out and took Bai Ling Miao's small hand. She blushed in a fluster. Senior brother Lei then gently tried to reassure him, it's okay, leave it to me. Li Haoweng smiled faintly and affirmed, leave it to me. In his mind, he resolved that no matter how dangerous, he must deal with that old Dan Yangzi. Cut to night, where a group of people sat around a crackling fire. Li Haoweng, sitting there, suddenly spoke up, after we leave Nanping we'll go to Siki State, anyone from Siki, we're almost home. Chun Xiaoman nearby turned and replied, senior brother Li, my home is in Siki. Her hand trembled continuously as she gripped the knife tighter. Bai Ling Miao, sitting beside her, looked worried and hesitated. Zio man maybe. At the same time he grinned slightly and asked, okay, tell me, what's Siki like? Is there a major sect like Zheng there? Chun Xiaoman, hearing this, turned her head and answered, I don't know, though we're in the Forqi region, I've never left the village. When I was 9, I met a Kaio Great Spirit at the village edge. Li Haoweng looked intrigued and urged, Kaio Great Spirit, tell me more. She began to recount. When I met them, someone in the village was possessed, lying on the ground barking like a dog. After the Kaio Great Spirit checked him, the possessed person was well the next day and went to the fields as if nothing had happened. He brought a hand to his mouth and looked up, puzzled. Kaio Great Spirit, do they have a sect or a gathering place? Chun Xiaoman waved the knife in her hand and said, I heard the Kaio Great Spirits all live at our place because they have to offer sacrifices to the Xian family. Li Haoweng, now openly curious, asked, the Xian family? What Xian family? Do they have a name? She immediately answered, yes. The old man in the village gave the name. At the same time, footsteps sounded on the grass behind them. Then the mysterious person grinned and spoke, Hong Huang Bai Liu Bei. Hearing that voice, she whipped around and shouted, who? He immediately demanded loudly, who are you? Seeing everyone on guard, the man raised both hands and said calmly, don't be tense, we're all friends here, friends. Then the stranger touched the hat on his head and explained, I was traveling at midnight, saw a light, came to check it out, and heard you talking about the Kaio Great Spirit. He chuckled softly, don't you think that's a bit too much of a coincidence? Then he tipped up his hat and introduced himself. I'm Lijai, conveniently a Kaio Great Spirit. Chun Xiaoman, seeing the man's face, said, senior brother Li, I've seen him before, he is a Kaio Great Spirit. You could see him sweating, raising an eyebrow and grinding his teeth as he stared at Lijai. And suddenly Li Haoweng's pupils shrank, as if he'd spotted something. Behind the man was something in red robes, and Lijai curled his lip and said, don't believe it, then let me perform for you. He produced a drum beater and gave a whistle. Lijai struck a hand drum with it and delighted began to chant. Ting. He kept hopping about excitedly like a one-man band. Lijai's voice echoed through the still air, filling the space. At the same time, Li Haoweng held a sword in one hand and a bell in the other. Then he shook the bell hard. The Qingfeng sword and bell chimed together. And power gathered into them, the sound kept spreading outward. Next, Li Haoweng pressed the sword tip to the ground and dragged it along in a long scrape. Then without hesitation, he strode straight toward the man. But Li Haowing immediately frowned, surprised as if he'd realized something. Li Jai used sharp claws to clutch the sword and smirked. "Oh, Immortal, what are you doing?" Li Haowing's face went stern as he demanded, "You're asking me what I'm doing." He pressed the sword's tip even closer and shouted, "I'm the one who should be asking you, what spirit are you invoking?" Li Jai raised an eyebrow and teased gently, "You're not from Siki, Immortal, are you? I'm only showing everyone what a Kaio great spirit looks like." Li Haowing quietly studied every expression on the man's face, then slowly backed off and said, "Friend, don't be pulling stunts at the third watch of night. People might get the wrong idea." Finally, Li Haowing sheathed the sword behind his back, sighed, and turned away. "You should go." Li Jai hemmed and hawed for a while before nodding. "All right, don't stare, let's go." His gaze lingered on the man's shortened claws as they turned back into a normal hand. At last, Li Jai turned and walked away calmly, waving as he left. "Immortal, I'm Li Jai, a Kaio great spirit, until we meet again." Chun Xiaoman stepped close to remind Senior Brother Li, "Next time watch his drum. When they invoke spirits, they always beat drums." He nodded in agreement. At that moment, the woman in the red garment suddenly tossed a pair of glowing red eyes over her shoulder. Bai Ling Miao clutched her chest and wondered to herself, "Is she looking at me?" A faint bright patch slowly appeared in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At dawn, the sun slowly rose from behind the mountain. Li Haowing stood up and did a few stretches to loosen his joints. Then he gingerly touched his face. The wound at the corner of his mouth was already healing fast. At that moment, a tinkling laugh came from behind. "Good morning, Immortal." The instant Li Haowing saw the figure, he shouted, "Why is he here? Didn't we say to be on guard?" Gawa helplessly handed a bowl of noodles to Li Jai, who was slurping away, and explained in resignation, "Senior Brother Li, we couldn't help it. They only arrived this morning." He went on, pointing at Bai Ling Miao. "Besides, they even offered the drum and then sat here eating noodles with us." Li Jai said solemnly, "Immortal, last night I had to think it over. Did I scare you, Immortal?" At once he and the woman beside him bowed their heads, their voices full of conciliatory goodwill. "So we're here to apologize to everyone." Li Haowing turned away, unwilling to look at their farce. Li Jai then shamelessly circled behind them and begged for more. "Ah, one bowl's not enough, I'll ladle another." Bai Ling Miao stepped closer and called, "Senior Brother Li." She looked embarrassed at the crowd. "Maybe we should split up." He shook his head, "Not in a hurry. Let's wait and see." Bai Ling Miao suddenly produced a wooden staff. "Senior Brother Li, this is the power of the Kaio Great Spirit, useful for you, right?" She clutched it awkwardly and muttered, "Sorry, I didn't think it through. If only I could be like you." Li Haowing gently ruffled her head to reassure her. "Don't overthink it." He relaxed and said, "If you want to help, I'll teach you how to use the bronze bell later." She happily agreed. "All right." The woman in the back who had witnessed this remained silent. A little later, elsewhere, the group crossed a small river together. Li Jai asked curiously, "Immortal, why do you travel with so many followers?" Li Haowing replied, "We're going to Liang State." He mumbled, "That's quite far, isn't it?" Li Haowing immediately returned the question, "And Li Jai, where are you headed?" Li Jai sighed wearily, "My family's third elder, their grand birthday is in a few days. I'm going early to give blessings for longevity." Li Haowing, hearing this, asked puzzled, "Li Jai, why do your spirit-invoking disciples bring out immortals and send them home?" Li Jai looked up and recalled, "Oh, many things. Possession exorcisms, driving away demons, healing, bringing luck and wealth, weddings, funerals, fortune-telling, life calculations, feng shui. Whatever needs doing." Li Haowing gaped in amazement. "They can do all that? Incredible." The man agreed, "Yes, though each immortal's powers differ. If your household spirit can't handle something, you can invite another family's immortal." Then Li Jai suddenly laughed. "Immortal, you ask a lot. Want to invoke an immortal yourself?" Li Haowing waved his head repeatedly. "No, I just want to learn a bit." Li Jai snapped his fingers and said, "Even if you wanted to, it's not that easy. Spirit-invoking disciples like us don't all qualify. It depends on fate." Darkness billowed and an evil spiritual aura rolled across his back. His hoarse, guttural voice came through the murder-thick air. "To invoke an immortal, you must first fall ill, ideally a near-death illness. If you're lucky, an immortal will visit your dreams and heal you. In return, you must become its spirit-invoking disciple." He listened and had no idea what expression to make. Li Jai bowed his head and added, "But let me tell you, being a spirit-invoking disciple isn't all good. It brings trouble and misfortune. Each outing you can only take 50 coins. Li Haowing shouted in alarm, "Only 50 coins?" His gaze was cold and deep, as if harboring hundreds of years of unspoken experience. A spirit-invoking disciple is essentially a servant of the immortal family, so the fee is 50 coins, rule dating back 300 years. As for the immortal family itself, they actually don't need such worldly things. He was wildly curious. So what do immortals take? Lijai kept his secrets like a bottomless lake, he wouldn't say, but usually it wasn't material items like money. He perked up at seeing an acquaintance. Is that you? When are we having dinner? Gawa waved his hands in exasperation. Go on, dinner so early. Li Haoweng pondered furtively. It sounded like this spirit-invoking disciple might cure Dan Yangzi, but what exactly would the immortal take in return? He shouldn't act rashly before knowing. Bai Ling Miao staggered over to him, out of breath. Senior brother Li. I'm exhausted from the noise. Let's rest here today. Li Haoweng was utterly baffled. Why is Ling Miao in such a bad way? Wait, why is your face so flushed? Her eyes were glassy. I'm fine, senior brother Li, it's just a bit. Bai Ling Miao collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He called her name aloud, pained and pitiable. Bai Ling Miao. The sunset sky shifted from blazing red to a dreamy purple haze. In the small room, Li Haoweng sat vigil by the bed, hoping Bai Ling Miao would wake soon. He placed his hand on her sweat-damp forehead. Li Haoweng's eyes were heavy with unsaid things as Bai Ling Miao kept wheezing. Chen Xiaoman stood stiffly and reported the situation. Senior brother Lei, get straight to the point. Did you hear anything? She was urgent. After asking around the village, the information matched exactly what Lijai had said. The place we're in is called Banyuegu. It's a desolate spot. And it takes more than 10 to 20 days to reach the next place where you can actually lie down to sleep. Senior brother Li, there's one more thing. I heard Lijai is about to perform a ritual for a family in the village. Li Haoweng fell silent at the juicy news. Lijai is going to perform a ritual for the old lady. Chen Xiaoman reported honestly. Yes, it seems a family in the east part of the village is possessed. Gawa and the others are watching over there. Without hesitation, he dashed off, though he didn't forget Bai Ling Miao lying incapacitated. Will you take care of Bai Ling Miao? I'll go check it out. She hurriedly tried to stop him. Senior brother Li, maybe wait until Lijai finishes the ritual and ask him to look at senior sister Bai. Li Haoweng paused a moment to think more clearly. He signaled, let me see what it's like first. People buzzed with anxious curiosity, their eyes fixed on the house. Li Haoweng walked over dazed. Gawa, someone's been possessed here. Gawa turned and replied, Senior brother Li, you're here. His eyes looked hollow with exhaustion. Yes, come see, he's been very thorough in his guidance. Senior brother Li, take a look in that courtyard. All of Li Haoweng's fatigue seemed to vanish at the terrifying scene before him. Several people were holding down a girl. Her body trembled and her wide eyes glowed as she raved in madness. The man pleaded anxiously, Master Li, please save my daughter-in-law. Lijai showed irritation, even picking at his ear, unwilling to listen to more whining. I know, pay me and I'll save her. He fell into thought, so she really is possessed. He'd thought it might be some family scandal. Lijai suddenly turned to him. In this situation, Li Haoweng didn't know what to say and could only stand and observe. Lijai waved excitedly as if greeting a long-lost friend. The immortal has arrived. Come over here, why stand so far away? He rushed over proposing a partnership. Oh, listen, immortal, why don't we team up? After it's done, we raise the price a bit and split it down the middle. Li Haoweng immediately refused with a raised hand. I'm not good at exorcisms, you handle it yourself. He glared threateningly, but you'd better hurry. She writhed on the ground like a snake. She's about to wrench all her bones out of place. Lijai nearly forgot his main task. All right then, immortal, help me out a bit. There are too many people here, take her into the room. Li Haoweng agreed to help. The sun sank behind the mountains, painting the trees, the old tiled roofs, and the mottled walls of the abandoned house a gloomy orange red. Drums were beaten so loud they seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Even his eyes showed panic. He began the exorcism ritual to summon the deity. After a while, the lamb snake's spirit revealed its wicked face. As the sun set behind West Ridge, dragons returned to the sea and tigers to the forest. She appeared to rescue the girl at Lijai's summons. Dragons returned to the sea to bring rain, tigers returned to the forest to hide and sleep. You watched, surprised by his skill. Summoning really works. The man clasped his hands in gratitude since she had been saved. Great immortal, bless us, bless us. Li Haoweng stood silently in the corner. Lucky this family met Lijai, what would they have done otherwise? Lijai's hoarse voice rang out like the wind howling through the courtyard. 7 stars of flowing lapis light the path above. Step upon the purple gold to pass the eightfold barrier. The censer on the table flared, sending white smoke spiraling into a perfect whirl, like a living emblem. She sneered as if certain of victory, head touching the sky, feet stomping the earth. Red smoke coiled, blue flames flared, and 2 streams of spirit chi collided before your eyes. She tried to resist Lamb Snake's incense, fighting against summoning the old immortal. It put on a threatening show. Get out, get out. He beat the drum and waved the incense repeatedly. I summon the Yellow Heaven General, summon Yellow Heaven Azure, summon Yellow Heaven Black, summon Yellow Heaven Crimson. The Great Herald Horse, the twin spirit messengers, the 3 blooming starlings. Li Haowang glanced as white smoke thickened like a bone curtain. The smoke in the room grew denser. It sounded like Lijai could call more than one immortal. Its claws drew close to her, the old immortal. She crawled into the mouth to save her, leaving mountains and caves, striking once for 3 times. The lamb snake finally conceded. 3 strikes turned to 9. It turned its head to seek a new target to possess, and you were a perfect prey. Li Haowang's mouth formed an O and his eyes went wide. What is this? Unable to defeat the great immortal, it redirected toward him. He screamed in despair, Lijai, what are you doing? Li Haowang nimbly raised the spirit bronze. Luckily, it kept the lamb snake immobilized. He couldn't hide his glee that it worked. In the smoke, Lijai growled like wind squeezing through a mountain crevice, cold and weighty. Old immortal, if you wish to leave, I will not stop you. The tyrant led his horse to the manger, loosened the reins first, then went to the feast. The old immortal raised his whip at the steed. Time to return to the mountain. The lamb snake was sucked into her, spiraling as if swallowed by an endless abyss. She swallowed it up with relish, like it was her favorite snack. He stuck his face out to apologize, feigning guilt, though his eyes narrowed with mockery. Sorry, I was busy summoning deities and didn't notice. Did the immortal call for me? Are you all right, immortal? But Li Haowang was distracted, hair hanging down to half cover his face, his expression both calm and heavy. The sky began to shift to a dusky purple. Li Haowang stood in a hidden corner behind the crowd. The girl possessed by the demon simply sat quietly while the villagers chattered loudly. Li Haowang pondered, this woman doesn't seem to be missing anything physically, so what does that immortal want as payment? Could it be something of the spirit? Lijai then spoke, your daughter-in-law just encountered deadly qi. Her body is weakened and the feng shui of your house is ill-omened. I'm afraid more troubles may follow. The patriarch clasped his hands and begged, so, Li family, what should we do? He sighed, how about this? Invite a Byagia immortal to be worshipped in your home and see. He looked anxiously at the object in Lijai's hand, hesitating. Then the statue was placed near the ceiling. Lijai pointed up, all right, put it here, now rest easy, it will surely bless the whole household with safety. Li Haowang looked up skeptically. Is this the Byagia immortal? He suddenly startled and opened his eyes wide. The Byagia immortal transformed into a deity with bloodshot eyes. The 2 spirits immediately approached. Don't look at it like that and underestimate it. Li Haowang, not afraid, glanced back. 2 spirits, do you have something to tell me? She slowly raised her hand and prepared to lift the veil from her face, a smile gradually appearing. Then, Lijai immediately ordered, Ngong, let's go. 50 wen for tea and another 50 wen for the Byagia immortal. Busy half a day and only earned that much. Lijai turned, waved and said, Ngong and I will go ask a fellow villager to borrow a bed for the night, goodbye. Li Haowang was silent and only watched them leave. Night fell and the crescent moon appeared clearly. Li Haowang sat pondering on the roof. Earlier the 2 spirits stopped speaking to me because of Lijai, so in other words, were the 2 spirits avoiding Lijai. But aren't those 2 on the same side? Could it be? Below, Bailing Miao mumbled in her sleep, senior brother Li. Li Haowang jumped down and ran in. I'm here. Bailing Miao tiredly opened her eyes and looked up. Senior brother Li, am I about to die? Li Haowang quickly sat down. How could that be? It's just a bit of wind cold. Drink the medicine I prepared and rest for a while. Bailing Miao grabbed the hem of his robe. Senior brother Li, I don't want to die. I want to live on with you. Li Haowang froze at a loss for words. He sadly bowed his head. Yes, you won't die. No one will die. Time passed quickly, and before long the first light of dawn began glowing on the horizon. Revered master, I heard your younger sister is gravely ill. Would you like me to personally lend a hand? Li Haowang replied flatly, no need to trouble yourself, I have already given her medicine. This surprised the other man. Relying on medicine alone seemed far too careless. Revered master, I once met an expert who knew how to draw yellow talismans. Simply burn one to ashes, dissolve it in water, and have the patient drink it. And every illness will vanish in an instant. It is truly miraculous. Just look. So much time has passed, yet her condition has not improved at all. In my humble opinion, only an immortal's manifestation and ritual can cure her, and the venerable immortal of the Bai family is renowned far and wide for healing. So if my wife and I act together, your sister will surely be completely cured. Li Haowing raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "You truly heal the sick and save lives?" "That's right. But first, I need to know exactly who it is that you want to save." "Revered master, what exactly do you mean by that?" "Fine, since that's the case, I'll speak plainly. Is your wife really nothing more than an ordinary mortal spirit?" The other man burst out laughing. "Ha ha, revered master, you truly are far too suspicious. As someone who follows the path of cultivation, would you readily reveal your core secret arts? Likewise, I have never pressed you about where those followers of yours came from. Besides, revered master, we mean only well and merely wish to help you perform a proper exorcism ritual. Why don't we both keep our secrets and stop prying any further? What do you think?" Li Haowing calmly replied, "Brother Li, I appreciate your sincerity, but my sister's cold is not serious enough to trouble the great immortal. Besides, poor people like us could hardly afford the gifts you require as payment." Lijai fell silent, momentarily unsure how to respond, then forced a laugh. "Ha ha, what you say does make sense. It truly isn't worth troubling the venerable immortal over such a trivial matter. My apologies for disturbing your wife. We shall take our leave now." Gawa angrily watched him leave and grumbled, "What the hell was that? He finished our delicious bowl of noodles and couldn't even bother washing the bowl properly." Li Haowing sternly instructed, "Gawa, begin making thorough preparations tonight for everything I told you about this morning." Gawa immediately obeyed. "Understood, senior brother Lei, but what exactly happened between you and that shaman?" Li Haowing coldly replied to B1 B1NG Tong, "Nothing, I simply want to prepare beforehand to avoid disaster." Then, as deep darkness engulfed everything, eerie and terrifying energy suddenly poured from within the cold, ruined house. That sinister energy rapidly surged toward Li Haowing, closing in on where he stood. Yet despite the imminent danger, he remained perfectly calm without the slightest concern. The instant a hideous clawed hand suddenly reached out, Li Haowing remained composed and coldly ordered, "Stop right there. Meet me in the forest at the edge of the village, and I will come immediately." Hearing this, the hand instantly withdrew and quickly disappeared. Li Haowing thought to himself, "At last the moment has finally come. Hopefully all the careful preparations made tonight will not go to waste." A while later, upon reaching the meeting place, he called out loudly, "Miss Second Deity, I have come to fulfill the promise we made before." However, only silence answered Li Haowing's call, until his pupils suddenly contracted and his eyes widened in shock. Standing before him was Lijai's wife, surrounded by an unceasing aura of darkness and chilling cold. Haowing frowned and wondered, so Lijai isn't coming after all. Gathering his courage, Li Haowing stepped forward and asked, "Miss Second Deity, is there something you wish to tell me?" As soon as he finished speaking, she used her sharp fingernail to carve a deep cut across her own palm. Bright red blood immediately gushed out, not merely a drop or two, but a long, horrifying stream. Li Haowing froze in shock, utterly speechless. A moment later, the fresh blood rapidly formed lines of writing across the ground. "You must beware of Immortal Zinsu." After reading the words, Li Haowing exclaimed in shock, "Immortal Zinsu, what exactly is that?" Hearing the question, she immediately flew into a rage. In an instant, she shot toward Li Haowing. She brutally seized Li Haowing by the throat without mercy, lifting his entire body into the air. She coldly probed him for a long while. "So your kind appearance was merely an act. If so, do not blame me for being ruthless." Before she could finish, a fierce force suddenly slashed straight toward her. The one who launched that vicious attack was none other than Li Haowing, allowing him to quickly break free from her grip. Haowing said coldly, "So this is the true nature of the Second Deity. There has actually only ever been one Lijai." Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere turned sinister and eerily chilling. Icy killing intent drifted through the air as an extremely familiar sound rang out repeatedly. Pinpointing its direction, Li Haowing snapped his head around and thought, "Drums, not good, Lijai is very close." Lijai gradually appeared, grinning wickedly as he chanted, "Invite the deity down to the mortal realm. When the sun sinks behind the mountains, darkness covers all. Every household shuts its doors, while the wise know how to exploit the times. Yet petty wretches still harbor grand ambitions and schemes of their own." The woman's face on the other side also began to distort into a horrifying grimace. Faced with this sight, Li Haowing showed no fear and merely curled his lips into a mocking sneer. "Oh, immortal. If you schemed to test my strength, why could I not turn your own plan against you and test yours?" A little earlier, Lijai had already been completely captured, staring blankly with his mouth agape and unable to speak. Li Haowing's companions immediately tightened their encirclement around him as Gawa excitedly said, "Good thing senior brother Li foresaw this and told us to prepare beforehand. Sure enough, this infamous demon was hiding nearby. Li Haowing pondered, I once learned a painful lesson after being deceived by people from the Buddhist order. Experience brings wisdom, so whenever I encounter strange people or bizarre events, I stay vigilant. Without hesitation, everyone hoisted Lijai onto their shoulders and hurried toward Li Haowing. Hurry up, don't keep senior brother waiting too long. The moment they arrived, Gawa proudly reported, Senior brother Li, we've captured this guy alive. Li Haowing glanced over and asked with concern, is everyone safe and sound? Good heavens, what could possibly happen to us? Just as Chun Xiaoman predicted, this man had no real ability at all, and all his tricks depended entirely on the strange drum. This was the treasured tool he relied on for his trade. Seeing the drum lying abandoned on the ground, Li Haowing paused briefly in thought. Meanwhile, Lijai was filled with resentment and unwillingness as he helplessly shouted, no, stop. However, what had to happen came anyway, and Li Haowing decisively swung his sword, mercilessly tearing open the drum. From the tear in the drumhead, sinister black energy continuously surged outward in all directions. Li Haowing thought, just as expected, once this shaman is restrained, the second deity immediately falls silent as well. Li Haowing quickly turned around. He pressed his sword tip against Lijai's throat and threatened, what exactly is Zinsu? Why do you people keep insisting on calling me Zinsu? This was the mystery he cared about most. These people had repeatedly attacked him for a hidden reason, and the word Zinsu had appeared more than once, so Lijai sighed helplessly. You truly know nothing. Even I was fooled earlier by your blood-soaked clothes. Li Haowing immediately roared, what the hell is Zinsu? Lijai calmly replied, your mind is remarkably quick. But unfortunately, you still cannot defeat the old Immortal. The next instant, something bizarre suddenly happened as Lijai's eyes swelled blood-red and grotesquely stretched outward. Sharp spikes like porcupine quills burst backward from his body. Li Haowing shouted, everyone kill him. A while later, everything gradually fell silent. Gawa still gripped the wooden club tightly, swallowed nervously, then asked, he's been smashed into pulp, so he's really dead now, right? Big fool beside him stammered, why yes, he's definitely dead. Gawa turned to Li Haowing and asked, Senior brother Li, what should we do next? Hearing this, Li Haowing suddenly froze. His mind was in complete turmoil. Was his master really this cowardly and weak, and why had death come so easily and quickly, while he failed to notice the second deity behind him slowly rising? Just then, Gawa sensed something was wrong and turned to look. Senior brother Li, the second deity is running away. I clearly pierced his drum, so how can the second deity still move? No, that's not the second deity. The one escaping is Lijai, and the Lijai who was cut down turned into the second deity. So that's it, they swapped bodies. Li Haowing instantly became alert and ordered, watch the second deity on the ground and attack immediately if he moves. And everyone replied together, don't worry, Senior brother Li. Without hesitation, Li Haowing gripped his sword tightly and chased closely after Lijai. Without your drum, let's see what tricks you can still pull. Yet contrary to his expectations, Lijai showed not the slightest panic or fear. He calmly tore the bright red cloak from his shoulders and hurled it forcefully at Li Haowing. By instinct, Li Haowing instantly swung his sharp sword through the air, slicing the cloak cleanly in half. Yet as the torn cloth fluttered to the ground, Lijai suddenly stopped and no longer fled. He silently turned around and stared directly at Li Haowing with terrifying calmness. Immortal Li, unlike those spirit medium disciples, there are some things even I truly cannot control. Do you think hearing that will suddenly make me merciful enough to spare you? Why do you call me the heart element? Speak. Lijai gave a hoarse chuckle. Ha ha, so this has been troubling you all along, Immortal Li. As he finished speaking, he reached out and forcefully pulled at his own skin, making it swell. He calmly said, surely you're not foolish enough to believe that shamans like them possess only one drum. Li Haowing grew extremely anxious and thought, this is bad, I absolutely cannot let him beat that drum again. Suddenly, his opponent slapped his own skin with tremendous force. Immediately afterward, he roared at the top of his lungs, summon the deity. Instantly, the second deity's head stretched grotesquely and shot toward Haowing. Hearing a strange noise behind him, he immediately became alert and turned around. But at that moment, the second deity had already lunged forward and viciously bit into Haowing's shoulder. Gawa rushed over in horror and shouted, Senior brother Li, this monster is too fast. The young man beside him immediately raised his wooden staff and roared, leave it to me. An immensely powerful strike came crashing straight down from above. Hao Wang looked at his shoulder, where a large chunk of flesh had been torn away, and could only grit his teeth against the excruciating pain. Gao's eyes widened in panic as he shouted, "Senior Brother Li." Staring fixedly at Lijai fleeing desperately ahead, Hao Wang hardened his resolve. He shouted firmly, "I'm fine, I'll kill Lijai while you surround the second deity." Gao and his companions immediately assumed their fighting stances. A while later, eerie whispers began echoing in his ears again. The sun sets, darkness falls, and every household shuts its doors. He tightened his grip on his sword and muttered warily, "Lijai is very close now." The haunting chant continued. The old immortal carries 3 sacred treasures, the immortal binding shackles and immortal binding rope. As Hao Wang's vision suddenly blurred and he wondered in confusion, "Where am I?" Behind the saddle hangs the soul-capturing bottle. His eyes widened as he roared furiously, "I see you now die, Lijai." Lijai was clutching his own skin with both hands while continuously muttering, "Clouds and mist." Countless streams of crimson blood energy spread around him before rapidly shooting toward Hao Wang. Immediately afterward, the scene abruptly shifted, revealing Hao Wang in the modern world. Bang Hang looked down at his strangely changing hands and wondered in disbelief, "What the hell is happening? Is this the patient gown from that other world again?" Dr. Li suddenly appeared within the hallucination and loudly called Li Hao Wang, making him unconsciously call out each person's name. "Dr. Li, old Liu." He stared around blankly and wondered, "Have I really returned?" Dr. Li quickly ordered, "Zio Su, hurry and take old Liu away from here." The nurse nodded slightly, "Yes, old Liu, come with me back to your ward." Old Liu's drumstick gently struck the ground, yet the sound that rang out was clearly a booming drum beat. He immediately noticed this absurd inconsistency. It was clearly a drum beat, so everything here was fake. All of it was nothing but a sinister trick of those immortals. A cold sword thrust straight through old Liu's body, and he roared furiously, "Go ahead, beat your drum now." Lijai immediately spat out fresh blood and coughed weakly, then resolutely pulled the sharp sword from his own body, causing a stream of scorching vital energy to erupt like blazing fire. "If you have any more damn tricks, show them all." "Ha ha, it seems I've truly run out of tricks this time. Master Li, I am deeply sorry. You're already on the verge of death, yet you still want to pretend you're a good person. Was someone else trying to kill me just now? I truly had no choice and was completely cornered. From the day I became a shaman, I was destined never to escape this mire." Just then 2 figures hurriedly ran over. "Senior Brother Li came this way, right?" "Yes, definitely this way." That thing suddenly went completely silent without any movement. Senior Brother Li must have already dealt with that wretch. Suddenly, many additional pupils grotesquely emerged side by side within the second deity's eyes. Lijai coughed repeatedly and sighed helplessly. "How could mortals ever fight immortals? Those immortals reign high above us. I also tried resisting, but it was completely useless." "Then what exactly is this Zinsu you mentioned earlier?" "Those possessing Zinsu originated from the primordial beginning, having form and substance but not yet condensed into a true physical entity. That is white Zinsu. Zinsu is the origin of matter, yet it has not evolved into a complete physical state. Even if you ask more, I don't know, because the immortals taught me all this, and I'm only an ignorant brute who cannot comprehend such profound things. But this is the first time I've ever seen them so delighted, so I suspect Zinsu must be something extremely valuable." He narrowed his eyes suspiciously and wondered, "Am I truly an extremely rare existence in this world? Yet aside from being mentally ill, I'm clearly no different from an ordinary person." No, Dan Yangzi's search for a medicinal catalyst was never random. Those strange cultivation methods might not work at all without a special catalyst like me. Lijai weakly looked up and pleaded, "Master Li, could you do me one small favor?" He replied coldly, "Speak." "The 22nd of next month is the Tomb Sweeping Festival, so could you burn some spirit money for me? I, Lijai, have been poor my whole life, and I don't want to remain a penniless ghost after death." Lijai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, coughing. "There's one more thing. You said before that you wanted to exorcise evil, right? Head south and look for nuns dressed in black. They can barely be considered good people." Hao Wang frantically shook his body and anxiously shouted, "Nuns? What is their sect called? Are they truly skilled at exorcising evil spirits? Hey Lijai." Hao Wang suddenly realized that the other man had already breathed his last. A moment later, Gao looked down and asked worriedly, "Are we going to bury them?" "Why do we have to do that, senior brother? They were clearly vicious enemies who killed without mercy." Hao Wang pondered briefly before replying, "Lijai cannot really be considered evil." He sadly thought to himself that if Lijai had not been a shaman, perhaps they could have become sworn friends. He decisively turned away and ordered, "Bury them, and once we're done, we'll head back." Gao obediently bowed and replied, Understood, senior brother Lee. Suddenly, the lifeless corpse's eyes grotesquely bulged outward. They immediately flew out of their sockets. The eyeballs hovered in midair. From within one eyeball, a bizarre tentacle suddenly wriggled its way out. The scene shifted to a quiet, secluded house beneath the starry night sky. The eyeball flew straight into the room, trailing a long streak of fresh blood behind it. It slowly moved toward the bed. Bai Lingmeo was sleeping soundly there. Lingmeo murmured drowsily in her sleep, "Senior brother Lee." Suddenly, a chilling and sinister voice whispered beside her ear, "Do you want it?" causing her to jolt awake. "This isn't senior brother Lee at all. Who exactly are you, and what the hell is this place? Do you want to possess the supreme power of the Immortal clan? Accept my presence, and you will be able to control all of our power." Lingmeo was utterly shocked, sweat pouring down like rain as she whispered, "Power? What exactly am I supposed to do?" Suddenly, a hideous hand reached toward her, making her recoil in terror. The grotesque hand brutally seized hers while emitting a spine-chilling laugh. "Ha ha, my obedient child, hurry and surrender everything to me." The scene shifted to the next morning as the first warm rays of dawn spread across the small village. At the main gate, Gawa excitedly waved his hands and shouted, "Senior Sister Bai, we're finally back." At that moment, he looked at Lingmeo in great surprise. Slightly angry, he snatched the water bucket from her hand and demanded, "You're still burning with fever, so why are you carrying water? Hurry back to your room and rest." "I'm completely recovered, senior brother Lei. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself." He silently raised his hand and gently placed it on her forehead to check her temperature. There was indeed no trace of fever anymore, making him wonder, could the pill I personally refined really be this potent? "Are you absolutely sure nothing is wrong?" "I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly happen to me?" "But you were clearly still." She gently turned her face away and said, "Stop fussing over it, senior brother Lee." At that moment, the mysterious entity suddenly interjected, "She's already recovered. Isn't that something worth celebrating?" Several days later, during the tomb sweeping festival, the group silently stood beside a deserted riverbank. Gawa raised his arm and said, "First we'll burn spirit money for Lijai, then we'll burn some for Lijai's wife. Damn it, any fool who dares steal this will be reborn as a beast in their next life." Seeing this, he leaned over and whispered, "Does shouting like that really work?" "Of course it works extremely well. My third uncle taught me this himself, and as long as I shout loudly, those wandering ghosts will be too frightened to come steal the spirit money we're burning." He whispered back, "Is that really true?" Then gazed toward the long river, thinking that perhaps once Lijai died, nothing of him would remain. He could not even become a hungry ghost, making him sigh deeply that nothing of Lijai would remain in this world. Not even the slightest trace would be left behind. Gawa suddenly shuddered from a chill. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Senior brother Lee, what you're saying sounds way too creepy. After Lijai and his wife died, they'll surely become spirits, then descend to the underworld to complete the process of reincarnation, since that's simply the natural order of things." He pondered for a moment before pressing, "Why are you so certain? Have you actually seen it yourself?" Gawa sighed softly. "Because everyone firmly believes it." Just then, Lingmeo hurried over excitedly and called, "Senior brother Lee, we found some information." And he turned to ask, "What did you find?" "The black-robed nuns senior brother Lee is looking for are most likely on Manhwa Mountain." "Did you discover anything unusual about those black-robed nuns, such as rumors that praying for children at their temple is extremely effective?" "Something unusual? I only heard that every nun there is very fat." He asked blankly, "Very fat? Does that really count as unusual? Have you found the route to Manhwa Mountain yet?" At that moment, a wooden boat cut through the water and approached the shore. Everyone cheered loudly, "The boat is here. We finally waited until the boat arrived. This is great." Xiaoman explained, "We just need to cross the lake by boat from here, then walk for a few more days to reach Manhwa Mountain. These people are fleeing across the lake to avoid being drafted, so we can simply follow them." The boat owner Yuan loudly urged, "Come on, hurry aboard, 17 copper coins per person." The refugees immediately complained, "Why 17 copper coins? Didn't we agree on only 10 before?" While others chimed in, "Exactly, this price is far too high." The boat owner sneered, "HMPH, you know the war is about to reach this place, so what's wrong with raising the price? Pay if you want to cross, otherwise swim across the lake yourselves." Bai Lingmeo anxiously whispered into his ear, "Senior brother Lee, what should we do now?" "Just pay them, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Before long, everyone had boarded the boat. "Why is the lake water so frighteningly black?" He cautiously asked the boatman. "Boatman, there aren't any man-eating monsters in this lake, right?" The man chuckled and shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about? I've made my living on this lake for nearly 20 years and aren't I still alive? Don't worry, those ridiculous rumors were simply invented by idle people with nothing better to do. Just made up stories, I hope that's really true. Suddenly the boatman shouted, "Boss, we've reached the spot." He wondered, "We're already there?" Yuan nodded smugly and replied, "That's right. We've reached the place where we collect the boat repair fee." As soon as he finished speaking, both men swiftly dove straight into the water. The crowd panicked and shouted, "Someone fell into the water, it's the boatman and the boat owner. The boat is about to capsize." He immediately thundered, "Everyone sit still. Do you idiots want the boat to capsize right now?" Suddenly, a sharp arrow tore through the air toward them. The arrow slammed into the wooden hull, startling him. 4 other boats suddenly closed in from nowhere as a man aboard shouted, "Dear guests, be sensible and throw all your bundles, luggage, gold, silver, and jewelry over here. We heroes of Manhwa Lake robbed the rich to help the poor, so we promise not to harm a single hair on your heads, but if we search you and find anyone hiding even 1 copper coin, then we'll have no choice but to send you to an early grave." Ling Miao anxiously said, "Senior brother Li, they're lake bandits," and he nodded slightly. "Yeah, they even brought the elderly and children along, so this really is a family business." Gripping his sword hilt tightly, he declared, "Friends, obediently take this boat ashore and I'll pretend nothing ever happened." Hearing this, the bandits suddenly froze and fell silent. Their leader sneered contemptuously, "Are you in the same trade to be talking so boldly? State your name." He coldly replied, "Speak plainly and take us ashore immediately." Yuan burst into mocking laughter. "Oh, so you're just a clueless fool who knows nothing about the world." While the boatman mocked, "Maybe the hair down there hasn't even fully grown yet, haha." He glared fiercely and roared, "Brat, I've already sent 7 or 8 Taoist priests just like you to their graves, and let me tell you, this lake belongs to our Yuan family, so even if you're a dragon you must bow your head, and if you're a tiger you must lie down before me." Li Haowang sighed deeply and slowly reached into his robe. Well, it seems there's nothing left to negotiate. Suddenly, he grabbed a handful of dirt, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed fiercely, and rang his bell while roaring, "Kill them all." The pirates burst out laughing at the bizarre sight. Has this filthy Taoist been scared insane? He's actually eating dirt and ringing a bell like a madman. But moments later, every Yuan family pirate had drowned miserably beneath the water. Only then did the Yuan family ancestor stroll out and say, "Master, had you revealed your identity earlier, how would we have dared block your path? Or were you simply in a foul mood today and wanted to spill some blood for amusement?" He immediately turned away and sternly asked those around him, "Does anyone aboard know how to row a boat? Come help us." The Yuan family ancestor continued threatening ominously, "Our worthless lives may be worth nothing, but after sending so many members of our Yuan family to their deaths, you cannot simply walk away." Gaowa suddenly trembled in panic and shouted, "Senior brother Li, look across there, they're throwing all the pigs and cattle into the water. Why are there children too?" Hearing this, Haowang was startled and exclaimed, "What?" The Yuan family ancestor lifted the poor child and roared, "No descendant of my Yuan family in this marsh may ever be bullied, even by a powerful enemy. May the river god reveal his divine spirit." The child was thrown into the freezing water, screaming and crying in terror. Beneath the dark, murky water, the lake violently bubbled as enormous, hideous black tentacles rose from the depths and tightly wrapped around the poor child. Gaowa cried out in panic, "Senior brother Li, this boat is rocking violently." He sprang upright and roared, "What the hell is happening?" Bai Ling Miao stared fearfully into the lake and shouted, "Senior brother Li, quickly look at the water." Immediately afterward, countless glowing purple eyes appeared, completely surrounding their boat. His entire body trembled in shock as he wondered, "Is this thing the river god?" At that moment, a gigantic tentacle suddenly shot upward, tearing through the previously calm water. The river god's enormous tentacles twisted wildly, crushing the wooden boat into hundreds of pieces. He was quickly dragged into the deep lake, his body gradually sinking through the bone-chilling water. Seeing Ling Miao sinking deeper as well, he screamed inwardly in panic, "Bai Ling Miao. Gaowa too. Everyone, none of you can die like this." Suddenly, an icy tentacle wrapped tightly around his body. Then the river god's true form gradually emerged, horrifying and grotesque with countless bizarre glowing purple eyes. Dan Yangzi's spirit suddenly appeared behind him with a sinister smile, "Brat, leave everything to me from here." The scene immediately shifted to the lakeshore. A man was tightly bound and kneeling on the ground as he tremblingly confessed, "Great ancestor, this was entirely my fault. I failed to uncover their true background before recklessly attacking their lair." But second brother had carefully verified the secret signal with that Taoist beforehand, and that brat did not match it at all. Suddenly, a sharp black spike coldly pierced through his eye socket, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. The Yuan family ancestor stared at him coldly and said, "A mistake is a mistake, yet you still blame others. You're truly a bunch of useless trash. Someone come here, drag him away, and subject him to the Dragon Gate trial immediately. If he survives by luck, we'll forget this matter, otherwise bury him alive." The subordinate trembled and hurriedly bowed, "Yes, ancestor." He slowly continued, "Tomorrow, when those corpses beneath the lake bloat and float up, retrieve them. For now, withdraw." But just then, a pale-faced subordinate rushed over and shouted, "Ancestor, quickly look at the lake." The ancestor frowned suspiciously. Staring at the lake now stained a sinister crimson, he muttered in shock, "Is that blood?" The ancestor's eyes widened as his entire body trembled violently. "That's the river god's blood. Could the river god have been killed?" At that moment, his figure appeared with a sword piercing through his neck, slowly walking across the blood-red lake. The subordinate stared wide-eyed in terror. "No, that's absolutely impossible. It's that strange Taoist." Each of his steps was shrouded in sinister green mist as he slowly walked ashore. The surrounding river bandits screamed in terror. "How can this freak still be alive? Quick, shoot him dead with arrows and don't give him any chance to ring that bell." Yet in the blink of an eye, Howang eerily rushed forward and brutally seized the old man's head. He ruthlessly tore the old man's head off, sending fresh blood spraying from his neck into the air. The remaining defeated bandits trembled in terror, clutching their spears as they stared hopelessly at one another. Immediately afterward, they desperately fled for their lives, screaming, "Run, hurry up and run." Dan Yangzi's sinister voice whispered behind him, "Brat, either don't kill at all, or once you start, wipe them all out." Bright red blood sprayed everywhere, staining the dark night sky crimson. Before long, the entire cold, gloomy forest was engulfed in an eerie crimson hue. The ground was covered with horrifying pools and streaks of foul-smelling blood. A child cried miserably from behind, "Wah, Mom, save me." The anguished mother struggled to push her child away, saying, "Go, hurry and run." But the child sobbed, "Mom, I'm not leaving." Yet a cold, blood-stained hand brutally reached out and seized her throat. He watched emotionlessly before coldly lifting the poor woman into the air. Deep inside, his mind was screaming frantically, "Please stop killing. No, please don't kill anyone else." When he looked straight ahead, he realized it was actually Dan Yangzi who was ruthlessly holding the woman aloft. "Brat, what gives you the right to kill?" He suddenly froze, with only one word remaining in his mind, "Kill." At that moment, a stone suddenly flew over and struck him in the head. "You bastard, get away and stop bullying my mother. I must eliminate them. Why can these river bandits slaughter my people while I have no right to kill them?" The woman collapsed to the ground and Howang laughed bitterly. "Ha ha ha, exactly." He abruptly turned toward the child and roared fiercely, "Kill." At the critical moment, Ling Miao suddenly appeared and shouted, "Senior brother Li Howang." "By Ling Miao, senior brother Li, this sword, are you really all right?" He slowly reached out and tightly grasped the sharp blade. Then he decisively yanked it out of his own throat. But in reality, the girl before him was not Ling Miao but Yang Na, who pleaded, "Li Howang, please wake up, I'm begging you, stop hurting yourself. Bai Ling Miao, you're still alive." Dr. Li beside them hurriedly urged, "Quick, answer his question and cooperate with him." Hearing this, Yang Na pondered for a moment. Then she softly said, "Yes, I can swim, senior brother Li. There was a small pond outside my house where I often played in the water as a child." He spread his arms and hugged her tightly, saying, "This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful, you're still alive. This is truly wonderful." She gently patted his back and said, "Yes, this is wonderful, Li Howang." The silent night descended, with a lonely crescent moon hanging alone in the sky. The man screamed in agony as he was repeatedly plunged beneath the freezing water. "Ah, boss, please don't resent me. If the ancestor discovers I showed mercy, none of us could bear the consequences. It was all my fault for leading so many brothers in the stronghold to gruesome deaths, so this is the retribution I deserve, and I won't blame you at all." But wait, what's that over there? Just then, the severed head of the Yuan family's ancestor slowly floated toward them. Next, countless corpses of Yuan family members surfaced on the water, making the man tremble and scream in horror. The scene quickly shifted back to Howang's group. Ling Miao lowered her head and spoke in a trembling, sorrowful voice. "Junior brother Sun and I are both good swimmers, and after the boat capsized, we desperately fought the enemies underwater, but there are still 2 people whose bodies we couldn't find." Sun Baolu said with deep regret, "I'm sorry, senior brother Li. 3 of the people we pulled out have already died, and even the fool drowned." The fool's body lay motionless on the cold, damp ground. Li Howang stared at his friend's cold body and blamed himself bitterly. Fool, I really shouldn't have kept calling you that and should have at least given you an impressive name so it would look better on your gravestone. Howling angrily slapped the man's chest and cursed, those vicious lake bandits deserved 1,000 deaths. But unexpectedly the blow made the fool spit out a huge mouthful of water. The fool immediately began coughing and choking violently. Gao recoiled in terror, trembling as he pointed and shouted, The corpse came back to life. Howling quickly supported the fool and anxiously asked, Are you okay? While the fool whimpered pitifully, See senior brother Li, I'm so hungry. Bai Ling Miao and the others finally burst into joyful cheers. This is wonderful. Fool, you're still alive. Hao Wing smiled gently and announced clearly to everyone, From now on, stop calling him fool and call him Gao Zhijian. Gao turned around in surprise and exclaimed, Oh, Gao Zhijian. While Zhijian continued muttering, Senior brother, I'm hungry, so hungry. He put an arm around the man's shoulders and led him away, saying, All right, let's find something to fill your stomach first. The scene shifted to some time later. Gao excitedly pointed and exclaimed, Senior brother Li, there's so much gold, silver, and treasure in this mountain stronghold that even one whole cart couldn't hold it all. Hao Wing waved his hand and ordered, Just collect all the gold and leave the silver behind. But Senior brother Li, this is all real silver, genuine silver. I said only take the gold, fill this cart, and we'll leave immediately. Oh, all right, but what's wrong with Senior brother Li today? Fine if he doesn't want the silver, but why did he suddenly get so angry? Li Haowing stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at his trembling palm in shock. This is bad, even my mind and emotions are starting to be affected by that bastard, so I must quickly find the nuns Lich I mentioned. At that very moment, a strange red streak shot toward him like lightning. Startled, he suddenly whipped his head around. The strange object pierced straight through one of his shoulders. Bai Ling Miao anxiously asked, Senior brother Li, what happened? He hurriedly shouted, Everyone scatter and find cover immediately. There are still lake bandits inside this stronghold. He quickly reached behind his shoulder and pulled something out. He stared blankly at the white fragment in his palm and wondered, what the hell is this thing? From the thick fog, a huge man slowly emerged and mocked, Brat, what are you hiding from? Come over here so even you can become this useless sometimes. He cautiously shielded his companions while wondering, what kind of sinister trick is he using? The man raised a pair of pliers to his mouth and taunted, Don't you dare attack me. The lake bandit brutally used the pliers to rip out one of his own teeth. Then as soon as he spoke, he spat the tooth toward Haowing like a bullet. He quickly dodged the dangerous attack and thought, this magical attack is actually performed using teeth. Ripping out your own teeth so brutally, doesn't it hurt? Compared to him, Old Master Du actually seems quite normal. The three spirits immediately charged forward with fierce momentum. The man gave a savage, sinister grin. Heh, you're finally coming. Looks like that brat is getting serious. He raised the bamboo scroll high in arrogant challenge. But do you think I'm the only one without something like this? He immediately activated the evil sacrificial art by chanting, All things revolve, encompassing the entire universe. Haowing looked around in bewilderment and wondered, have all the sounds around me disappeared? He then dropped to his knees before the bamboo scroll and roared, The wondrous realm lies beyond what words can describe. The spirits struggled and screamed continuously in agony as Old Master Du was firmly pinned down. Next, the man brutally reached up and gouged out his own remaining eye. Even heavenly gods and ghosts dare not proclaim it. He trembled uncontrollably as intense unease filled his heart. What the hell is that man doing? Something is terribly wrong, I have to stop him quickly. The man threw his head back and screamed madly toward the sky, My Lord, Supreme Wisdom. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky in horror as icy sweat poured down his body. A bizarre gigantic entity covered in blood-red eyes roared furiously, Who dares disturb me? He stood frozen amid the foul, blood-red mist engulfing everything around him. He was horrified to realize his body was gradually changing. What the hell is happening to me? I can hear it. No, that's not right. I'm not smelling it either. I'm actually seeing it. He staggered backward in panic and unease. Everything has become abnormal. I can't sense anything properly anymore. At that critical moment, the pirate suddenly tightened his grip around his sword hilt. He crazily stabbed the sharp blade straight into his own abdomen and screamed in agony, Ba Zia. Haowing stared at him in shock and muttered suspiciously, Ba Zia, what the hell is that? Immediately afterward, his entire body was suddenly suspended within a distorted space filled with dark, sinister energy. This is bad, I absolutely must not look at it. At that moment, he was horrified to discover that his own arm had somehow transformed into a bundle of dry straw. I only glanced at it briefly and my arm already became like this. Is that man trying to summon Dan Yangzi here? Impossible, even Dan Yangzi would be nothing before that evil entity. The difference in their strength is simply too vast. I need to think of something quickly. I absolutely cannot just stand here waiting to die. Meanwhile, the man continued screaming in unbearable agony as his entrails spilled out and stretched across the scroll. Suddenly, the entire violently distorted space abruptly froze. Has this bizarre transformation finally stopped? The man screamed miserably, "No, I don't feel any pain. I can still keep going." He decisively rushed forward and swung his sword, severing the man's head without hesitation. The abnormal space also began shifting before gradually returning to normal. Seeing his arm completely restored, he muttered, "Is this nightmare finally over?" He anxiously asked his companions, "How are you all? Is anyone hurt?" Ling Miao asked in a trembling voice, "What terrifying thing just happened?" "I think I was just turned into a hideous hairy worm." Has everything truly returned to normal? After causing such a terrifying commotion, did it really end just like that? He suddenly turned his head around. He lowered his head and looked down, wondering, what exactly is this bamboo scroll? Ling Miao anxiously asked Xiaoman what's wrong, and she could only weakly reply, "I am fine." Ling Miao suddenly flinched. "Senior brother Li." He gently lifted the bamboo scroll and murmured each word. "The white ring true dew devours its belly and drains its bones." She curiously asked Senior brother Li what exactly is written on these bamboo slips, and he slowly explained, "This is called the Great Thousand Record. It looks like a cultivation manual, but it is more accurately a transaction handbook. Everything recorded inside teaches how to trade one's own pain, flesh, and blood for power from some mysterious entity. The mildest method teaches people how to use bamboo slips to tear out their own fingernails. Another teaches how to chew an entire bag of rusty iron filings into pieces and swallow them. There is even a method of sacrificing all one's flesh and skin to complete a mad transaction with mysterious entities." Gawa nervously asked, Senior brother Li, those bandits used this evil art on us earlier, so could it cause any serious consequences? We won't end up suffering some strange curse, right?" He decisively rolled up the bamboo slips and replied briefly, "There is no curse." That bandit could not endure the extreme pain during the ritual and stopped it halfway himself, so all of us are completely unharmed. Hearing this, Gawa finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So that's how it was." He thoughtfully looked up at the dark night sky, wondering whether a dark sect similar to the Righteous Virtue sect existed behind this bizarre Great Thousand Record. He murmured suspiciously, "Bazia." A while later, he silently stood on the deck of the wooden boat. The boat appeared completely ordinary, without anything unusual about it. He immediately ordered Gao Zhijian gather all the gold, silver, and treasures from this mountain stronghold and bring them here. We'll pack everything and take it with us later. And the man hurriedly nodded. All right, all right. Gawa cheerfully suggested, "Senior brother Lei, you disliked that fool's old name and renamed him Gao Zhijian, so why don't you kindly give me a new name too?" "I'm not greedy, just pick any really impressive name, the cooler the better." "You want an impressive name too? If I call you Gao Gao, can your life even bear such a grand name?" "Hey, Gao Gao sounds awesome and really catchy." Gawa jumped excitedly and shouted, "From today onward, I am Gao Gao. Hey, fool, since I call you Gao Zhijian, you must call me Gao Gao from now on, understand?" The man could only scratch his head foolishly and ask, "Gao Gao?" while Gawa nodded firmly and said, "Exactly." Time passed quickly as the dark night gradually gave way to the warm sunlight of a new day. Ling Miao called loudly from afar, "Senior brother Li, everything has been packed and prepared." Li Haoing nodded in satisfaction. "Good, let's set off." By the next morning, the entire group had reached a peaceful little town at the foot of the mountain. Everyone walked among the bustling crowds filling the lively Hanghua town. Looking around at the densely packed crowd, he wondered suspiciously, could this place be some blessed land? Why are so many people gathered here? "Senior brother Li, I Gao Gao know why. Today is the first day of the lunar month and the market fair is being held, so villagers from all the surrounding villages have come here to trade." As he continued walking, his expression relaxed slightly and he said, "So that's why it's so crowded and lively." Suddenly, Dan Yangzi's eerie and horrifying figure appeared behind his shoulder and whispered, "My obedient disciple, do you know that humans aren't the only beings in this market? Exactly, today is the first day of the month, so the wandering masters will also come to attend this market." Dan Yangzi's sinister spirit drifted around while gently shaking his bronze bell, saying, "Guess how many wandering masters would emerge from this market if I rang my bell right here. Once they devour everyone in the market, this place will instantly become quiet. Li Haowing's eyes widened in horror as he thought, ring the bell. Just then, Ling Miao gently patted his shoulder and softly called, Senior Brother Li. She quickly took his hand and pulled him forward, saying, we've reached the inn, so let's go inside and rest for a while. After stepping into the inn, he once again fell into deep thought. The waiter eagerly rushed over to greet them. Welcome, honored guests, what would you like to eat? As he continuously promoted the delicious dishes. I'm truly not exaggerating, our twin dragons playing with a pearl, 3 rams bringing prosperity, and carp leaping over the dragon gate are all famous dishes around here. But he gently raised a hand to interrupt him. Waiter, don't bring any food yet. Let me ask you, have you ever heard of or know anything about the black-robed nuns on Manhwa Mountain? The man scratched his head and replied, are you referring to Compassion Nunnery? That temple is remote and deserted, and its incense offerings can't even compare with the local Earth God temple, so why are you asking about it? As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter quickly opened his palm and caught a pure gold bean he had tossed over, then cried out in surprise, huh. He stared wide-eyed at the glittering object in his hand and exclaimed, gold. His attitude instantly became extremely flattering. Master, you're truly an extraordinary man, and you've asked exactly the right person because the wife of my second sister's nephew is currently a nun at Compassion Nunnery, so he immediately pressed, then do you know why the nuns there only wear black robes? The man clicked his tongue and sighed, actually those aren't black robes at all, they've simply never bathed or washed their clothes, so their originally blue robes gradually turned pitch black. One day, several nuns came down the mountain to sell pigs and I happened to see one scratching her neck, and guess what happened next? She scraped off a huge lump of black grime. After hearing this, the entire group stood frozen and speechless. He stood up and asked, I can find Compassion Nunnery by climbing the mountain beside town, right? And the man hurriedly bowed, that's right, honored guest. Senior Brother Li, are we really going to Compassion Nunnery? This isn't a sightseeing trip, so what use would there be in all of you following me? She lowered her head slightly, her face filled with sadness at his words. He sighed softly, realizing his words had been too harsh, and simply walked away. He handed over some gold and said, waiter, bring us 1 serving of whatever good dishes you have. And the man hurriedly replied, certainly, honored guest, please wait a moment. He instructed her, stay in town and wait for me, and if I still haven't returned by tomorrow. Bai Ling Miao, you must immediately take everyone away from here, understand? And she softly replied, yes. She thought silently, but Senior Brother Li, I'm no longer a burden now. 2 hours later, he wearily climbed the stone steps deep within the forest. Exhausted, he muttered, finally, I've finally arrived. Compassion Nunnery stood before him. Didn't they say those nuns were fat and lazy? With such a steep mountain, how could they possibly drive pigs down to sell them? Li Haowing stared blankly at the stone tablet before him. Confused, he wondered, is this really writing or something else strange? Why can't I understand any of it when I try to read it? He silently but resolutely stepped inside. Haowing looked around cautiously and called loudly, is anyone here? Throughout the gloomy surroundings, only the cries of crows echoed through the cold silence. There wasn't a single person in sight, making him wonder, could all the nuns have gone down the mountain? Suddenly, a strange roar echoed from the ruined main hall. What kind of sound is that? It's clearly coming from the main hall. He quietly ventured deeper into the gloomy, dark hall. Is anyone here? Xuanyang of the Azure Wind Temple has an extremely important matter and requests an audience. The strange cry rang out once again, instantly changing his expression. Again, is that the Buddha statue? No, that's not right. The sound is coming from directly behind the Buddha statue. He swiftly leaped high into the air. Then he landed firmly on the ground. This scene is right before his eyes lay rows of fat nuns sprawled all over the place. He jumped down with an uncomfortable expression. This place really stinks far too much. He glanced around and called clearly, Master, Xuanyang of Clear Wind Temple has an important matter and requests an audience. The woman gave no answer and only kept groaning dreamily. Ah, no reaction at all. Is she pretending with me? Li Haowing irritably slapped the nun several times. Master, Xuanyang of Clear Wind Temple has an important matter and requests an audience. Only then did she slowly open her hazy eyes and murmur, Maioyu abruptly sat up and asked blankly, is it time to eat already? Hearing this, the surrounding nuns instantly woke in excitement. Is it mealtime already? He immediately frowned and covered his nose in disgust. This smell is unbearable. They noisily got up and left together. Come on, let's go eat, let's go eat. He stood there dumbfounded and helplessly called after them. Master, Xuanyang of Clear Wind Temple truly has an important matter to discuss. If you want to worship the Buddha, go burn incense yourself. Don't block me or keep me from eating. Suddenly, she sniffed curiously several times. Maioyu instantly rushed close with eyes shining brightly. Wait, you seem to smell like gold. He recoiled, thinking, the smell is even stronger now. She leaned close to his face. Are you here to buy pigs or eat vegetarian food? The pigs are in the pigsty, while the vegetarian meal costs 200 coins per person. He nervously thought, no, this is far too close. He decisively pulled a gold ingot from his clothes. He flicked the gold ingot far away, making her scream, gold. Forget the vegetarian meal. I've heard the masters of benevolent nunnery possess unfathomable skills, so I came all this way to ask someone from the nunnery to help me destroy an evil spirit. She sneered and asked, you want us to exorcise and destroy evil? Everyone suddenly fell completely silent. Ha ha ha, aren't you a Taoist yourself? Yet you're asking nuns to help you exorcise evil spirits. He secretly thought it was indeed ridiculous that a Taoist like him had traveled all this way to ask nuns for help exorcising evil. The whole group burst into laughter again. Ha 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 ha. He helplessly scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. But wait, something is wrong. Why am I laughing along with them? Masters, please stop laughing. My problem is truly urgent, and if handled poorly, I could lose my life. The guiding fee is 2 gold beans. Hand them over quickly, and I'll take you to meet the abbess and ask her. He cupped his hands and asked, I am Xuanyang from Clear Wind Temple. May I ask your religious name? She replied, Maioyu. That name sounds quite nice. But wait, these characters look very similar to the writing outside the main gate, don't they? He curiously asked, Master, what exactly is written on that sign? She calmly replied, that script is called women's script. It is taught only to women and never to men. She snapped irritably, stop studying these characters, or by the time I return I'll miss the meal and have nothing left to eat. The room ahead is where the abbess is meditating in seclusion, so stay close behind me. A gentle breeze swept past, scattering white petals through the silent air. We're here, the abbess is inside, but I'm not going in. Maioyu admitted uneasily, to be truthful, I'm a little afraid of the abbess. He nodded slightly. Oh, all right. She quickly turned and fled, but still shouted back, right, the abbess's religious name is Jingxin. Taoist, you'd better pray for good fortune. He could only silently watch her disappear. That Maioyu from Benevolent Nunnery truly is an interesting person, but I wonder how terrifying Abbess Jingxin must be to make even Maioyu so afraid. What kind of person is she exactly? He then gently pushed open the 2 wooden doors, their heavy creaking breaking the silence. He immediately covered his nose in disgust, thinking, this room smells even worse than Maioyu, when the constant sound of chewing suddenly reached his ears. He cautiously looked around, wondering, and what exactly is that strange munching sound? Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut by itself. A huge dark figure sat hunched over, chewing, then said, light the lamp, I'm blind anyway, so I don't need any light. He nervously reached into his robe, wondering whether the speaker was Abbess Jingxin, then replied, yes, Abbess. Li Haoweng pulled out a brilliantly glowing pearl. He widened his eyes in horror at the terrifying sight before him, thinking, this is. She casually picked up a filthy piece of flesh from the ground and held it in her hand. She chewed it with relish and smiled strangely. Ha ha, how rare. I never expected a Zinsu like you to come looking for me. Horrified, he immediately jumped backward and exclaimed, what? How could she know about Zinsu? Could this place also? Why are you panicking? One glance was enough for me to know that a brat like you understands nothing. Since when has our compassionate nunnery ever needed other ingredients? She said before gently blowing, instantly melting the pearl. Brilliant light burst from it and illuminated the entire dark room. Actually, my son is also a Zinsu, but he has completely gone insane now. Li Haoweng frowned in confusion, wondering whether other Zinsu truly existed in this world, but he still did not know whether Jingxin's story about her son was true and had to verify it somehow. He coughed lightly and asked, Abbess Jingxin, I once used black Tai Sui to treat my illness and found it extremely effective. Have you ever given it to your son? Dan Yangzi had personally tested black Tai Sui on him, so if Jingxin claimed it was useless, this old woman was lying, and he thought, now let's see how you answer. Of course I gave it to my son before, but black Tai Sui must never be eaten carelessly. Consuming only a little is manageable. But if you eat too much, it can completely occupy your entire abdominal cavity, and eventually burrow through your body and crawl out. Just as expected, Dan Yangzi had never been so kind, and even the medicine he gave him carried extremely serious side effects. What's wrong? Were you using black Tai Sui to test whether I was telling the truth? Ha ha ha, fine, then I'll reveal another secret about Zinsu. Let me guess, deep down you have always felt that you don't belong here, right? You always believe you came from an entirely different greater world. A world completely foreign to this mortal realm. How could you know this secret? Did your son tell you everything? Could he also have crossed over here from the real world? Why are you so startled? Youngsters truly lack composure. At first, my son indeed thought exactly like you, yet he was unquestionably born from my womb, and that is an undeniable fact. Young man, Shuangzhou dreamed of the butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Shuangzhou. Never assume that everything in this world is absolute, including what exists in your own mind. He frowned slightly and coldly demanded, what exactly do you mean? Have you never considered that perhaps the real world you have always taken for granted is actually completely false? Why couldn't that fantastical greater world and everything within it have been imagined by you, someone who actually belongs to this very world? He froze in confusion, wondering, am I really not a transmigrator? Did I originally belong to this world? Was there never any modern world at all? Could everything modern in my memories have been entirely imagined by me? Impossible, this is absolutely absurd. There must be some mistake somewhere. Hao clutched his head in pain as the playful image of Yang Na suddenly appeared in his mind, saying, "Ta-da, these are the study materials personally compiled by our teachers." He muttered to himself, that's right, someone might imagine an entire world in a dream, but they could never invent scientific knowledge entirely on their own. Hao collapsed to his knees and shouted excitedly, knowledge, that's right, knowledge. The abbess could only sigh at the sight. Sigh, what a fool. He suppressed his emotions and asked solemnly, please keep it brief, Abbess Jinkson, just tell me exactly what the innate heart is. She pointed directly at him. The innate heart is you, including the confusion within your heart, your karmic burden, and all the cause and effect clinging to you. He frowned impressed, but what exactly does all that mean? The old nun patiently explained, I can sense those objects on you, so I assume you know something about invisible cultivation arts, and regardless of the sect, aside from insignificant external possessions, the most important core is one's own state of mind, while the confusion and karmic burden hidden within an innate heart are far purer and more stable than those of ordinary people. Some sects greatly need the innate heart's confusion when practicing methods that stabilize the mind, and even if they don't need it themselves, selling an innate heart to those who do can earn an enormous fortune. He struggled to his feet and muttered doubtfully, my state of mind and that confusion too. Impossible, I don't feel confused at all now, and even if I fall into another illusion, I'm certain I can distinguish reality from the realm of illusion. Abbess Jinkson smirked and replied, really? Whatever you say, if that's what you believe, then so be it. I'm too lazy to argue with you, so hurry back. He froze and exclaimed, go back. Well, Abbess Jinkson, the real reason I came here was actually to ask you to eliminate an evil presence. So you didn't come to ask how to deal with the innate heart, then why were you rambling so much earlier instead of getting straight to the point? I'm terribly sorry, I'll explain everything now. The situation is that I'm currently staying at the Azure Wind Temple, attaining enlightenment and becoming an immortal. Can someone truly ascend to immortality in this era? She hurriedly thrust her hand deep inside her loose robe. Then she pulled out a strangely shaped divination piece. Immediately afterward, she decisively tossed it high into the air. Hao watched curiously and murmured, is she casting a divination? The two divination pieces fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. The abbess froze for a moment before letting out a weary sigh. Uneasiness rose within Hao as he hurriedly asked, what's wrong, Abbess? The abbess suddenly leaned close and pressed, on the day of the ascension, you truly didn't personally eat your master, did you? Making Hao recoil in shock and shout, what? He hurriedly backed away and shouted, I absolutely didn't eat him, The abbess pointed at him and interrupted, forget it, why am I even questioning an innate heart like you? Instantly, a dazzling sphere of brilliant golden light erupted. Hao stared blankly at his entire body enveloped in the radiant glow, utterly astonished. What kind of spell is this? Why does my whole body feel so strangely ticklish and itchy? The abbess immediately reassured him, don't move around, just endure it for a while. Before he could recover, his entire body was suddenly lifted into the air. The abbess said softly, I indeed have a way to completely deal with that master of yours, but consuming a virtue artifact would come at an enormous cost. So why should I help you for no reason? He wondered inwardly, could this nun be trying to demand some benefit from me? He immediately searched his body for valuables and firmly said, as long as you can completely deal with Dan Yangzi. You may freely choose anything I have on me today. Hearing this, the old nun sniffed lightly and smelled the air around him. She suddenly shouted, "What worthless rubbish is this? Throw it far away from me, especially that troublesome great heavenly record. Take all of it as far away as possible and don't pollute the sacred grounds of our compassion nunnery." Her reaction left him deeply bewildered. This is really troublesome. She sniffed again and nodded. I think I can smell pure gold coming from you." He smiled slightly, knowing negotiations would be easy as long as she wanted something, and readily replied, "That's no problem at all. Later I'll donate all this gold to the revered Bodhisattva statue at Compassion Nunnery to cast a magnificent golden body. But aside from these material possessions, I also want you to retrieve something for me." He asked blankly, "Retrieve something for you?" And the abbess instructed solemnly, 200 miles east of Manhwa Mountain lies a dense forest. Hidden deep within it is an evil spirit known as Layue Shiba. Go and retrieve its eyes, then bring them back to me. The scene shifted to the next morning, as gentle sunlight shone over the vast green valley. The group silently trudged along the gravelly dirt road, their footsteps crunching beneath them. Hao simply continued walking in silence. Bai Ling Meo worriedly asked, Cao, do you know what happened when senior brother Li went up the mountain?" Zaya Amin also asked curiously, "Right, what is senior brother Li doing, and why did he suddenly turn back?" Cao sniffled and tearfully replied, "Senior brother Li said he wanted to go somewhere to retrieve something." "Gawa, why are you crying so miserably?" Cao cried indignantly, "My name is Cao." Chun Xiaomin sighed helplessly. "Fine, Cao, hurry and tell us what happened." Cao raised a finger and tearfully explained everything. "Senior brother Li said he wants to retrieve something from a forest 200 miles east of Manhwa Mountain, and once he gets it, he'll take all of us home." Bai Ling Meo curiously pressed, "What is he retrieving from the forest?" Cao helplessly shook his head. "I have no idea about that. Senior brother Li has never discussed anything with us before, so him telling me even this much today was already extremely rare. He left, so let him leave. Why are you standing here crying?" Cao raised his hand indignantly and complained, "I'm crying because senior brother Li gave all that precious gold to those nuns." Chun Xiaomin exclaimed in shock, "What?" Cao continued sobbing, "Had I known, I would have used that gold to buy myself a wife first. He gave all of it away. Why didn't you stop him from doing something so serious?" "You know senior brother Li has problems with his mind." Cao replied gloomily, "I tried my hardest to stop him when he was giving away the gold, but I simply couldn't stop him." Bai Ling Meo could only silently watch Li Haowang's lonely back and softly call, "Senior brother Li." The scene shifted to a quiet and lonely late night. The calm lake gently rippled, its tiny waves shimmering beneath the moonlight. Xiaomin sighed helplessly. Why would senior brother Li give all that gold and silver to those nuns? Suddenly a voice asked, "Sister Xiaomin, were you just speaking?" She turned and softly replied, "Yes, that was me." She smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, junior sister Bai, as long as I'm here guarding you, those filthy men won't dare do anything." She paused slightly and stammered. Beneath the cool water, Ling Meo was gently bathing and washing her remarkably beautiful body. Ling Meo slowly stepped ashore and called, "Sister Xiaomin, I'm finished bathing, would you like to bathe too?" She immediately shook her head and waved, no need for me." "Sister Xiaomin, if you really want to bathe, I can stand here and carefully keep watch for you." She hurriedly dismissed the idea. "No need, let's hurry back. My whole body is covered in black hair, so what's the point of bathing? Even that bald old man over 60 from my old village never dared touch me." Ling Meo playfully ran over and hugged her, giggling, "But I like Sister Xiaomin the most. Your body hair is so soft and comfortable to hug." She immediately blushed and lightly scolded, "What's so comfortable about it? Don't talk nonsense." Chun Xiaomin gently glanced at the girl beside her, hesitated for a long moment, then spoke. "But junior sister Bai, do you truly intend to marry senior brother Li? Perhaps you should seriously reconsider such an important decision. Senior brother Li has indeed done all of us an enormous kindness, but after all, he is still such a strange person." She timidly tugged at the hem of her clothes. "That's simply how he is, but how am I any better than him? My entire body is unnaturally pale, frightening everyone who sees me. Yet senior brother Li has never treated me differently or looked down on me, and he has repeatedly risked his life to save me. Deep down, I've always felt that he's a truly good person." After those words, everything around them suddenly fell completely silent beneath the tranquil night sky. She turned and softly whispered, "Sister Xiaomin, you can head back first. I want to stay here alone a little longer." She nodded gently. "All right, then be careful." She gently ran her slender fingers through her flowing snow-white hair. At that very moment, deep beneath the cold water, an eerie figure dressed in brilliant red suddenly appeared. The ghostly figure flickered beneath the water, wearing a terrifying, sinister smile while continuously muttering strange, incomprehensible sounds. She clutched her head with both hands in intense pain, yet firmly declared, "I can't kill her, so please stop urging me." The scene shifted to the group playing cards around a large rock where Cao Cao excitedly shouted, "Come on, whose turn is it?" Sitting opposite him, Gao Zhijian turned over and stammered urgently, "It's your turn, Cao Cao." Sun Beilu studied the cards in his hand and curiously asked, "Why haven't we seen senior brother Li all day? We were rushing along just a few days ago, yet now that we're almost there, we've suddenly stopped here." Cao Cao laughed smugly, swiftly threw down a card and said, "Ha ha, senior brother Li went to find the village blacksmith. Apparently he wants him to forge something." Xiaoman had just arrived when she reminded him, "That's right, Gawa, didn't senior brother Li tell you to personally enter the village and gather information? Yet you're leisurely playing cards here, aren't you afraid he'll scold you when he returns?" But he immediately retorted, "What, Gawa? I told you to call me Cao Cao. It's such a tiny poor village, how much effort could gathering information possibly take? I already finished asking around long ago." Suddenly, a voice called from afar, "Senior brother Li is back," making his eyes widen in panic. Cao Cao quickly waved excitedly and greeted him, "Senior brother Lei, did they finally finish making what you wanted?" He slowly approached everyone and nodded, "Yes, everything is finished." "Senior brother Li, what exactly is this? It doesn't look like a weapon at all, but more like a set of torture tools. For example, these pliers are completely useless for killing someone, but they'd be perfect for pulling teeth." At that moment, he suddenly remembered the river bandit who had ripped out his own tooth to perform an evil art. His eyes immediately widened as he screamed in terror. "How did the investigation I assigned you go?" I found a clue." He hurriedly recounted everything in detail, explaining that deep in the forest lived a long worm that ate humans, which no locals dared approach, though it was rather docile and had never left that place. He thoughtfully stared at the roll of tools and murmured, "A long worm, could they mean a giant snake? If that's really the case, there shouldn't be anything to worry about." Li Haowing decisively waved his hand and firmly ordered, "Let's go, move out." The group quietly entered the dense, gloomy bamboo forest beneath the silent night. At that moment, Li Haowing leaped onto the top of a towering bamboo stalk and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The forest appeared completely normal from the outside. Suddenly, a piercing ringing exploded in his ears, making his head violently spin. He was utterly shocked to see the surrounding bamboo stalks transform into countless enormous, horrifying eyes. "What's happening, Liyue Shiba? Impossible, when did it manifest? Wait, something isn't right." At that moment, a leaf casually passed straight through his hand. He wondered in confusion, fireflies or bamboo. So this isn't the real Liyue Shiba, but merely a hallucination created by my own mind. The effects of Black Tai Sui are weakening severely by the day, and I absolutely cannot let this continue any longer. Otherwise, things will only become increasingly troublesome and difficult later. Beneath the quiet moonlight, beside the flickering campfire, everyone sat together. "Cao Cao, do you know what this Liyue Shiba that senior brother Li mentioned actually is?" "Liyue Shiba? How would I know what the hell that thing is?" "Senior sister Bai, you're really worried about senior brother Li, aren't you?" "Yes, senior brother Li finally agreed to bring us along this time, so I wonder whether I can do anything to help him." He suddenly walked past them and coldly said, "There's no need, you only need to stay close behind me, understood?" The group raised their hands together and loudly replied in unison, "Yes, understood, senior brother Li." He remained silent and thoughtfully glanced at Ling Miao. "But once we go inside, there is actually something you can help me with. Suppose, and I mean only suppose, that I show any strange behavior, you must immediately keep a close watch on me and don't let me run around." She smiled brightly and immediately nodded. "All right, senior brother Li, don't worry." The scene shifted to a dark bamboo forest at night, where mysterious strange noises suddenly echoed. Cao Cao looked utterly confused and anxiously asked, "See, senior brother Li, are you sure this is the place? This bamboo forest looks completely empty. Could we have come to the wrong place?" He frowned thoughtfully. Abbess Jingxin said Liyue Shiba was about 200 miles from Compassion Nunnery, but I'm not a perfectly accurate measuring device, so some error in distance is perfectly normal. Suddenly, a bamboo stalk was bizarrely twisted and snapped in half. The remaining bamboo stalk shot straight toward Haowing. He swiftly sprang backward to dodge the deadly attack. Li Haowing's expression changed drastically as he shouted in alarm, "Watch out." Countless razor-sharp bamboo stakes tore through the air and rained down from above. They violently plunged into the ground, causing a series of thunderous explosions. Thick clouds of dust surged upward, quickly covering the devastated battlefield. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted with dazzling intensity. He stood proudly between heaven and earth, raising a bronze bell high with one hand. Are all of you unharmed? Cao Cao tremblingly stammered, We are fine, senior brother Li. At that moment, a dry cracking sound rang out, instantly startling Li Haoweng and putting his entire body on high alert. He abruptly spun around and cautiously shouted, Who's hiding over there? Come out now. Suddenly, a dark figure carrying a lantern slowly approached while lamenting, Who ruined my bamboo? Old Wu Qing, the chief of Wu family village, approached and angrily demanded, You youngsters, why did you suddenly cut down the bamboo belonging to our Wu family village? He carefully observed the man and silently judged, That lantern isn't red, and there isn't any trace of red on his body either. It seems he isn't Yue Shiba, so did I really come to the wrong place? No, that can't be right. The earlier attack from the bamboo forest was definitely Yue Shiba testing us. He hurriedly scratched his head apologetically and said, Old sir, we're terribly sorry, we accidentally lost our way. But the man still angrily scolded, Being lost doesn't give you permission to cut our bamboo. After speaking, he reached inside his robe to search for something. He opened his palm to reveal several gleaming silver ingots and politely offered, Old sir, please accept this silver first. It's already dark and we're in a hurry, so could we stay at your home for one night? The old man stared at the glittering silver ingots and fell silent for several seconds. He quickly pocketed the silver and cleared his throat. You may stay. However, our Wu family village has many rules. Since you want to stay here, you must strictly obey every rule. That night, a perfectly round full moon hung in the sky, casting bright moonlight over the land. As the old man walked, he explained, The first rule of our Wu family village is that you must never argue with anyone older than you, especially me. Haoweng looked utterly puzzled and asked, That's the only rule? While Cao Cao scratched his head and muttered, Isn't that just a family rule? Are they really imposing their family rules on outsiders? Haoweng quickly covered his mouth and hurriedly told the old man, Please continue, we're listening carefully. The second rule concerns the creatures living in this bamboo forest. They have greatly helped our Wu family village, so whether they're mice or owls, you must never hit or step on them, and if you encounter them on the road, you must give way first. Li Haoweng remained silently thoughtful, his gaze following a pure white rabbit that suddenly darted past him. Old Wu Qing raised a finger and solemnly explained, The third rule is that male outsiders must never contact or speak with women in our village, because several years ago a womanizer abducted 2 women from here. The old man strode onward angrily, Damn it, every time this matter is mentioned, my blood boils. Chun Xiaoman frowned and whispered, What a hassle, why does this shabby village have so many tedious rules? We should just go somewhere else. Bai Ling Miao hurriedly stopped her. Xiaoman, don't ruin senior brother Li's plan. Quite some time passed. Cao Cao lazily stretched and yawned. He still hasn't finished rambling after all this time. Old Wu Qing continued hoarsely, There are still 2 most important rules. Rule 11 is that once you enter the village, you must never light lamps or candles at night, nor foolishly step outside. The old man stomped beside the stone marker engraved with the words Wu family village. The final rule is that whenever you're within the village, you must wait until the other person turns to face you before speaking, and talking with your back turned to someone is strictly forbidden. He pondered and felt that these last 2 rules sounded extremely strange, so he asked, Old man, what happens if I accidentally break these rules? The old man chuckled, You'll be fined, of course. Every violation costs 1 tael of silver and will keep fining you until you're too afraid to break the rules again. He pointed around, Don't say we locals bully outsiders. Even villagers are punished exactly the same for breaking the rules. Hearing this, he could only remain silent. Scared now, aren't you? Only a compassionate elder like me, who can't bear seeing others suffer, would bother talking myself hoarse explaining all this to you. After saying that, the old man blew out the lantern. He waved his hand, All right, follow me into the village. A while later, inside old Wu's house, both the old man and his entire family had been tightly bound in a corner. Xiaoman lowered her voice and asked, Senior brother Li, what exactly are we looking for here? He quietly replied, First search for any written clues, then anything unusual. The stranger it is, the more attention you should pay, especially things like Buddhist plaques or deity tablets. The old man, tightly bound with rope, could only roll his eyes and desperately grunt. Li Haoweng sat silently beneath the full moon and let out a troubled sigh. He lowered his head and quietly asked, "Have you found any clues?" Gao Zhijian looked up and hesitantly replied, "Nothing yet, senior brother Li." He frowned deeply and wondered, strange, why is there absolutely no trace? Could Yue Shiba still be hiding somewhere in this village? But that doesn't make sense either. This entire village is completely enclosed by dense bamboo forest, so if Yue Shiba is hiding anywhere, it must be inside this village. Senior brother Li, what should we do next? If we can't find it ourselves, we'll have to directly question that village chief Wu. The village chief curled up in the dark corner, trembling violently and constantly making panicked, muffled sounds. Immediately afterward, a hand roughly yanked the rag from his mouth. Li Haoweng leaned close to old Wu's face with a chillingly strange smile. "Old man, I have a few questions for you." The man glared furiously and shouted defiantly, "Cough, ask my ass, I'm not afraid of you bastards." His expression instantly hardened as an icy murderous glint flashed through his eyes. The old man trembled but still forced himself to act tough. "I'm telling you, this is Wu family village. Everyone here bears the surname Wu, so think carefully before you dare make a move." At that moment, he reached out and tightly grabbed the old man's throat. He demanded, quickly, "Where is Yue Shiba, and what exactly is your relationship with it?" What is Yue Shiba? That makes no sense. The tomb sweeping festival just passed and the year-end sacrifice is still far away. Haoweng suddenly fell silent, and the surrounding atmosphere became deathly still. He threw the old man onto the ground and coldly said, "Old man, you've got nerve pretending to be stupid with me. Everyone, find something to start a fire and light every lamp in the courtyard." Ling Miao worriedly asked, "Senior brother Li, don't the village rules forbid lighting lamps?" Haoweng smiled meaningfully, "Rules? Aren't they made to be broken? I want to see what happens once we light the lamps." Haoweng looked at the trembling elder Wu and thought, if this village is hiding anything, it must revolve around these bizarre rules. The lanterns hanging beneath the eaves were quickly lit. The night wind howled through every corner of the small house. Ling Miao hurried over and reported, "Senior brother Li, all the lanterns in the courtyard are lit," and Haoweng softly replied, "Good." Ling Miao gently asked, "Is there anything else we can help with?" And after a brief silence, Haoweng answered solemnly, "All we need to do now is wait patiently." After a long while, Cao Cao wearily let out a huge yawn. Sitting atop the roof, Haoweng anxiously wondered, "We've waited this long without any movement. Could I really have found the wrong place?" Suddenly, eerie laughter echoed through the air, "Hee," making him jolt on the roof and stare at the bizarre figure below. The red-eyed child looked up and smiled eerily, "You've broken the rules." His gaze immediately locked onto the child's braid. His eyes widened in utter shock as he stammered, "Red." He quickly rushed down, thinking, could this child be Yue Shiba? Whether she is or not, I must keep her here first. "I did break the rules, but aren't you doing the same? Isn't going outside at night forbidden? Why are you still wandering around out here?" The child lightly stepped backward and giggled mischievously, "But I'm a child. You adults are forbidden from going outside, but we children are naturally allowed to go out and play." He quickly devised a plan, thinking, I sense no killing intent, so I can follow her lead and probe her, then asked, "So what do you want?" The child tilted her head with an eerie smile and softly replied, "I want. If you give me some candy, I promise I won't tell anyone." The moment she finished speaking, the child's figure strangely flickered in and out of sight. Ling Miao cried out in alarm, "Senior brother Li, be careful, this child is very strange. What bizarre method is she using to move?" She moved along the wall without using her hands, as though floating beside it rather than clinging to it. And although her head clearly belonged to a 5 or 6-year-old child, her body stretched 6 meters long, making her grotesque structure utterly baffling. She impatiently urged, "Hee, are you giving me candy or not? Otherwise, I'll scream and call everyone over." He subtly gave a hand signal while cheerfully saying, "Of course I'll give you some, but don't be impatient. I don't have any candy with me right now, so I need time to fetch some, right?" Seeing his hand signal, Cao Cao confusedly pointed at himself and asked, Me." He immediately ordered, "Circle around that way and quickly scout the area behind it." Trembling in fear, the man stammered, "Senior brother Li, I." At that moment, Li Haoweng immediately pulled out the bell. "Go quickly, this can protect you from dying." He smiled mysteriously and said, "See, I've already sent someone to fetch the candy, and waiting here is boring, so why don't we chat for a while?" The child happily narrowed her eyes and replied, Sure, I love chatting most." Seizing the opportunity, he asked, "Whose child are you?" The child innocently replied, "I don't know, but they all say I'm the kitchen god's child, though I don't think I look anything like the kitchen god painted on the wall." Hearing this, he murmured in surprise, "The kitchen god." He smiled slightly and said, "You do resemble him in liking candy. I remember that whenever we worshipped the kitchen god, my grandfather would smear some sweets on the mouth of his portrait." The child immediately roared angrily, "You're lying. The kitchen god clearly has 4 pairs of eyes, 5 arms, and no legs, so how do I resemble him?" Sweat covered his forehead as he awkwardly asked, "Little girl, you're making that up, aren't you? The kitchen god can't have 5 arms, and without legs, how could he walk?" The child glared with blood-red eyes and shouted angrily, "Why couldn't he? I personally saw the kitchen god pull his intestines out through his navel and use them as legs." Li Haoweng pondered deeply and whispered to himself, "So that's what the kitchen god here is actually like." At that moment, Cao Cao looked up in horror and shouted, "Senior brother Li." Cao Cao fell into utter panic and screamed in terror, "That damned girl has no body at all, she only has a head." Suddenly, the bizarre head vanished right before Haoweng's eyes. Cao Cao collapsed to the ground and screamed in sheer terror, "Ah!" He immediately rushed over and urgently shouted, "Cao Cao, quickly shake the bell." The man frantically knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing as he tremblingly begged, "Spare me, please spare my life." He snatched the bell from his hand and angrily shouted, "Stop trembling and tell me, which way did that head escape?" The terrified man sobbed silently and pointed ahead with a trembling hand, that way." He immediately turned around and firmly ordered, "Bai Ling Miao, help Cao Cao inside." She knelt down to help him up and anxiously asked, "Senior brother Li, where are you going?" He shot into the darkness like lightning and firmly shouted back, "I'm going after that head." He then frantically weaved through the dark alleys. Anxiously, he wondered, which way did that girl escape? Even if she isn't La Yue's Shiba, they must be closely connected, so I definitely came to the right place and La Yue's Shiba must be here. Suddenly, a slender bamboo leaf lightly swept past his face. His eyes widened as he followed it and muttered in surprise, "A bamboo leaf. Could I have reached the boundary between the village and the bamboo forest?" At that moment, a piercing headache struck him, making his entire body convulse and twist as he groaned helplessly. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and wondered, "This place is." He stared blankly at a traffic light displaying the number 99 and stammered, "AA traffic light." Suddenly, a deafening series of car horns blared, startling him. A massive bright red truck violently charged toward him from behind, its headlights shining straight at him. He stood frozen before the dazzling light. His eyes widened in terror as the harsh light shone directly onto his face. Just then, the rustling of falling bamboo leaves shattered the silence. He abruptly realized he had returned to the bamboo forest, surrounded by countless hungry crimson eyes watching him. Furiously, he reached deep into his robe for a magical artifact and cursed, "What the hell is this? You only know how to play supernatural tricks." Immediately afterward, he decisively pulled out the scroll. He forcefully swung his hand forward. He frowned tightly and gritted his teeth against the bone-deep pain. He brutally used it to rip off one of his own fingernails. Gathering all his strength, he violently swung his blood-soaked arm forward and shouted, "Go." A crimson evil aura erupted violently amid agonized screams. "Ah!" Li Haoweng lowered his head and stared in shock at the blood-covered corpse of a rabbit beneath his feet. He looked around blankly and wondered suspiciously, "So everything following me this whole time was actually wild animals?" Looking at the giant rabbit lurking nearby, he recalled the village chief's rule about protecting animals and fell silent. "Ha, what bullshit rules? If you could really defeat me head-on, why would you waste so much effort playing these tricks?" The silent night enveloped the entire small village beneath the brilliant moonlight. He quickened his pace and thought, "This bamboo forest is her territory, so I absolutely can't waste time fighting here," but that probing encounter didn't seem to reveal any useful clues. Still, I can now be certain that even if that girl isn't La Yue's Shiba, she's closely connected to La Yue's Shiba. I didn't come to the wrong place. La Yue's Shiba is definitely hiding somewhere nearby. At that moment, he suddenly whipped his head around and shouted, "Who's there?" But when he turned around, only an icy gust swept past. Li Haoweng groaned softly as a sudden headache struck, making him stammer. He realized he was standing alone in an empty hospital corridor, without another soul in sight. "This is bad. The effects of the Black Supreme Age are fading. I need to hurry." Li Haoweng turned around and shouted in panic, "Who's calling me?" He slowly backed away and demanded in confusion, "What are you trying to do?" The doctor hurriedly stopped him. "Zio Li, calm down, don't get agitated." He stared blankly at the blurry figures before him and wondered, "Teacher Zhao, Dr. Li is here too." He suddenly recalled Jingxin's words, "Zinsu is you yourself, including the confusion in your mind, the karmic burden in your heart, and the cause and effect bound to your body." "No, I'm not confused at all now. I'm perfectly lucid and certain that even if I fall into another illusion, I can still clearly distinguish reality from the unreal." He tremblingly clutched his head, roaring inwardly inwardly as he desperately tried to distinguish reality from illusion. At that moment, an urgent voice echoed again, "Zio Lee, come back with us obediently." Dr. Lee loudly persuaded him to return and lie down in bed afterward. Yet his mind struggled violently. Reality isn't real, this side is real. Li Haowing screamed madly in pain amid the twisting red mist. Reality isn't real, this side is real. Suddenly, a pair of blurry hands emerged within the dark, boundless void. He stared blankly at his own hands and thought, as expected, I've returned. A crowd suddenly appeared before him as eerie giggling echoed repeatedly, making him exclaim blankly, "You people." When they turned around, a horrifying sight appeared as every face became that child's face, laughing, "Hee, you broke the rules again, you broke the rules again." A while later, Haowing pulled out something resembling a knife covered with sharp spikes. He stepped forward and threw open a door. He decisively entered the room and demanded loudly, "Village Chief Wu." Village Chief Wu trembled in terror and stammered, "Why, young man, what do you want?" He coldly threatened, "Old man, La Yue Shiba is directly tied to whether I survive. If you still stubbornly protect it, don't blame me for being ruthless." The old man cried and begged desperately, "What La Yue Shiba? I truly don't know anything, help, someone help." Seeing this, his other hand desperately restrained himself as he thought, "Enough, it seems he truly knows nothing. How can we know without trying?" This man started rambling about rules the moment we entered the village, so he must be closely connected to La Yue Shiba. "Calm down, junior brother, you weren't like this before. If you continue, you'll only become more and more like Dan Yangzi." Hearing this, he startled and released his grip, letting the sword fall to the ground as he muttered, "Dan Yangzi. That's right, I absolutely cannot let Dan Yangzi influence me. Thank you for warning me, senior brother Lee. Without your words, I nearly failed to come to my senses in time. There's no need for such formalities, junior brother. Now you should think about what we'll do next with no clues left." He softly replied, "Yes, senior brother Lee." The scene shifted to early the next morning as warm dawn sunlight began filtering through the green canopy. "Old man, young people nowadays like boasting and making threats, but my junior brother isn't actually a bad person." The old man snorted coldly, "HMPH, that brat is all bark and no bite, as if I couldn't tell." He sighed regretfully, "Senior brother Lee always prefers peace, but now our clue is gone, who knows when we'll find another." A severe headache suddenly struck, making him grimace. My head hurts, right? What exactly are we looking for?" Just then, a figure approached, revealing himself to be a young monk. Bai Ling Miao curiously lowered her head and asked, "What are you squatting here for?" The reflection of a young monk actually appeared within Ling Miao's clear eyes, leaving him extremely surprised. "A monk, right? I am a monk." The boy clasped his hands and bowed, "Praise be to Buddha, this young monk is meditating." Bai Ling Miao chuckled with amusement. "Ha, what an interesting little monk. Watching ants move house while squatting counts as meditation." The boy blushed deeply with embarrassment. She cheerfully waved and walked away, saying, "Then keep meditating, goodbye," while the boy awkwardly replied, "Gee, goodbye, female devotee." Unexpectedly, she returned to join her companions, and strangely, each of them had a red sash wrapped around their back. Are they guests visiting Village Chief Wu? Why have so many strange outsiders suddenly appeared? No, why am I gossiping about other people's affairs like those nosy women at the village entrance? Buddhism teaches detachment from worldly matters, so I should return and recite my scriptures. With that thought, the boy turned around and walked away. At that very moment, the faces of the entire group suddenly distorted grotesquely beneath a faint crimson skeletal apparition. The scene shifted to late at night, with a lonely crescent moon hanging in the cold, dark sky. A lantern emitted faint yellow light as it gently swayed in the freezing wind. "Amitabha, is this really the way back? Oh, is that a pile of dung? I'm really lucky I can take it home, dry it, and use it as kindling." Suddenly, a child rushed over, swiftly scooped up the dung, and shouted, "My family's cow dropped this dung, so it belongs to me." Nya, an old man like you is actually fighting a child over cow dung. Old man, is that child talking about me? The old man clenched his fists angrily and shouted, "What do you mean your cow dropped it? Don't you know you should respect the elderly and care for the young? Give me that cow dung." But the child ran away while taunting, "Ha, catch me if you can and I'll give it to you." Ouch, my old back, I'm already this old, so why am I getting angry with a child? Time to go home, I should hurry back. Behind the corner of a house, the child hid and secretly watched the old man's departing back with a calculating gaze. The child suddenly let out an eerie, sinister laugh, he. The scene shifted to a simple thatched house beneath the hazy crescent moon, where a weary sigh quietly echoed. I only went outside briefly and I'm already this exhausted. Have I really grown that old and frail? Right, how old am I this year anyway? At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from above and startled him. Old man, you're already 84 this year. The strange figure crawled along the rough earthen wall and laughed mockingly. Didn't the ancients say that at 73 and 84, even without the king of hell calling, one goes willingly? So when are you going to die? Ha ha ha. The old man gritted his teeth furiously and sprang up, saying, HMPH, that hateful old bastard only knows how to curse me. Just watch me curse him back. Unexpectedly, a violent ringing suddenly filled his ears, instantly making his mind and consciousness reel. The old man writhed painfully and helplessly wondered, am I about to die? The scene quickly shifted to a hospital room, where two female nurses stared anxiously at the bed. Where the hell is this place? And what exactly is she doing? Who exactly am I? The scene shifted to a bright morning as someone said, I'm completely different from you people. I only have a neurological disorder, absolutely not a mental illness. A neurological disorder simply refers to disease affecting the central or peripheral nervous system, yet it has been unfairly stigmatized because of mental illness. That little Lee is the one who's truly mentally ill, always doing crazy things and trying to kill himself. Li Haoweng slowly opened his dull, lifeless eyes and murmured in confusion, who is little Li? He silently listened to the noisy discussion in the corridor outside the ward as one voice advised, watch what you say, that little Li is pitiful too, getting such a terrible illness at such a young age. But the other person contemptuously retorted, so what if I say it? Can that brat Li Haoweng suddenly jump up and curse me? His lips moved slightly as he murmured the extremely familiar name, Li Haoweng. Within a dark space, Li Haoweng was tightly bound in a blood-red void filled with crimson symbols and countless bizarre blinking eyes. With both wrists tightly restrained, he softly affirmed, that's right. He clutched his head and screamed in utter fury, my name is Li Haoweng, that bastard La Yue Shiba dared to steal my name. Sweetie little Li, you've finally come to your senses. The nurse gently examined him and sighed in relief. Why were you confused for so long this time? I was afraid you'd never wake up again. He lay silently on the bed, thinking with mounting fear, I never imagined La Yue Shiba could manipulate my perception so terribly. If I had believed I was truly dead when I became that old man, I might really have died, and even Dan Yangzi might not have activated under those circumstances. While once this illusion completely fades, La Yue Shiba will likely manipulate my perception again. His expression hardened with determination as he resolved, no, I absolutely can't sit here waiting for death. He immediately looked toward the ward door and called loudly, nurse, please untie me, I really need to pee. And hearing this, she quickly walked over and replied, coming, just hold it a little longer. A short while later, they walked outside. Little Li, you probably don't know this, but while you were unconscious, your lovely girlfriend cried her eyes out, and she'll definitely be overjoyed when she learns you've fully awakened. Yang Na's gentle face suddenly appeared vividly in his mind. Haoweng, promise me that no matter what happens, you must never surrender or collapse, and you must stay strong and survive, okay? Leaving him dazed as he softly murmured her name. He then recalled Jinxin's words, the innate heart is you, including the confusion deep within your heart, while your karmic burden is born from your heart and its consequences also fall upon you. His bloodshot eyes rolled upward with madness and confusion as he realized, that's right, this damned place is an illusion, Yang Na isn't here at all. Everything is a grand deception born from the confusion deep within the heart of an innate heart like me. Just then, the nurse turned back and gently reminded him, little Li, remember to call your girlfriend after using the bathroom and tell her you're awake. But suddenly, he stomped the floor with all his strength and shot away at tremendous speed. The terrified nurse stared after his disappearing figure down the corridor and shouted, little Li. Panicked cries instantly echoed throughout the hospital. Someone help, little Li has escaped. He charged onto the busy city street and screamed wildly, move, everyone get out of the way. Li Haoweng sprinted desperately across the crosswalk, panting heavily while frantically wondering, where the hell is La Yue Shiba hiding? At that moment, he accidentally slammed hard into another pedestrian's shoulder. The violent collision suddenly forced him to stop. A passerby quickly pulled out his phone to record and shouted in alarm, oh my god, a madman just escaped from the psychiatric hospital. He stood dazed and isolated amid the busy road, his mind spinning as the surrounding crowd whispered suspiciously, should we call the police? What's wrong with him? Why is he running barefoot in the street? Is he some influencer pulling a stunt? People nowadays will do anything for online fame. Yet Li Haowen suddenly smiled smugly as powerful conviction surged within him. Fake, everything here is fake, and I'll never mistake these ridiculous illusions for the real world. At that crucial moment, the man from earlier suddenly looked up at the traffic light in alarm and shouted, "Watch out, it's turned red." Li Haowen stared at the glaring red light ahead and excitedly realized, that's it, that red light is La Yue's Shiba, so the dark illusion and the real world are constantly interacting and influencing each other. He screamed with all his strength, "Bai Ling Miao, quickly shake the bell and summon Old Master wandering to attack the imposter standing beside you." Immediately afterward, he lowered his exhausted head and let his arms hang helplessly while deafening car horns continued blaring from every direction. An enraged driver stuck his head out the window and shouted, "Hey, why the hell are you blocking the road? Are you crazy?" Haowen smirked confidently and commanded inwardly, "Bai Ling Miao, hurry and do as I said, because these car horns are actually distorted sounds of the bell." He excitedly spread his arms wide and shouted, "Actions inside the illusion really can directly affect the other side, it actually works." A bald man wearing sunglasses angrily shouted, "Are you insane and trying to die? Get lost right now or I'll beat you to death." Haowen's eyes suddenly glowed with eerie double red pupils filled with murderous intent. He stared intently at the car before him and muttered, "Red." Haowen immediately charged forward, stomped onto the car roof and screamed furiously, "So the one inside the illusion is a flesh and blood entity, La Yue's Shiba, I've finally found you." The bald man trembled in utter panic and stammered, "What the hell are you trying to do?" Standing proudly atop the car, he raised his head and roared, "Everyone gather around me, and no matter what appears before me, attack it with everything you have because this is La Yue's Shiba." At that moment, a passerby hurriedly raised his phone to take a picture. Suddenly, a delivery rider stopped abruptly and looked utterly confused. When he looked toward the other side, he muttered, "The red, move." He quickly chased after the speeding vehicle and furiously screamed, trying to run. He immediately turned and ordered, "Everyone, hurry after it, it's getting smaller so it must be injured." Some time later, he stood stunned amid a crowded street and murmured in disbelief, "Red. La Yue's Shiba, I've finally captured you alive." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Li Haowen, is that you?" He turned around in surprise and asked, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man pushed up his glasses and asked seriously, "You're Li Haowen from class 11A4, right? Have you forgotten everything? I'm your homeroom teacher. Where are your shoes?" He was utterly stunned as old memories suddenly flooded back, making him stammer, "Teacher Tong." Li Haowen's head suddenly throbbed as if being struck by a hammer, making him groan in pain. The teacher hurriedly took out his phone and called, "Hello, is this Li Haowen's mother? I'm his 11th grade math teacher. I just saw your son on Lotus Road quite close to the school. Yes, all right." Suddenly, he desperately ran as fast as he could to escape, screaming inwardly, "No, this place is an illusion. A rotten illusion like you will never fool me again." A while later, he ran barefoot everywhere searching for traces. Clutching a sharp shard of glass, he continuously muttered, "Where are you? Where exactly are you hiding? Damn it, where the hell did La Yue's Shiba run off to?" Just then, a cheerful exercise tune suddenly echoed in his ears, "Turn left 3 times, turn right 3 times." The children enthusiastically exercised to the lively rhythm, "Turn your neck, move your hips." A little girl in a red polka dot dress happily shouted, "Sleep early, wake early, let's exercise together," while he silently stared from afar. His eyes suddenly widened, bloodshot and crimson, as he eerily muttered, "Red." Li Haowen suddenly leaped over the railing and roared furiously, "La Yue's Shiba, I've finally found you." He landed heavily on the ground before the bewildered and shocked crowd. Gripping the glass shard tightly, he charged fiercely toward the little girl in the red polka dot dress. The frightened child hurriedly turned around to look at him. He lunged at her like a madman, restrained her, and screamed excitedly, "I've finally captured you alive, La Yue's Shiba." A terrified woman rushed over to stop him and shouted, "Stop, what are you trying to do?" His face twisted with extreme rage as he roared, "Get the hell away from me." The terrified child burst into tears and weakly pleaded, "Mister, I'm scared." He glared with blood-red eyes filled with hatred and sneered, "Even now you still want to keep acting? You'll never fool me again." The police arrived shortly afterward. They quickly left their vehicles and rushed inside. At the front, an officer shouted sternly, "Stop, police." His gaze sharpened as he ordered, "Hands up or we'll shoot." Yet Haowen remained tearful and calmly stared back in defiance, "Still trying to fool me with this trick." Then he gritted his teeth and laughed to himself, "It's fake." Raising the hand holding the shard of glass high, Haowen declared with crazed excitement, everything is fake. Meanwhile, the officer was sweating nervously, his hand gripping the gun tightly. Hao-Wang's mother appeared and urgently stopped them. Don't shoot, nobody shoot, that's my son. His mother kept explaining he was always a good boy, he only became like this because of his illness, making Hao-Wang freeze. She gently shook the officer's shoulder and pleaded, can I talk to him? He always listens to me, he'll definitely listen. Despite the tension, the officer followed his superior's instructions and agreed, all right. She bowed gratefully, while Hao-Wang also turned to look at her. With her hair disheveled, Hao-Wang's mother called out, good boy, listen to mom. His pupils suddenly widened. She sobbed as tears streamed down her face, pleading, can you put the little girl down? Hao-Wang fell silent as tears ran down his cheeks, yet he still insisted, no. At that moment, he struggled against his own mind. No, none of this is real, everything is fake. All of this was created by Liyue Shiba. With pitch-black eyes and a firm voice, Hao-Wang told himself, you're an illusion. I won't let an illusion like you control me again. Helpless at his answer, his mother dropped to her knees and pleaded in a trembling voice, son, mom is begging you. Our family even sold our house because of you. We really have no money left to pay compensation, son. Though Hao-Wang gripped the glass shard until his hand bled, he still forced himself to believe everything was fake. All the fragments of his memories seemed to explode and shatter completely. Feeling her pain, he hoarsely called, Mom, while tears streamed down the little girl's face. Hao-Wang sobbed in confusion, I can't tell anymore, I really can't tell what's real. Then a pair of small rough hands gently lifted a handkerchief. They belonged to the little girl, who wiped his tears and comforted him. Mister, don't cry, you can use my handkerchief. Looking at the girl before him, Hao-Wang thought, she's such a kind child, but what if she's actually real? As soon as the thought arose, he screamed at himself, why are you hesitating? Isn't this Liyue Shiba? Kill it, shut up. Furious, he argued with himself, this child might be real, is your life really worth more than hers? At least she's normal, but what about you, Lai Hao-Wang? Then he laughed madly, you're just a lunatic, a useless lunatic. What right do you have to trade her life for yours? At that moment a voice came through a loudspeaker, young man, stay calm. Hearing the voice, Hao-Wang glanced toward it. A man turned to the police and said, put all the guns away, let me speak to the young man. Then he looked at Hao-Wang and said, hey young man. He began quoting a proverb, but his voice suddenly stopped. Without warning, a bullet flew straight into Hao-Wang. His blood sprayed across the little girl's innocent face as he collapsed backward, seemingly losing all consciousness. He lay in a pool of his own blood while his mother screamed in agony, son. A voice inside him wondered, am I dying? Then why can I still see the illusion? As the medics lifted Hao-Wang onto a stretcher and his mother anxiously rushed over. She anxiously tried to reassure him, son, don't be afraid, mom is here. The woman loudly called her son's name, and Hao-Wang reached out toward his mother as well. Then, without realizing it, the scene before him shifted back to the desolate bamboo forest. Hao-Wang, tightly bound by vines and barely breathing, murmured, I finally came back here. He tilted his head in confusion. I thought my senior and junior disciples would follow my orders and join forces against Liyue Shiba, but now it seems Liyue Shiba caught me while I was alone. He struggled hard to pull his arms free, irritated by the tight restraints, wondering what this bamboo really was. Suddenly, a dark crimson aura appeared with an eerie voice. Old bones, the saying goes well. At 73 or 84, don't go to the king of hell before he calls. You're already 84 this year, as crimson silk twisted into Liyue Shiba and moved close to Hao-Wang, asking why he had not left yet. At first, his mind remained hazy as the monster appeared before him, Liyue Shiba. But in an instant, Hao-Wang regained his senses, widened his eyes, and roared, Liyue Shiba. Its golden red pupils and writhing tentacles showed contempt as it laughed. You broke the rules. While in the real world, the doctors prepared to begin surgery. Hao-Wang immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking at the shoot emerging from his abdomen, he gritted his teeth in confusion. This is a bamboo shoot. Long strands of intestine continuously writhed around the bamboo stalk. Slowly, those strands twisted together into a single mass. They formed a grotesque intestinal monster covered in countless eyes. Hao-Wang dug his hands into the soil and endured it, crying, it hurts so much. His eyes widened in disbelief that such a thing had been inside his intestines. In the real world, the surgeons encountered a problem as the patient developed pinpoint bleeding, leaving them puzzled. Strange, why is it inside the organs? Before confirmation came, it's inside the patient's large intestine. Back in the cultivation world, Hao-Wang immediately remembered the girl's words. Why couldn't it be? I personally saw Tao V1E5 pull his red intestines out through his navel and use them as legs. Still dazed, he asked, are you Tao Vuangjia? The creature was enormous enough to lift him into the air as it said in a deep voice, all right. Tao Vuangjia looked at his blood-soaked body and called him a strayed one. Yet Howang suddenly burst into an inexplicable laugh. Howang lowered his head and said, "You know, you had clearly won earlier, but your greatest mistake was tormenting me, because now both my body and heart hurt terribly." He immediately gathered all his strength, tore away the intestines, and rose despite the agony, saying, "It hurts so much I even want to die." Both Tao Vuangjia and Liyue Shiba stared in shock. The blood-stained imperial decree flew into the air. Howang unleashed his power and summoned a gray eye surrounded by a dark crimson aura. The creature stared in astonishment. "This aura is..." Liyue Shiba's arm struck his face, making him groan. "It hurts, it hurts." The overflowing liquid engulfed everything amid agonized screams. Its attack was nearly repelled, and Liyue Shiba coiled around Tao Vuangjia and urgently shouted, "This is bad, finish him quickly." The two monsters used their final move and fused into a giant one-eyed demon whose entire body was made of segments of red intestine. Countless pupils covered its body as it kept roaring, "You broke the rules." Covered in streaks of blood, Howang thrust his hand violently outward from within. In an instant, everything was torn apart, including Liyue Shiba's entire body. The demons roared unwillingly, "No, no." At the same time, Howang's intestinal segments were no longer connected to his body and sprouted wildly outward. This made him wonder, am I about to die? Beneath the eerie gray glow of his pupils, he gripped the blackened section of his intestines and violently tore the whole mass from his body. Fluid immediately gushed out from inside and sprayed everywhere. It spilled onto the ground as a dark purple slime that kept spreading. While Howang's whole body spurted blood, it quickly moved toward Liyue Shiba, wrapping tightly around the demon in an instant and preventing its escape. As it was continuously corroded, it screamed, it hurts so much." Liyue Shiba and Prince Cao finally gave up, crying, "I want to die, just let me die." Unable to endure it, it tore its own body in half with its hands. Howang emerged from within with an icy expression. He curled his lips contemptuously and said, "You killed yourself." But suddenly flames erupted across his face and gradually consumed Howang's entire body. Unable to endure it, he lowered his head and vomited blood. With no hope left, he smiled and accepted it. "With wounds this severe, I'm probably going to die." Back in reality, his mother waited anxiously outside the operating room, praying for Howang to hold on. While in the immortal cultivation world, the others rushed over shouting, "Senior brother Lee, hold on, we're here." He lay face down, completely stiff, wondering inwardly after hearing them, "Hold on, why should I hold on?" Howang himself wanted to give up, because death would be best, with no more pain or exhaustion. Yet in the silence of his mind, regret still lingered as he thought, "Actually, I don't want to die." His hands moved slightly as he kept telling himself, "I don't want to die, I want to feel things like everyone else." Another soft hand appeared and gently called out to Howang. Yang Na's figure appeared beside him and comforted him. "Howang, you have to keep fighting, don't forget our promise." Yet his dazed eyes could barely focus as he thought, "But I'm so sleepy. Let me sleep for a while, just a little while," and then tightly closed his eyes. Suddenly the heart monitor started beeping, and while still conscious he asked, "It's so noisy, can you be quiet for a moment?" before vaguely seeing the nurse calling Li Howang. Seeing his eyes grow unfocused, she urgently called Li Howang again, but he rejected it as another hallucination and thought he only needed to quietly wait for it to pass. His whole body remained rigid like stone, forcing the nurse to report that the patient was still unresponsive, leaving the doctor beside her puzzled because the patient had clearly awakened. "We'll need Dr. Lee for this, let me try," the other person said somewhat hesitantly. He glanced over and said only one thing, "Little Lee, Yang Na has a new boyfriend," which instantly made his eyes snap wide open. Howang immediately sprang upright and shouted, "What did you say?" Dr. Lee then pretended innocence. "Don't get so worked up, Yang Na doesn't have a new boyfriend, but if I hadn't said that, you wouldn't have opened your eyes, right?" Realizing he had been tricked, Howang angrily tried to act out, but the chains restrained him. Only after Howang turned his face away did he stare in shock and ask, "What?" He gently adjusted his glasses and explained, "See, you still react when something important happens, so why are you resisting communication like this?" Dr. Lee's voice grew deeper as he said, "Let me guess. This time you've started believing that other world is real again." Howang's eyes darted toward him tensely. Then he collapsed onto the pillow and asked resignedly, "Isn't that so? So many absurd things happen here, how could this world be real?" Hearing this left him puzzled, then he said, "Little Lee, let's stop being polite this time. Since you think this side is absurd, let's discuss which world is truly absurd." Howang joined in, saying, "Last time when I kidnapped that child, the police shot me in the head, right? Then why am I still alive? Am I somehow indestructible? Dr. Lee corrected him, saying he was simply lucky because the shot missed and only grazed his face, making Howang retort angrily, "A miss luck, such an absurd coincidence, do you believe that?" Seeing him stubbornly resist, the doctor could only sigh helplessly. Dr. Lee raised his phone and suggested, "Watch these videos first, then I'll ask you afterward." The video showed Howang tied up and screaming, "Everyone look, the mushroom elder is dead, you can all go home now." Seeing himself like that left Howang stunned. This is. Dr. Lee swiped the screen and continued, "There's another one." Howang stood in a shopping mall holding a wooden stick and talking to himself. "If there's something between you and Dan Yangzi, just settle it face to face." And this one showed him surrounded by police while shouting to himself, Don't kill my child. If you're going to kill someone, you must kill their whole family." After watching everything, Howang glared stubbornly and refused to accept it. "Fake, it's all fake." Agitated, he thrust out his hand and shouted, "Don't think you can fool me with these things." Dr. Lee frowned seriously and questioned him, "If you think this side is fake, why do you care whether Yang Na has a new boyfriend?" Staring straight at Howang, he continued, "If it's fake, why did you hesitate when your mother begged you? If everything is fake, why didn't you simply stab down with that glass shard?" Howang froze, his stunned eyes unable to find an answer. But Howang quickly argued confidently, "Because my feelings for them are real. Even knowing they're illusions, I can't abandon my feelings for them." He spoke firmly, "Besides, I have proof that the other side is real, because I can bring things from that world here." Dr. Lee froze briefly and immediately asked, Another new symptom? Tell me, where is that thing and how did you bring it here?" Howang avoided his gaze and grew anxious as he protested inwardly, "No, I can't involve Yang Na even if she's only an illusion." Deciding to lie, he sat back on the hospital bed and said, "Just wait, when I return next time, I'll show you something from that world." Dr. Lee fell silent for a moment before softly replying, "There won't be a next time." Those sudden words caught Howang completely off guard. "What?" The doctor tiredly removed his glasses and explained, "You've caused trouble several times. Our hospital has faced many lawsuits because of shared liability, so the director personally ordered your transfer." A grave look appeared on Dr. Lee's face as he said, "So this is the last time I'll treat you." He placed a hand on Howang's shoulder and advised, "Little Lee, you're a good kid. No matter what happens later, don't give up on yourself so easily and don't cut open your stomach like this again." Howang looked down at his abdomen in confusion. "What?" Dr. Lee explained to Howang, "You nearly died, part of your intestine was removed, and you'll need a colostomy for 6 months before you can recover." He seemed unable to accept the information he had just received. The doctor kept urging him to live because compared with him going completely insane, those he cared about would be even less willing to accept his death. With that, Dr. Lee turned to leave, saying, "I'm leaving, Zio Lee, as your attending physician. I truly feel like I've failed." Howang hurriedly called after him, "Dr. Lee, actually I." Then he suddenly stopped, and his expression changed slightly. Dr. Lee's image gradually blurred as his mind warned, "Right, stop obsessively looking for abnormalities here. Wait, could that other world really be so reasonable?" The scene gradually shifted to another world as a gentle voice called, "Senior Brother Lee, you're awake." Ling Mao entered carrying a bowl of soup and asked about him. "Senior brother, your wounds haven't healed yet. You need to stay in bed." Howang merely stared at the bandages, paying no attention to her words. Ling Mao placed the soup on the table and asked, "Senior Brother Lee, why did you remove your bandages?" He hurriedly grabbed her hand and urgently called, "Junior Sister Bai." Howang's voice grew solemn, "This wound doesn't hurt that much." His words immediately worried her and she called anxiously, "Senior Brother Lee." Howang began smiling excitedly, unable to hide his delight, "But how could it not hurt? I remember the wound was very deep, so how did it heal so quickly, even completely?" The situation became increasingly unbelievable to him as he wondered, is all of this really reasonable? Still gripping Ling Miao's hand, Howang pressed further, "Could this world be fake? Could even you be fake?" She became flustered and stammered, "Senior Brother Lee, I." Howang looked at her with a heavy, thoughtful gaze and pleaded, "Ling Miao, please don't hide it from me. These things are extremely important to me." Ling Miao pulled her hand free and replied, "Actually, I've become a spirit medium, and I invited the Bai family great matriarch to heal you." Hearing this, he could not hide his shock. "A spirit medium, you?"